Chapter 40. Ian. July 1950. Boston. Ian was surprised how much he enjoyed showing Ruth how to handle her half-size instrument. Perhaps because she was so voracious, so desperate for anything he could show her. Weren't most children her age playing with dolls rather than begging to play scales? She hung rapt as he took her through positioning and stance, the basics. "Always tuned to an A," Ian said, and Ruth sang a perfect A unprompted. "Very good. Remember the chansons I was playing, how that began?" She hummed the opening in G major. Ian glanced at Jordan McBride, sitting behind the shop counter with a cup of tea. "I wouldn't be surprised if she has perfect pitch, Miss McBride." Ruth's sister beamed. She'd brought the little girl into the shop just as Ian was hanging up his battered fedora on an antique umbrella stand, and Tony was flipping the sign around to read closed. Ian had been feeling a touch impatient with himself for making this offer when there was already so much to do. But Ruth's face had turned on the violin so eagerly, and Jordan McBride's gaze followed her with such happiness, his misgivings faded into a wry smile. "Take your instrument, and dear God, do not drop it. To destroy a mayor, even a replica, would be a crime against art." Jordan puttered about preparing tea in Minton cups, and Tony leaned on the counter watching her do it. "Enough for now," Ian said at last, after his pupil had wobbled through her first one-octave scales. Ruth begged, "More, please!" But Jordan reached over the counter to take the violin. "You'll keep us here all night, Cricket, and Mr. Graham has other obligations. I'll bring you back tomorrow to practice." Ruth sighed, watching the instrument go back behind glass. When her sister prompted, "What do you say to Mr. Graham now?" she fixed Ian with a direct stare and said, "When can you teach me more?" "That wasn't what I meant," Jordan protested. "When can you teach me more, sir?" Ruth amended. Ian laughed out loud. "You don't have to do this again," Jordan told him. "I don't wish to impose." Ian opened his mouth to take the way out she'd given him. "I don't mind," he heard himself saying again, and looked at Ruth. "Will Thursday do, Cricket?" Both McBride sisters burst into smiles like small suns. God damn it, Ian thought. He liked them, and it made him wish he hadn't met them under slightly false pretenses. "I hope I'm not too forward in asking." It burst out of Jordan like a dam breaking. "You were in Spain with Gerda Taro, Mr. Graham. She's such a hero of mine, you can't imagine. What was she like?" "Gerda?" Ian recalled. "They used to call her La Pequeña Rubena, the little red fox. She had a good deal of swagger as well as nerve." Jordan had stars in her eyes, and behind her Tony smiled. He'd warned Ian in advance that she'd recognized his name, and that surprised Ian as much as Ruth's passion for scales. Didn't young women gush over film stars, not journalists? "You were at the liberation of Paris," Jordan was saying now. "I remember one of your columns." "Yes, I got my first draft down in the bar of the Hotel Scribe, jammed in between a woman writing a piece for the New Yorker, Jeanette Flanner, I think it was, and John, who looked like he had the worst hangover in France." "John who?" Jordan asked. "Steinbeck." Ian saw Jordan's impressed expression and hastened to add, "It wasn't as glamorous as it sounds. A room full of exhausted press corps, nursing blisters and griping about their deadlines." She didn't look like she believed that. "And afterward?" Ian leaned on the counter, drawn into the past despite himself. "There was a poker game played in the bed of a truck as we headed out of Paris." He ended up telling one story and then another, through a second cup of tea as Jordan pressed him with questions. "You tell these stories, and I can see everything unfold like I was there," she exclaimed. "But Tony says you've given up writing." Ian shrugged. "See enough horrors, the words run out." Jordan looked like she wanted to push a pen into his hands anyway, but Tony interjected. "Princess Ruth is getting restless." He nodded at Ruth, who sat drumming her heels. "And we've got a date, McBride." That surprised Ian. "I thought you said she didn't know anything else useful about Kolb," he said when Jordan disappeared into the back room to put the teacups away. "This isn't for work." Tony shrugged. "Nina has Kolb's tail until dawn, and it's too late to make more telephone calls. There's absolutely nothing else chase-related I can turn my hand to, so I'm going to take a pretty girl to the movies." "If you want a pretty girl to take out, wouldn't it be less complicated to pick one who isn't wrapped up in our case?" Ian said mildly. "One you don't have to keep fibbing to. I like her, that's all." Tony hesitated, looking unusually thoughtful. "She wants things, big things. I like that. She makes me think about wanting bigger things too, not just coasting along on your train." Ian tried to resist the jibe, but failed. "Has it entirely escaped you that you're falling for a witness?" he said straight-faced. Tony shot him a dirty look. "This is not like you getting moony over our resident Soviet assassin, which is an absurd idea and you can drop it. Jordan makes me laugh, that's all. I make her laugh. It's a bit of fun on both sides, what's the harm? Is she going to laugh when she learns you had ulterior motives for asking her on a date to begin with?" Ian lifted an eyebrow. "I may not know everything there is to know about women, but I know they don't like to be deceived." Jordan swept out of the back room. "I hope you don't mind Ruth coming to the movies, Tony. My stepmother's out of town." "I can cover 3 tickets." Tony smiled at the tall blonde girl in her yellow summer dress. She smiled at him, and Ian could see the heat there, plain as day. "Something about this chase," he thought. "It's throwing us all off balance." He went back, disquieted, to take over the dawn watch on Kolb from Nina, then attack their list of telephone calls. But by the following afternoon, when Tony came home from his shift at the antique shop, disquiet was forgotten. "Cheers," Ian said to his team. "We've unraveled our first thread." The 3 of them stood around the table, looking down at the list. 7 of these addresses are fakes," Ian said. "No pattern to it, they're mixed in with the real ones. But Riley Antiques in Pittsburgh, Huth & Sons in Woonsocket, Rhode Island." He rattled off the rest. "Not one of them is real." "What's on the other end when you dialed those numbers?" Tony asked. "All private residences." Sometimes a woman had answered the telephone, sometimes a man, in one case a child's treble. But not one person at the end of the line had been anything other than puzzled when Ian asked about the business named on the list. "I heard at least 3 German accents as well, and when I asked the operator to find me the number of the business, she told me there was no Huth & Sons in Woonsocket, Rhode Island, or anywhere else in Rhode Island for that matter. Same with the others. Those businesses do not exist." Ian could feel his heart clipping along in staccato pleasure, the thrill when tedious legwork finally produced a lead. Tony gnawed a thumbnail. "Was anyone on the other end suspicious?" "Some sounded flustered. One rang off on me. Mostly I pleaded a wrong number and rang off myself in a hurry." Nina hadn't said anything at all, but her eyes glittered, and as Ian looked from her to Tony, he felt the same electric charge leaping between the 3 of them. 7 addresses. The Jägerin might be living at one of them. "Car or train?" Ian asked. "We've got a few day trips ahead of us." Bloody hell. Ian looked around a sea of unfamiliar street signs, pulling over with a squeal of some very dodgy brakes. Tony had taken the train to Queens to see a cousin and come back in a rusty Ford on loan. "Hand me that map, Nina." Nina rummaged for it, sharp white teeth crunching through the skin of a beet. She ate raw beets like apples until her teeth were pink. Ian hoped they wouldn't be pulled over by any policeman, questioning his tendency to drift into the correct, i.e. English, side of the road, because the woman at Ian's side looked like a small blonde cannibal. "You're holding the map upside down, comrade. Some navigator you are." "I navigate skies filled with stars," Nina said huffily. "Not places called Woonsocket." I am never getting in an airplane with you, so kindly start learning to navigate in 2 dimensions rather than 3. Not for your cheres semsvrots privitsum. Leave my mother out of this. It had been a 2-hour drive between Boston and their first target, with Tony staying behind to cover the tail in Kolb. Nina had spent most of the drive telling Ian how she'd left the Soviet Union, flying to Poland 2 steps ahead of an arrest warrant before running into Sebastian. American road maps might be a mystery, but Ian was getting a feel for how to navigate the minefield that was his wife. Ask anything about Lake Ruselka or what happened there with Diegeden, or display any sign of affection whatsoever, and she either lapsed into prickly silence or detonated outright. But she didn't mind telling him about Seb, and Ian stored her affectionate stories up like coins. New memories of his little brother, every one priceless. But now it was time to work. The Ford soon coasted into a quiet suburb with green yards and bicycles lying in driveways. Number 12 was a small yellow house with a modest, lovingly tended garden. It most certainly wasn't an antique shop named Huth & Sons. Seeing it here, so plainly a residence and not a business, made Ian's pulse pick up. Someone who was not who they were supposed to be lived here. Nina had fallen silent too, thrumming like a plucked wire. He drove past number 12 and parked around the corner. Nina slid out, back to severe respectability again today in the high-necked blouse she'd worn to interrogate Kolb, a broad summer hat shading her face. She took Ian's arm and they strolled up the street in perfect propriety. As discussed, Nina released his elbow and continued wandering up the street, and Ian turned as if by impulse up the front stoop of number 12. Had there been no answer to his knock, Ian and Nina would have returned to the car to wait. But the door opened. A middle-aged man, stocky, hair parted and barbered with Prussian precision. "Hello," Ian said in his most drawling public school accents, removing his fedora with a deprecating smile. "Terribly sorry to disturb you, but my wife and I are pondering moving to the neighborhood." He waved at Nina, standing one house down with the map raised close to her nose, as if she were short-sighted. Critical to have her at a distance, in case it was indeed Diegeden who answered the door, who might remember Nina's face as Nina remembered hers. Ian's wife gave a distracted wave back, deftly hiding most of her features between the map's edge and her big brim hat, but without looking like she was trying to hide. "Bloody hell, but you're good at this," Ian thought in admiration. "We're considering a house just a block over. Graham's the name." Ian extended a hand, banking as always on 2 things: that most people were incapable of refusing a handshake, and that most people instinctively trusted a plummy English accent. It worked, as it usually did. The other man shook hands, firm and unhesitating. "Vernon Wagner. My wife and I have lived here a year." Definitely German, Ian thought. That unmistakable clip, the W like a V, the V like an F. Ian made pleasant small talk, asking if the neighbors were friendly. What schools there were for his non-existent daughters. Did Mr. Wagner have any children? No, just his wife and himself. Wagner remained polite but formal. "Your wife, does she like the neighborhood?" Ian asked. "Mine is most anxious to make friends here." It was entirely possible that Diegeden might have settled down with a new husband. Her options for work would have been few for a refugee. Ian wanted a good look at any woman who lived in this house, but there was only so long he could spin chit-chat on the stoop. "Vernon!" Another voice floated from the hall behind, and a woman appeared, drying her hands on a dish towel. "Do we have visitors?" Her German accent was much heavier than her husband's. Ian's eyes raked her face, even as he begged pardon for interrupting. Very plump, blonde, blue eyes, about the right age for Diegeden. It was entirely possible that the very young woman in their old photograph had put on weight and tinted her hair. Ian angled himself as he shook her hand, drawing her out on the stoop so Nina, from her vantage point, would have the best look possible. His heart thudded. But Nina tucked the map under her arm and crossed the lawn to mount the steps, offering a gloved hand. Ian's hopes crashed. Had she kept her distance, she would have been signaling, "Yes, that's the one." "Do you hail from Austria or Germany, Mrs. Wagoner?" Ian continued, concealing his disappointment. "I spent some years in Vienna as a young man. I remember it fondly." "From Weimar," Mrs. Wagoner said with a quick, relieved smile that a German accent was not going to be answered with a nasty look. "I had a good friend from Weimar, actually. Does the name Lorelei Vogt mean anything to you?" They both looked blank, not even a tiny flinch of a reaction. Well, it had been a long shot. Even if they had met her, who knew under what name? "I shan't take up any more of your time," Ian said, taking Nina's arm. She murmured something politely inaudible. "You've been most kind." "Not at all," Wagoner said, jovially enough. But it hadn't escaped Ian's attention that in this land of overwhelming friendliness, the man hadn't invited them in. He stood solid in the doorway, smiling a pleasant smile, eyes giving away nothing. "I wonder what you were," Ian thought, "before you became Vernon Wagoner of Woonsocket, Rhode Island." "Thank you again," Ian said, and retreated down the stoop. Nina's hand on his elbow gripped like steel. "Not her," she murmured. "I know." They rounded the corner out of sight, and Ian opened the car door for her. "But he was someone. He has things he was nervous about hiding, enough to pay cold for a new name." Ian closed the door after Nina, slid in on his own side. "A camp clerk, a Gestapo guard, one of those Reich doctors who culled the unfit from the ranks of the master race." Ian heard his voice growing louder and halted himself. He'd wanted so badly for it to be Lorelei Vogt. He wanted that door to open and show him the woman who'd killed his brother. "We'll come back for this Modak some other time," Nina said, kicking off her heeled pumps. "We know where he is, what he looks like. Later, after the Jägerin, we get him. Whoever he is." "He's a goddamn Nazi," Ian said, "but not the one we're looking for." He wasn't even aware of making a fist before he drove it hard into the wheel. 7 names on list," Nina said. 6 more chances." He flexed his stinging fingers, and Nina made the gesture she'd made at the diner, hooking her trigger finger through his. Not a gesture intended to comfort. Rather, it was a reminder. A promise that the hunters had yet to fire their shot. Ian looked down at her finger looped around his own, then at her calm blue eyes. Nina Markova, a hurricane in compact female form. Outer chaos whirling around an eye of silent, startling serenity. He'd first felt that serenity when he realized they could sit across a diner table in wordless accord. And he felt it thrumming through his bones now, despite the frustration of the hunt. He squeezed, and she squeezed back before pulling away and reaching for the maps. All business again. "I am falling for my wife," Ian thought. "Damn you, Tony." He put that revelation aside for later, with a gritting effort. They had work to do. "Hand me that list, comrade. 6 more addresses, 6 more chances." But Lorelei Vogt wasn't at the address in Maine either, or the one in New York, or Connecticut, or New Hampshire. At that point, 2 fruitless weeks having eaten almost every cent they had, Ian and Nina cursed and had to turn back toward Boston. Chapter 41. Nina. September 1944. Western Poland. Time still had a tendency to shift and melt when Nina wasn't paying attention, so she wasn't sure if it was 10 days or 2 weeks before she saw her first German. She was back in the woods after a tense series of days when the trees gave out and she had to move through open countryside, turning away from any signs that indicated towns, raiding isolated cottage gardens for carrots and turnips to augment the fire-roasted meat of whatever small animal she managed to snare. She'd considered knocking discreetly at one of those Polish cottages, seeing if she could trade game for bread. But Nina looked down at herself, dirty overalls, broken nails rimmed in dried blood. The first thing any Polish housewife would do if she saw Nina on her doorstep was scream, and who might come running then? A burly farmer with a pitchfork, or a German soldier? Nina was relieved when civilized fields melted back into woods. Just keep away from people, she thought. And that day, of course, she found 5. She was fighting her way up a bramble-choked slope when she heard a sharp cry and froze in place. There was no animal caught in a predator's jaws. That sound had come from a man's throat. Another cry, a series of shouts, then a young man's voice, panicked and distinct. "Nicht schießen! Nicht schießen!" Don't shoot. Even Nina knew that much German. If you didn't manage to make your way back to friendly lines or kill yourself before you were captured, you raised your hands and said, "Nicht schießen." Not that it would do much good, because everyone knew what the Germans did to prisoners. Nina had been falling back the moment she heard human voices. But now that she knew a German with a gun was somewhere ahead of her, she stole forward. All the missions I've flown, she thought, all the bombs I've dropped, and I've never seen a German face to face. They'd been anonymous, the faceless pilots in the cockpits of Messerschmitts, the invisible fingers that triggered tracer fire into the sky. Ahead of her, Nina heard a shot, a cry, the meaty thunk of a body hitting the ground. She lowered her knapsack and sped forward, razor in one hand and pistol in the other, cursing herself for wasting her bullets driving off fever dreams, and went still behind a clump of underbrush, held her breath, peering through. 4 men stood in the clearing. A 5th lay on the ground, thin arms outflung, drilled between the eyes by a bullet hole. His 2 companions stood behind him, hands raised, skinny as fence rails in uniforms Nina didn't recognize. 2 Germans held them frozen in place, neatly barbered and uniformed, the one nearest Nina still lifting his pistol away from the dead man, the other with his weapon leveled at the 2 prisoners. Everyone shouting in German and some other language Nina didn't know, the younger, dark-haired prisoner trying to plead, the larger, tow-headed one edging forward with some idea of attacking, the Fritzes clearly screaming at them to get back. Everyone shouting too loud to hear Nina emerge from the brush. Her feet carried her forward before she even decided to move. She went straight for the nearest German, the one who had shot the man on the ground, and he didn't notice until he saw the younger prisoner's eyes spring wide at something behind him. The German whirled, and Nina caught a photographically clear flash of his face, young, dark-haired, a well-fed throat pushing at his high collar. He backpedaled, bringing his pistol up, but it was too late. She was already on him like a wolf. For Nina, he might as well have been every Hitlerite the Night Witches had ever faced. The night fighter who had shot 8 women out of the sky, the Messerschmitt pilot who had chased the Rosalka down and holed her wings like a screen. This complacent German boy with the swastika clinging to his arm like a spider was all of them. Nina felt a rising howl tear out of her throat as she brought her razor around and laid his cheek open to the bone. Blood sprayed sudden and scarlet in the air. The German screamed, and a shot sounded somewhere as the second German lunged and the older prisoner went for his weapon. But Nina only saw flashes beyond the enemy in front of her. He went down, winnowed to the forest floor, and her arm never stopped swinging in wide, scything cuts. By the time she looked up, he was a pulped mass on the pine needles, and all was silent. Slowly, Nina blinked blood out of her lashes. Her throat ached. The second German lay dead as well. The older prisoner, blond and bony, held his pistol. The young, dark-haired prisoner had both palms clamped to his lower leg. Both stared at her with white around their eyes, and Nina realized the dripping razor still swung from one numbed hand. She tried to wipe it off on her sleeve and realized her overalls were drenched in blood. She leaned down, searching the German's body and finding an astoundingly pristine handkerchief. Cleaning off her razor and her face, she dropped the resulting red rag on the ruin of his throat, feeling her soul float back into her own body from somewhere remote. Lieutenant N.B. Markova of the 46th Taman Guards Night Bomber Aviation Regiment, she heard herself say distantly. Hero of the Soviet Union, Order of the Red Banner, Order of the Red Star. The two men stared at her, and Nina's remoteness disappeared under a wave of despair. Who knew if they were English or French, Dutch or American? But they didn't understand her. They might as well have been rocks for all the legible conversation that was going to happen in this blood-laced clearing. Nina wondered bleakly if she was ever going to have another conversation with a human being again. If she'd die the next time she encountered a German, with the last exchange of words to ever leave her lips being that terrible night on a muddy airdrome where Yelena broke her heart. Then the younger prisoner limped forward, still clutching his lower leg. Dark-haired, skinny as a railway spike, a long, serious face. Gunner Sebastian Graham, 6th Battalion, Royal West Kents, lately of Stalag 21D in Posen, he said in slow, clear Russian. Charmed to meet you. Bill and Sam and I blitzed out this morning. We were carted out on a work detail, road repair. We did a bunk straight into the trees. We've been stumbling around in circles for hours, trying to find train tracks so we could hitch a railway car. The goons eventually picked up our trail. Sebastian Graham shook his head. Lucky thing for Bill and me, meeting you. Bill, William Digby of a regiment and rank Nina didn't catch, grunted something in English that Nina would have bet was not so lucky for Sam. The three of them hadn't lingered in the clearing among the carnage. Sebastian knotted a wad of rags around his leg, where the second German's wild shot had clipped him, as Nina and the tow-headed Bill stripped the two dead men of clothes, weapons, anything useful. Sebastian had to lurch along with his arm around Bill's shoulder as Nina hauled the overloaded pack, guiding them back to a quiet glade with a stream she had trekked past earlier that morning. They all collapsed, panting, drinking their fill. And now Bill was wolfing down a bar of chocolate found on the second German as Sebastian rolled up his trouser leg and looked at his wound, and Nina raked through the rest of the German spoils. This morning she had been one, and now she'd become three. It was dizzying. Where are we? She begged to know. It was the thing that maddened her most after years of navigating by maps and coordinates, having no reference in this world of trees and Polish road signs, except the points on a compass. Are we still in Poland, or... We're just outside Posen. That's what the Jerrys rechristened Poznania. Fort Rauch in Stalag 21D. We're not even 300 kilometers from Berlin. Sebastian Graham leaned forward eagerly. His leg had to be hurting him, but giddiness and freedom seemed to be blocking the pain. Is the Red Army close? We had a camp wireless getting news of the Eastern Front, but if there's an advance arm nearer than we thought... No, it's just me. Nina looked down at the pile of German loot, matchbooks, penknives, ammunition, and wondered how much to say about how she got here. I flew off course and crashed, she simplified at last. I had to abandon my plane. Sebastian looked back at his bloodied leg. Well, there goes my dream of being ushered to a Soviet hospital tent and receiving a liter of vodka. Be glad, Nina said. Soviet doctors would give you the vodka, then cut that leg off. Her voice was hoarse, partly from screaming as she threw herself at the German, partly because she hadn't spoken to a soul for weeks. She had no idea how hungry she was for someone to talk to until this oddly bilingual English boy dropped out of nowhere. How's that leg? She peered closer, but Bill gave her a glare and a shooing motion, squatting over Sebastian's foot himself. Your friend doesn't like me, Nina observed. The man had spent a while squatting beside his dead friend, only rising after a hissed argument that they did not have time to dig a grave. Nina suspected she was being blamed for not springing out of the bushes with her razor a few heartbeats sooner. I helped save you too, she thought, returning Bill's stare. I could have kept walking and let all three of you be shot. Don't blame him too much, Sebastian was saying. Our compound was split down the middle between those of us hoping to see Uncle Joe coming over the hill to liberate the camp, and those who thought Uncle Joe and all his troops were barbarians. We are barbarians. Nina smiled in genuine amusement. That's why we're beating the Fritzes. Sebastian smiled back. He looked no more than 16 or 17 to Nina, scrawny and big-eyed with the barest scruff of stubble. So even the English were sending babies to the front by now. His Russian was slow, peppered with odd English slang she didn't understand, but his accent was surprisingly good. Where did you learn Russian? Before I came to the Stalag in Posen, they bounced me through another camp, and there were Soviet prisoners in the compound next to ours. I was there a good long while, and there isn't much to do in the lockup besides play cards and listen to your stomach growl. So why not pay Pyotr Ivanovich from Kiev a few cigarettes if he'll teach you his lingo? I always had a good ear for languages. What happened to Pyotr Ivanovich? Hanged for stealing. Sebastian grimaced, not from the water Bill was sluicing over his wound. They left his body to rot. They always do that with the Soviets. He gulped a breath. It's no picnic being a limey in German hands, believe me, but we have it better than you Ruskies. Poor devils. In the 46th, we all swore we'd put bullets in our heads before we'd be taken prisoner. Nina peered at Sebastian's wound. The shot had clipped straight through the calf. Not much to do with a wound like that but clean it, bandage it, and hope infection didn't spread. The flaxen-haired Bill was already ripping an undershirt from one of the Germans into strips. He began strapping it around Sebastian's leg, and the boy went gray. Nina reached in to help, but Bill swatted her away again, muttering something. What? Nina demanded. He doesn't believe you're a pilot. Says even the Reds aren't idiot enough to put women in bombers. Nina raised her eyebrows. Stripping off her right boot, she reached into the heel and brought out her identification cards and insignia. Tell him if he doubts me, I can take my red star and cram it down his throat till he's shitting red enamel. Sebastian didn't translate that. Bill fingered Nina's identification, grudging, then tossed it down. Sebastian picked it up and handed it back more formally. My friend isn't inclined to offer an apology, as he doesn't like being proved wrong, but I'll offer one on his behalf. We owe our lives to your intervention, Lieutenant Markova, and I offer our sincere gratitude. Nina nearly laughed. Englishmen really were a different breed. How had any of them managed to survive this war, tripping over all those good manners? I'd have slit that German's throat whether you were there to save or not. But you're welcome. Sebastian looked startled, but he turned and had another discussion in English with his companion. Bill and I will make camp here for the night, the rejoinder came eventually. Would you care to join us, or are you looking to continue east as quickly as possible? He thought she was aiming to rejoin her regiment, of course. I'll stay tonight, she temporized, reluctant to leave the only person in this wilderness with whom she could hold a conversation. Good thing you did stay, she thought a few hours later. These two are useless. They'd have used up every match they had trying to start a campfire if Nina hadn't showed them how to nurture the flicker of smoke into flame. They looked bemused when she brought out birch bark peelings and explained how they could be chewed for sustenance. And when Nina went out to hunt with the German's pistol and came back dragging a skinny young doe, Seb looked downright nauseated as Nina slit open the deer's belly and reached inside to pull out the innards. You clean out the cavity and bury the guts, she explained, hauling out the slimy blue and red ropes. Then butcher the usable meat. You've never hunted game? Bill's from Cheapside, Sebastian said. And I went to Harrow. Where's that? Never mind. The boy looked at the slick pile of viscera. All I've been able to think about for 4 years is food, and suddenly I'm not hungry. Wait till you smell it cooking. Nina sat back on her heels, cleaning the razor. 4 years you've been a prisoner? How old were you when you enlisted? 12? 17? He protested. A few months later, my unit got nabbed outside Doullens. You surrendered? Nina couldn't help saying, remembering Comrade Stalin's not one step back, and the whispers about men shot by their own officers if they so much as edged backward, much less surrendered. Sebastian's face showed a flash of shame, even 4 years after the fact. It was hardly my decision. Stiffly. I was just a gunner. We're supposed to be fighting a rearguard action, keeping the Fritzes off the Doullens-Arras road. And we've got 1 rifle and 50 rounds per man, and only 18 Bren guns. Not much to do once the ammunition's gone and the tanks are rolling in. He looked around the tall, dark woods, which were just starting to darken in twilight. 4 years behind barbed wire, and now I'm out. His bony face was full of soft, dazed wonder, and Nina's heart squeezed despite herself. 4 years locked in the flat stasis of fear and restlessness and hunger, and he was still capable of wonder. Nina couldn't decide if that was foolish or admirable. Night fell, and the 2 Englishmen jumped at every noise from the woods as Nina cooked their dinner. Bill was still inclined to bristle whenever she gave him an order. English soldiers clearly weren't used to female lieutenants, Nina saw in amusement. But he stared at her when he thought she wasn't looking, and so did Sebastian. I'm sorry, the younger boy apologized when Nina caught him watching her with that air of slight disbelief. We don't mean to be rude. You can't imagine how strange it is, seeing a woman's face after 48 months of nothing but chaps. Nina paused, rotating venison strips over the flames. Am I going to have trouble with either of you? She asked bluntly. Sebastian's shoulders began to vibrate. Nina tensed, then realized he was shaking with laughter. Lieutenant Markova, he said between gusts of mirth. I was raised a gentleman. And now my father's version of a gentleman pulls out chairs for ladies, and otherwise doesn't think they're good for much. But my older brother's version pulls out chairs, asks a lady her opinion rather than assuming it, and never puts a hand where it isn't invited. But even if I weren't a gentleman, I'm not an utter idiot. And only the greatest idiot on earth would force anything on a woman he first met erupting from a bush to slash an armed man to ribbons with a razor. His laughter was infectious, and Nina couldn't help smiling. The 3 of them gorged on chunks of venison, charred on the outside and half raw inside, wolfing it till grease ran down their chins. I don't care if I get nabbed and sent back, Sebastian said thickly, chewing through deer gristle. This beats any Kriegy meal I've had in 4 years. Is it true Warsaw is up in full rebellion? Last I heard. Is it true Paris was liberated? They traded war news eagerly in 3 languages. After the food was gone, Sebastian tried to limp around the fire, but only managed a few lurching steps. That tickles, he joked, lips thinned in pain, and Bill gave him a long look. Sebastian returned it, and the 2 men began a quiet discussion. Nina had a feeling she knew what they were deciding. She rose to check if her overalls were dry, hung over a nearby branch after being rinsed of as much of the German's blood as possible, and when she tugged them on over her unbloodied trousers and shirt and came back to the fire, Bill was going through the spoils from the dead soldiers. He's leaving you. Nina sat down by Sebastian. Isn't he? I told him he'll have a better crack at getting free if he's not dragging me in my gimpy pin. If he takes the Kraut uniform, the one not sopped in blood, he can head for the nearest train station, try to bluff on with the German identification, aim for Free France. Sebastian tossed a stick into the campfire. I'd do the same if it were me. Would you? Nina couldn't conceive of leaving a wounded sister behind. It's what everybody does, planning escapes. You split up once you're outside the gates. To even the odds, one of you gets clear. The English boy was trying to sound matter-of-fact, but he wasn't as good at hiding his emotions in Russian as he was hiding his accent. They watched Bill try on the German's uniform. It hung off his bony shoulders, but it wasn't a bad fit. Bill smiled for the first time and began tugging on the German's still shiny boots. He'll be caught in a day, Nina said. Probably. Most of us are, when we blitz out. Get noticed, get snatched, get thrown back in within a day or two. But some make it. Fellow named Wolf in my unit, Alan Wolf. He made it out on his 3rd try. Hasn't been seen since. Because he's probably lying in a ditch. Or he's back in England, free as a bird. Somebody has to get lucky. Sebastian turned his stick over in his bony hands. If Alan Wolf, why not Bill Digby? He shouldn't leave you, Nina stated, watching the man going through the German's identity cards. Silence from Sebastian. I wasn't even supposed to be part of this blitz out, he said after a while, softly. A curious conversation to be having in front of the oblivious Bill, but with the barrier of language, they might have been talking alone. It was Bill and Sam. They were in it together, chums from Dunkirk. The Jerrys threw me in with them at the last minute, doing roadwork in 3s, and it was yank me along or scrap the plan. They thought I was a bit useless, and... a shrug. Well, I got myself wounded while Bill killed one crowd and you killed the other, so they weren't wrong, were they? Either way, I'm not Bill's responsibility. Not now that Bill met me, Nina thought sourly. Westerners. Show them an armed woman with a chest full of medals and 616 bombing runs to her name, and what did they think? Wonderful, a nurse. Dump the wounded man on the woman and be on your way with a clear conscience, because naturally she'd take care of him. Well, Lieutenant N.B. Markova wasn't taking care of anyone but herself. She was going west, no time to play nursemaid. Get some sleep, she told Sebastian Graham, and retired to her own side of the fire. She heard an uneven hitching breath or two across the camp, but turned off her ears. West. Bill took off at first light. Seb shook his hand, and Nina gave him directions, tucking her compass back inside her shirt when she saw his eyes linger on it. They watched Bill tramp off through the trees, doubtless already dreaming of England. And Sebastian turned to Nina with an air of getting everything over with. I imagine you'll want to rejoin your regiment as soon as possible, Lieutenant, he said formally. I shan't hinder you from making for Warsaw. I'll be picked up quite soon, I would guess. Back in time for a proper dinner of ersatz coffee and dehydrated turnip soup. He tried to smile. Frankly, all this was worth it, just to get a belly full of venison and a night's sleep under the stars. He stood there listening to one side, trying to hide the fact that his wound was hurting him. Fuck your mother, Nina thought. Fuck your mother. Nina Borisovna, she said. What? I'm not your lieutenant. Call me Nina Borisovna. I'll stay with you a while. She glared, stuffing her hands in her pockets. Only until your leg's better. After that I head west. West? He looked puzzled. Why aren't you rejoining? I can't rejoin my regiment because I'll be arrested. I'm no deserter, she flared, seeing the flick of his eyes. And I'm no coward either. My father spoke against Comrade Stalin, and my entire family was denounced. She could see him doubting her. Anyone would. She hoped he'd do the cautious thing, tell her to leave him. Then she wouldn't be stuck nursing a green boy with a bad leg when all she wanted to do was run. I believe you, he said. Nina almost groaned. Why? You killed that German and saved my life, he said simply. You're no coward. And if you can't bring yourself to desert a stranger like me, you wouldn't desert your regiment unless you had to. Nina did groan then. I can't believe someone as trusting as you has managed to live this long, Englishman. He smiled. My friends call me Seb. Chapter 42. Jordan. August 1950. Boston. Well, Jordan thought, this is awkward. In fact, you could take a snap of this group standing here on the airfield and caption it, Ex-Fiancés, a study in awkwardness. "Hello," she said as cordially as possible, considering she hadn't seen Garrett Burns since she'd handed his diamond back, and he'd told her to take her advice and shove it. And now they'd bumped into each other at the tiny airfield outside Boston, where Garrett had first taken her flying. Which wouldn't have been so bad had Jordan been alone. But she had Tony at her side, standing there with eyes that danced hilarity at all the things that weren't being said. For a man who had spent years interpreting the spoken word, Tony was remarkably good at interpreting the unspoken ones. "I didn't know you'd be here, Garrett." Her former fiancé wore oil-stained coveralls, very different from the summer-weight suit he wore to work beside his father. "I work here full-time now, helping in the hangar and piloting the joyrides. I bought a pot share," he emphasized. "I'm looking to make something of the place, eventually buy out Mr. Harrison. Dad wasn't too happy at first, but he's come around some." So you took my advice after all, Jordan thought. Garrett looked far more natural in coveralls than in a suit. She managed not to say, "I told you so," but he could probably tell she was thinking it. "What are you doing here?" Garrett folded his arms across his chest, eyes drifting to Tony, who had slung an arm around Jordan's waist. "We've met, haven't we? Timmy? Tony Radamovsky. Nice to meet you again, Gary. Garrett. Byrne. Right." Jordan shook Tony's arm off. Really, men. "I wanted to take some shots of the mechanics, if they're willing." A mechanic at work. Her shots of the local boys at the Clancy family garage hadn't come out. There just wasn't much visual grandeur in car engines. Would anyone mind if I went into the hangar and snapped a roll? Another man, she thought, might have been spiteful and said no. Garrett just gave a stiff nod, eyes drifting past Tony to the person hovering impatiently behind. "Are you going to introduce me to your other friend?" Jordan opened her mouth, but Nina Graham ran right over her. "You have planes?" she asked in her strange accent, coming forward in a clack of boots. "Let's see." Jordan had been rather startled to see a blonde head in the backseat of Tony's Ford when he came by the house to pick Jordan up. "I'm sorry to say we have a third wheel," Tony said, with a glare at his passenger. "Jordan McBride, may I introduce Nina Graham, Ian's wife. The moment she heard me mention this morning that I was driving you to an airfield, she invited herself along." "Pleased to meet you, Mrs. Graham," Jordan began. But an impatient flap of the hand cut her off. "Nina, so you're the girl Antochka likes." She looked Jordan over, speculative, and Jordan murmured pleasantries even as she was thinking, rats. A third wheel in the back seat. There was definitely not going to be any pulling over on the way to the airfield for kissing. With Annalisa still in Concord, Ruth gone every afternoon to a neighbor's house to play, the shop safe in the capable Mrs. Weir's hands, and with Ian Graham and his wife absent on some sort of driving tour for the past few weeks, Jordan and Tony had had the freedom for quite a lot of kissing. Jordan had been looking forward to more today, because Tony kissed like a man who actually enjoyed it, not a man who hurried through 5 minutes of it as a prelude to unbuttoning a girl's blouse. Only now there was this woman in the back seat who Jordan hadn't met before, though what she'd heard had certainly been interesting. "Ian's Red War bride," Tony had said. "Don't ask." Jordan had envisioned an exotic beauty in sables, not this compact bullet of a woman in shabby boots. Now Nina Graham was shaking Garrett's hand in businesslike fashion, firing off questions. "You have what? Travel Air 4000 there? What else? Stearman? Aeronca? Waco? Mostly American craft." Garrett straightened, listing aircraft, and Jordan was amused to see his most charming smile wink on like a searchlight. "You're an enthusiast, Mrs. Graham." Nina smiled modestly. "I fly a little." "Well, let me show you a few things while Jordan and Timmy here look around." "Holy hell," Tony whispered in Jordan's ear as Garrett sauntered off with Nina at his elbow, looking up earnestly as he expounded. "He's flirting with her." "He's trying to make me jealous." Jordan smiled as she dug in her bag for film. relieved to realize she didn't feel jealous. The last bit of proof, if she needed it, that it had been right to call off the wedding. Garrett's voice floated over. "This travel air here, her name's Olive. Pilots like to name their planes. Did you know that? I could take you up for a quick spin, go easy on you." Tony spluttered laughter. "She's going to eat him alive." "Enjoy the show," Jordan said, laughing too. "I'm going to get my shots." Tony carried her bag into the hangar, looked around for the mechanics, backed her unhurriedly into the shadow of a decrepit crop duster, and gave her a long kiss. "For later," he murmured, "when we lose the third wheel. After she's eaten Gary, boots, bones, and coveralls." Another kiss, even longer. Jordan pulled back eventually, trying to remember why she was here. A mechanic at work, right. She found the mechanics and introduced herself, chatted lightly, flattered them, and got them laughing. She'd picked up a few things from Tony, the way he got subjects to relax. She waved the mechanics back to work, asking admiring questions, scolding when they tried to meet the camera's eye, clicking away once they got absorbed. 2 rolls of film, no fuss. I'm getting better at this, she thought, thanking her subjects. Her photo essay was taking wonderful shape, the centerpiece of the work she'd have to show when she began job hunting in New York. Soon she'd have to begin thinking about an apartment, job interviews, and breaking the news to Ruth that yes, her sister really was going away. But she'd be back every month to visit. Jordan grimaced. Ruth knew about the New York plan, but wouldn't acknowledge it. And lately, she was so obsessed with music that she barely noticed anything that wasn't violin-shaped. Every evening, without Annalisa here to sneak around, Jordan took Ruth to practice at the closed shop. She'd play clear through supper if Jordan didn't drag her home. "Ruth's doing very well," Jordan said carefully over the telephone when Annalisa called from Concord. "No nightmares?" "Not lately, no." With practice every day and a lesson every time Mr. Graham could squeeze one in, Ruth was blossoming. "You'll want a proper teacher for her soon," Mr. Graham had said after the last lesson, just after he'd come back from his driving trip. "I can give her scales and simple melodies, but she's soaking it in like a little sponge. She's even trying to piece her way through tunes she's heard me play, or remembered from the radio." If Ruth has music, Jordan thought, she'll adjust just fine when I leave in the fall. Which meant Annalisa had to be told. Soon. Not yet. "Are you enjoying yourself?" Jordan had asked her stepmother over the telephone, hearing strain in Annalisa's voice. "Making plans." Annalisa sighed. "It's been quite a summer for plans, hasn't it?" And the summer was going so fast, Jordan thought, coming out onto the airfield. And soon fall would be in the air. She'd be packing for New York. No more evenings in the shop, watching a famous war correspondent teach her sister to play a simple, haunting lullaby from the Siberia, where Nina Graham had grown up. No more informal chats afterward, as Mr. Graham made tea and told a story in his deadpan English baritone about how Maggie Bork-White was so focused during her camera work that once her halter-neck shirt fell down around her waist and she didn't even notice. No more Tony. He looked over his shoulder with a grin, pointing at the blue and cream biplane named Olive, now rising from the runway into a slow loop around the field. Jordan couldn't stop her stomach from flipping at the grin, and she didn't try. Enjoy it now. Enjoy it all. Before summer ends. "Gary took Nina up for a spin." Tony was laughing. "He said she could take a turn on the student controls. This is gonna be good." Overhead, Olive came out of her sedate loop with a sudden swoop downward, took a screaming turn around the airfield, then flipped inverted and clawed up steep and fast. The plane nearly disappeared into the blue, then came roaring back a matter of feet over the hangar roof, painted belly flashing overhead, seemingly close enough to touch. A final hammerhead turn, then Nina brought Olive down, using about half the runway Garrett had used taking off. Jordan looked at Tony. They both burst out laughing. She barely managed to get control of herself by the time Garrett climbed out of the instructor's cockpit, looking a little green around the gills. Nina hopped out in one lithe movement, like a cat jumping from a roof, stripping off her flying cap. "A little heavy on the controls," she was saying as Tony and Jordan approached. "But a good little plane. Nice." She patted the wing, businesslike. "You have anything faster?" Well, not yet. We're a small operation." Garrett pulled himself together, expression warring between chagrin and admiration. Admiration won out as he asked, "Could you show me a few things, Mrs. Graham?" She was a pilot with the Red Air Force? Tony had discreetly filled Jordan in on a few things after dropping Nina off at the Scully Square apartment. "Sure. We don't spread it around. Not as commie-crazy as people are here." Tony pulled up in front of Jordan's house, hopped out of the car. "Here you go. I take it you're disappearing into the dark room for a few hours to develop all that film." "How'd you guess?" But Jordan paused. Ruth was playing at a neighbor's house. It would be hours before she'd have to be picked up. Hours, Jordan thought, eyeing Tony. He handed her out of the car, quirking an eyebrow at her considering gaze. "What's on your mind?" Nothing at all proper, Jordan thought. But the hell with proper. She was tired of the stepping-stone path of dates and doorstep kisses and white-gloved visits to meet the parents. The sedate junior league progression of approved stages that made her feel so caged in with Garrett. She wanted something private and wicked and just for her, something absolutely, gloriously improper. She took a breath. "Would you like to see my darkroom?" He gave his slow, eye-crinkling smile. "I'd be honored." It was the first time Jordan had taken anyone outside the family, really, down these steep, separate steps under the front stoop to her private enclave. She threw the switch, pointing out Gerda and Margaret looking down from the wall. Her equipment. Tony wandered around, looking at everything. "So this is where you spend all your best hours?" "Some bad hours, too. Whenever I cry about Dad, it's always here. Not quite as often now. Grief was beginning to be overlaid by the first layer of skin and time. Jordan supposed that layer would get thicker and thicker. And in a way, she was sorry. Grief cut, but it also made you remember. "Whether good or bad, everything that's important happens here," she said, inhaling the familiar smells. Tony touched the long table, looked up at the lights. "I like it." "I want something twice the size. I want printing assistants. I want other photographers to share it with." Jordan slipped out of her shoes. "There are so many things I want." "I'd tell you I'd give them to you, but you want to earn them." Tony leaned against the wall. "Go ahead. Get to work." "I start working, I lose track of time," she warned. "I've got time. Nina's taken over a shift of work from Ian, and he's hogging our only telephone. I've got nothing to do but watch you." Tony linked his hands behind his head. "And you are an unbelievably tempting sight when you were lost in work." "Really now?" Jordan turned for the scrap of yarn she used to keep her hair out of her face. Lifting her hair off her neck, she felt his eyes on her nape like a kiss, and looked back over one shoulder with a smile. "It's dull, watching film get developed. You'll be bored to tears." "You nibble your lower lip when you're concentrating," Tony replied. "I can be happy for hours watching you do that." "You're a charming liar, Tony Radomovsky." His smile faded. "I try not to be." Part of Jordan wanted to cross the floor and drag his head down to hers on the spot. Part of her was enjoying the rising anticipation too much to hurry. "Well, let's see how well I can work with someone watching and thinking impure thoughts." His grin returned. "Very impure thoughts." She switched on the red safe light, pulled out her film, and got started, happily conscious of his eyes. Lifting the prints out and clipping them to the line one by one, she stood back. "Verdict?" Tony asked behind her. "That one, maybe. Possibly that one." Pointing. "I need to enlarge it, focus in on just the hands against the propeller blade." He wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, looking at the prints over her shoulder. "How do you know?" "How does anyone know how to do anything?" Jordan caught her breath as his jaw scraped the side of her neck. Classes, practice, years of hard work. He nipped her earlobe. "Fair enough." She tilted her head back against his. "Tell me a secret." "Why?" "Because we're in the dark, and people trade secrets in the dark." "You first." "I sometimes call myself J. Bride. It's the name I want for my byline. But I talk to her like she's real sometimes. The famous J. Bride who travels the world with a camera and a revolver, men and Pulitzer Prizes falling at her feet." "I'm no Pulitzer, but I'll fall at your feet." He kissed the other side of her neck, and Jordan reached up to slide her hand through his soft hair. "Your turn. What's your secret?" He was still for a while, chin resting on her shoulder, arms tight around her waist. "There's one I want to tell you," he said slowly. "And can't." "Why not?" "Not mine to tell. Not yet." "You have a wife and 6 children in Queens?" "No wife, no girlfriends, no kids, that I promise." "Prison record?" "Warrant out for your arrest?" "No." "All right, then." Jordan might usually have been curious, but in the dizzying warmth of this red-lit room, she didn't care. She wasn't bringing Tony home for inspection as a future husband to trot out his credentials. He could keep as many secrets as he liked. She had a few of her own. "Just tell me a secret, then, if not that one." "I'm Jewish," he said. "Really?" "Yes. Want me to leave?" Jordan reached behind her and swatted him. "No!" His voice had a guarded wariness. "Some people don't like hearing it." "Was there a girl who didn't like hearing it?" Jordan guessed. "A girl in England I thought was important for a while. She stopped returning my calls after I told her my mother's mother was a Jew off the boat from Krakow." A shrug. "I was raised Catholic, but 1/4 part Jewish is enough for plenty of people." Jordan leaned back against him, the warm arms around her waist. "You're Tony Radomovsky. I like all your parts. And don't you dare make that into a smutty joke."
"Wouldn't dream of it."
They stood a moment, entwined and silent. Then Tony kissed the slope of her shoulder and stood back.
"You've got one more role to develop."
"Yes," she managed to say. The air had thickened. Jordan ran the second roll through, knowing she wasn't doing her usual meticulous job, not caring. She clipped her prints up and cleaned away her chemicals, feeling his gaze redoubled.
"Finished?"
came Tony's voice behind her. She shoved the last of the trays aside, turned around to meet his gaze, and felt the tilting sensation of utterly giving in. Not to stop and ask, "Is this wise?" but to think, "I don't care," and seize it. "Come here, you."
"Thank God. Another roll would have killed me."
He came toward her in the red light, catching the end of the yarn tying back her hair and tugging it slowly free. She'd abandoned the Rita Hayworth pin curls long ago. Jordan felt her loosened hair slip straight and easy through his fingers. "I'm going to New York in the fall," she said, getting it out before the talking stopped altogether. "Until then, I'm going to be working like a dog in this dark room and looking after my sister, and hopefully having a mad, passionate fling with you." Winding her arms around Tony's neck, she looked him in the eye. He had eyes to drown in. "How does that sound?" His voice was rough.
"Sounds like heaven."
Their mouths crashed together in the red glow of the safe light, hands pulling at buttons, shirt tails tugging out of waistbands. Jordan reached behind, hoisted herself up to sit on the work table, pulling him with her. Tony's shirt landed on the floor, then Jordan's blouse. "I always meant to put a cot in here for the nights I work late and get tired," Jordan murmured between kisses. "I never got round to it."
"That is a serious oversight," he agreed,
disposing of her brassiere and tossing her on her back. "Do you—" Jordan stopped, gasped. He was kissing his way very slowly down the line of her ribs, and it was impeding her ability to speak. She'd had no idea the skin over her ribs was that sensitive. Then again, she'd never dated any male in her life, Garrett included, who had bothered paying attention to it. "Do you have any—"
"In my pocket."
She felt Tony smile against her navel.
"I've got no desire to be a daddy just yet."
"Good. Hurry up." Reaching up to tug him closer.
"Nope."
He pinned her wrists flat, giving that grin that made her stomach flip.
"You had hours to work, J. Bride. My turn."
Chapter 43. Ian. August 1950. Boston.
5 addresses and nothing?
Fritz Bauer's cigarette rasp growled in Ian's ear across the telephone line.
"Not the Jägerin, anyway."
Ian would have bet good money all 5 of the men who had answered his knock and listened to his moving-to-the-neighborhood story had a war record worth hiding.
Nina managed to get snaps with a little Kodak, pretending to take pictures of the neighborhood, getting our fellows at the edge of the frame. Relatively clear shots. Can you do some matching work with your files? See if we can find names to go with the faces. If they're identifiable war criminals. What did I tell you about fighting an extradition battle in the United States, Graham? Someone has to fight it, Ian said with a grim smile. I'll send you the packet. I'm for Pennsylvania tomorrow.
6th address on the list, and the longest drive so far, more than 6 hours. If Jägerin wasn't there, their last chance was the address in Florida. Let her be in Pennsylvania, Ian prayed. He wasn't sure the overstretched budget could take any more road trips. The reason they were now into August, with still 2 addresses left to check, was because between the telephone, the rent, and the drives to the first 5 addresses, they had to wait for the next month of Ian's annuity to come in.
A search for murderers halts dead in its tracks for the want of $10 more in the bank account. Is it my imagination, he mused to Nina as they crossed the Pennsylvania state line, or did Tony seem a trifle keen to see us on the road today? He's getting laid, Nina said matter-of-fact. Bloody hell, Ian said, thinking of his partner and Jordan McBride. You're shocked? His wife sounded amused. You think he should marry her first? No, I'm no pot to go calling kettles black. He'd spent years in war zones where every day you survived meant a night seeing what you could drink and who you could take to bed, no one giving any thought to propriety or marriage. But Tony had better not break that girl's heart, he added ominously. You like her? I like both the McBride girls. It surprised Ian just how much he'd been enjoying the half hour or so at the antique shop after Ruth's lessons, when he made tea and Jordan begged for war stories and Tony told jokes. It had been a way to pass the time, waiting until he and Nina had the money to drive out and investigate the last addresses on their list. But it was more than that. I still don't imagine you're teaching children, Luchik, Nina observed, curling her legs under her cat-like. She was never there for Ruth's lessons. Evenings were always her shift following Kolb. He's very, tame, domestic. Ruth's a nice child. Children like her make me think about the future. Nina tilted her head, inquiring. Ian tried to elaborate, steering the Ford through a dilapidated suburb. She was born during the last war, and thank God she had far better luck than those poor children Lorelei Faucht shot by the lake. She's alive to play music, grow up whole and healthy. Other children born when Ruth was will grow up to start more wars. That's the way of the human race. But Ruth won't be one of them. She'll bring music into the world instead. She's at least one thing that's right, going forward. Building a generation is like building a wall. One good, well-made brick at a time. One good, well-made child at a time. Enough good bricks, you have a good wall. Enough good children, you have a generation that won't start a world-enveloping war. A lot to think about a child who can play a few scales. Nina slanted him a look. Is something you want? Children? Good God, no. I find most children bloody annoying. A thought struck him. You aren't trying to tell me something, are you? Dear mon, no. Nina waved a hand, and Ian exhaled. They'd been careful, but accidents happened. I don't want babies, Nina went on matter-of-fact. I never did. It's strange. It seemed every sestra in my regiment wanted babies. I think people like us do not make for good fathers and mothers, always on the hunt. And we prefer hunt to babies. His wife had said we. Ian grinned. A long, exhausting drive, no answer at the house where they knocked. Several more hours loitering around a Pennsylvania suburb, waiting for the occupants to return. And then the shake of Nina's head as a stout, balding man and his gray-haired wife returned to the house, hatted and respectable, and probably bad customers, but not the bad customer Ian was looking for. They went through their little act anyway, so Nina could get her Kodak shot. But this was officially another useless road trip. Ian didn't punch the steering wheel this time when they got back into the car, but he did lean back and press his eyes closed in weariness. Florida next, he said flatly. I can't say it's ever been on my list of places to see before I die. Tvoya mat, Nina sighed. Indeed, Ian said, turning back for Boston. It would be pitch dark by the time they returned, even with these long summer days. A day to sleep off the drive, and then make a decision whether it would be cheaper to drive to Florida or take the train. Or we fly, Nina wheedled. I borrow a plane from Garrett Burns' little field. Is easy flight. You can't just borrow a plane like borrowing a cup of sugar. We lock him in closet, Nina said reasonably. So he can't say no. Fuck your mother, Ian said, laughing despite himself. No. The trouble didn't come until they stopped to eat. Twilight was falling in long purple shadows, and as they slid through the outskirts of a derelict mill town several hours outside Boston, Nina insisted on stopping. I eat something or I eat steering wheel. Ian parked in the nearest restaurant, an establishment named Bill's, which made the diner where they spent so much time watching Kolb's apartment look like a palace of haute cuisine. Let's not linger, Ian murmured, eyeing the crowd of diners. There were a good many men with beers in front of them, shooting not terribly friendly looks at the newcomers. The waitress gave a flat stare as she took the order, eyebrows raising at Nina's accent. Where you from, ma'am? Boston, Ian said at the same time Nina said, Poland. The waitress stared some more. Ian stared back coolly. 2 hamburgers, extra ketchup, he repeated, and she took it down with another sidelong glance. Nina seemed more amused than anything, leaning past Ian to direct a long look at a beefy fellow giving her the eye. I wash up, she announced, and rose to stroll unhurriedly between the grimy booths. 2 men in steel mill boots said something to her Ian couldn't hear, though he could well imagine. Nina laughed and said something long and staccato, accompanied by a hand gesture. The 2 men bristled, and she sauntered on into the washroom. One of them rose and lumbered over toward the seat Nina had vacated. Ian sat back, unfolding his arms across the back of the booth. Your wife talks funny, the man said without preamble. She's Polish, Ian said. I met plenty of Polacks during the war, he persisted. They don't talk like that. You've traveled all over Poland, have you? Personally experienced the rich variety of regional dialects from Poznania to Warsaw?
Ian employed his most contemptuous drawl.
Do piss off.
The man's brows lowered.
Don't tell me to piss off.
Ian stared at him through half-lidded eyes.
Bugger off, then.
Nina's voice came behind them.
His problem, Luchik? No, Ian said without shifting his gaze. No problem at all, darling.
She slid past the beefy fellow into her seat, looking utterly relaxed. Ian supposed that when one had looked Joseph Stalin in the eye, belligerent drunks from western Massachusetts failed to impress.
We make Boston by midnight?
She asked, as though their visitor were invisible.
He's very slow, driving these trips. I still say we borrow a plane. She don't sound like no Polak, the beefy man muttered, returning to his table with a dark look.
Ian released his breath as their hampers arrived, staying on guard even as Mr. Beefy and his two friends rose and left. Nina was still getting odd looks. Even in a prim blouse and skirt, she didn't quite look like the average tourist. Maybe it was the unblinking stare with which she returned those furtive looks. Or maybe it was the way she ate hamburgers, which put Ian in mind of film reels about the eating habits of cannibal tribes in Fiji. The waitress stiffed them on the bill when she made change, but Ian didn't quibble, grabbing his fedora and taking Nina's arm. They stepped outside into the street, now fully dark, and Ian wasn't surprised to see 3 figures step out of the shadows. He tensed, shifting onto the balls of his feet. At his side, he could feel his wife relax completely, body flowing into stillness. Ian saw she was smiling.
Can I help you?
He asked the 3 men coldly.
I met Ruskies in the war, too, the beefy man said, exhaling beer fumes. She talks like them, not like a goddamn Polak. Is your wife there a commie?
Da, tovarichi, Nina said, and everything happened at once. The beefy man moved toward her. Ian stepped into his path and threw a right hook against his jaw. The man yelled, his friend behind him yelled too, and lunged at Ian, taking him around the ribs in a bull's rush. Ian heard the unmistakable snick of Nina's straight razor unfolding.
Don't kill anyone,
he managed to shout, before a fist smashed against his side and took his breath in a huff, and the beefy man threw a wild punch that glanced off his ear. Ian could see flashes of Nina struggling with the 3rd man, who had got her into a bear hug and lifted her off her feet. Ice-cold fear and white-hot fury swamped Ian, even as he saw Nina's blonde head snap forward and catch her attacker in the nose. An answering bellow split the night. Ian drove a boot into the beefy man's shin before he could wind up another punch, then slammed an elbow into the kidney of the man who had Ian around the ribs. Finally wrenching free, he saw Nina's razor hand whip round viciously fast, opening a slash through shirt and skin on the arm holding her off the ground. The man's bellow scaled upward into a shriek, and he dropped Nina in the gravel. She caught herself, pushing off the ground, and caught the man's backhand across the face. Ian sprang on him and put a straight right into the man's Adam's apple, hooked a foot around his ankle and yanked him off his feet, kicking him in the ribs twice for good measure. When he saw Nina was on her feet, he shouted, "To the car!" She flew at his side, diving into the front seat even as Ian fumbled with his keys and wrenched at the various startup dials and settings. He heard a shout, felt the car shudder as a kick thumped the bumper, and then they were pulling away with a screech of tires, to the sound of Nina's wild laughter.
"You're insane," Ian shouted. "God damn it, I lost my hat. You can fight."
She was grinning.
"You said you could. I didn't believe I've had that hat since before the Blitz," Ian complained, but he was smiling too. They were speeding out of this unsavory little hamlet into the darkness. The hand he'd punched with was killing him. He could feel blood trickle down the side of his face, and he couldn't stop grinning. He glanced at his wife. "Are you hurt?"
"I think maybe he breaks my nose."
She sounded unconcerned.
Bloody hell.
His smile disappeared.
I'm pulling over. It's not the first time. Papa broke my nose when I was 11. I spilled a jug of vodka. Yes, you're hard as rock, you were raised by wolves. Just let me look at it.
The side of the road was dark as pitch, sliced through by the Ford's headlights, and then the light of the torch Ian pulled from the boot. Nina's feet crunched on pebbles as she slid out and let him examine her battle wounds beside the car. Her small nose was swelling rapidly and trickling blood, but despite her cursing as Ian pinched the nasal bones, nothing moved that shouldn't have.
Not broken. Next time, perhaps don't taunt the drunks when they're squaring for a fight. What is fun in that?
She wiped the blood away with the side of her hand.
So, where does proper English stick like you learn gutter fighting?
She mimed the elbow he'd dropped on his second opponent.
Every public school boy learns how to box. The elbow strikes and kidney shots I picked up from some guerrillas in Spain.
Ian's blood was still pumping at twice its normal pace, the rush of excitement starting to drain.
I don't pick fights, but if anybody picks one with me, I'll be damned if I fight fair.
I like this in you, Luchik. Nina approved, blue eyes glinting in the dark. Ian suddenly saw the flash of her blonde hair outside the restaurant as the man backhanded her. He pulled her suddenly into a rough, hard embrace. He wanted to go back and beat the bastard's head in.
No, lad, no.
Nina squirmed free, looking impatient.
It's fine. No one is hurt. We drive. That's it, Ian thought, fighting back all his inner turmoil as he slid into the car. I'm not letting you go. I don't know what I have to do to persuade you to stay, Nina Markova, but I'm going to find out.
Chapter 44. Nina. September 1944. Outside Poznanie. Nina folded her arms.
It's been 2 weeks. It's healed clean.
Sebastian winced as he put his weight on his wounded leg.
It hurts to walk. You're faking, she stated.
The English boy sighed. He was just 5 years younger, 21 to Nina's 26, but she couldn't help but think of him as a boy. There was something open and trusting about him, even his years in captivity hadn't dimmed it.
Can we sit down, please?
Nina sat, glowering. Their camp looked considerably more lived in, now that they'd been ensconced for a fortnight waiting for Seb to mend. Stream-rinsed laundry hanging to dry, fire pit now lined with stones and rigged with a crude spit. Nina couldn't wait to leave it.
You know I want to head west.
That's mad, Nina. He said it with embarrassment, hating to contradict her.
No destination, no plan. I want out of Poland. You think Germany will be better? We have no papers, no clothes,
gesturing down at his dirty battle dress.
Odds are we'd get nabbed, and then you'd be a Kriegie right alongside me. Only you'd be the only woman in a camp full of men, and trust me, they aren't all gentlemen. We make our way west through the woods then. You're going to take backwoods trails all the way across Germany with no maps? What about when it gets cold?
Nina laughed.
I'm from Siberia, Malish. It won't get cold enough to kill me. Don't call me little boy. All I want is not to get caught, and for you not to get caught.
His long-lashed eyes held hers.
I owe you my life, Nina. If you hadn't come along, that German would have shot me. Or if I'd got away from him, I'd have stumbled around in these trees till I died of thirst, or some other kraut scooped me. I owe you, and if we both get pinched, I can never pay you back.
Nina opened her mouth.
The little English snail is right about one thing, her father remarked. Your plan is mad. We hide here, Seb persisted. In the woods, something better than a camp clearing. Near enough to Posen to forage, keep our ear to the ground for news. Why move on? We won't find anywhere better to wait out the war. Wait out the... It can't be long now, Seb rushed on. A few months,
Maybe even before the end of the year, and this country is running over with Allied instead of German sentries. Running over with Soviets when our forces arrive. I won't wait for that. We'll tell everyone you're Polish instead. You lost your papers. The Red Cross will help at the very least. What do we do until then? Sit around embroidering? That brought Yelena painfully to mind, unpicking blue threads from state-issued men's briefs so she could embroider stars into a scarf. I've spent 4 years doing nothing but pass time. If we can stay warm, stay secret, and feed ourselves, we... Nina glared again. You mean me? 2 weeks in the woods, and this city boy still couldn't light a fire without wasting half the kindling. Until the war ends, I need you, Seb acknowledged. After the war, you'll need me. Nina raised her eyebrows. I'm a British subject. Once the Germans are finished, I can get myself shipped back to England. I'll take you with me. Nina blinked. How? He shrugged. My brother has connections everywhere. He can sponsor you. You could get British citizenship eventually. You just have to know people, and believe me, we Grahams know people. You keep me alive till the war ends, Sebastian Graham repeated. And I'll get you to England and see you settled there. I owe you that. Nina hesitated. What did she know about England, except that it was full of fog and capitalists? England, Seb wheedled. As far west as you can go without leaving Europe. Not to mention that we've got Piccadilly, the Egypt wing of the British Museum, fish and chips. You haven't lived till you've had fish and chips, Nina. No komsomols, no gulags, no collective apartments. A nice king with a stammer who doesn't go in for mass executions. It's a big improvement on the Soviet Union, believe me, and you can call it home. All we have to do is hunker down and stick together. Nina had no idea what fish and chips was, or Piccadilly. Where her mind lingered was on the words as far west as you can go without leaving Europe. Survival now, for citizenship later, Sebastian said. What do you say? It was a strange thing, Nina reflected, to have nothing in the world but a single partner. She had lived so long among hundreds of women. Then she had been alone among the trees, with no company but hallucinations. Now she had Sebastian Graham, and could any alliance have been stranger? I wanted to join the RAF, Sebastian said. Spitfires and glamour, but the recruiting bastard laughed in my face. Flying bombing runs isn't glamorous. Nina pushed a leaf across the flat stone between them. Seb was teaching her poker, having patiently marked up a variety of leaves with a charred stick to make a deck of cards. Are oak leaves hearts or spades? Spades. He cocked his head, listening. That's a nuthatch. What? He imitated a bird call. You don't know anything about the woods, but you know birds? Nina pushed the oak leaf that was the Queen of Spades across the rock. I like birds. He linked his hands together, made a curious little gesture imitating flight. My brother, Ian, gave me my first bird book. The other boys said it was sissy until I punched them. Ian showed me how to punch the same day he gave me the book. He said I could like whatever I wanted. I'd just best be prepared to hit people if they gave me grief about it. Seb tilted his head back, listening for the chirrups and twitters coming from the trees. So many birds here. Nuthatches, starlings, bitterns. It seemed like at the camp there were only those tattered, hulking crows. They were still at the same campsite for now. They'd need better shelter soon, but the weather was still mostly warm. Seb had no skill at laying snares or tracking game, but he had a wiry toughness equal to hours of foraging as his leg healed, and his Polish was good enough to make him useful whenever they headed to the outskirts of one of the villages to trade game for bread. Nina managed to snag a pair of breeches and cap and jacket off a village clothesline, rough peasant wear that made Seb into a scruffy traveler rather than an escaped soldier. We can't risk it too often, she warned the day they almost stepped out of the trees into a party of German sentries. Never the same village twice, and never the bigger towns. They'll be crawling with Fritzes, not to mention hungry villagers looking to turn in suspicious travelers. You don't have much faith in humanity, do you, Nina? Do you? She asked, surprised. They were washing dirty clothes in the stream, Seb entirely willing to whack wet socks against a rock without complaining it was women's work, the way most Russian men would. Maybe it was an English thing, Nina speculated. Or maybe when you were already relying on a woman to gut game, there wasn't much of a case to be made about women's work. I've got quite a bit of faith in humanity, actually. Seb wrung out a wet sock. The fellows at camp, they weren't all saints, but there were rules. You didn't steal, you shared food with your friends when you had it. And even the Jerrys weren't all brutes. They had their rules too, and most tried to be fair. Seb laid the socks out to dry on the sunny rock. There was a lot of generosity inside those walls, more than I ever saw at public school. What's this public school? Aren't all schools public? It's not collective education, that's for sure, Seb snorted. My father would have died of shame if a Graham had ever rubbed shoulders at school with peasants. You're rubbing shoulders with a peasant now, Nina pointed out. And if my father was still alive, I'd bring you home to tea just to see the look on his face. Seb smiled at the thought. Ian, now he wouldn't blink, even if you waved your razor at him over the tea sandwiches. Nothing shocks my big brother. But my father, cripes, one look at you and he'd choke on a scone. Seb's smile was rare and surprisingly sweet, paired with the dark hair now growing shaggy and those long lashes. He'd probably made a good many hearts flutter back on his foggy little island. Nina's heart didn't flutter in the slightest. He was a handsome boy, but he reminded her too much of Yelena. I'm done loving sweet-souled, long-lashed idealists who dream of flight, Nina thought, wringing her own socks out viciously. Because those are the ones who scoop your heart out and take it with them when they fly away. Like should stick to like. Let Seb and Yelena each find someone sweet and valiant to worship them all their days. Nina was done with love affairs. She'd sleep alone, or she'd find some clear-eyed hunter with a heart like a diamond, someone who would not carve out her soul and leave her hollow. Did you leave a girl behind? Nina asked Seb, shaking her bleakness away. Before you enlisted? His eyes shifted away. No. Boy? Nina asked matter-of-factly, and saw his face drain of color. I don't care. I just wondered. If anything, she was relieved, knowing he wasn't likely to try anything with her. He didn't speak for almost an hour, until Nina said into the silence, I had someone. A girl. So... Oh, said Seb. I thought it was usual for the English, boys and the boys. That's what they tell us, that all the English bugger each other, and that's why they can't fight. No. Seb's face had nearly regained its normal pallor. They say it's a thing that happens at school, because you don't have girls. That you grow out of it. And you didn't? No. I didn't have anyone. I just knew I didn't... He trailed off. I always thought once I got to know any women, it would be different. Growing up with just my father and brother, then school with nothing but boys, then the army, then 4 years as a Kriegie. You don't have to know anything about women to know if you want them in bed or not, Nina pointed out in some amusement. I suppose. Seb blushed. Your girl. When did you know... I don't talk about her, Nina said, and they were done with the entire subject. Days grew shorter, an autumn note touching the air as September slid toward October, laying snares, cleaning game, washing socks and shirts and their own grimy bodies in the stream. Nina still got bouts of the shakes, longing for her Coca-Cola pills, and she couldn't sleep longer than a few shallow hours at a time. But mostly she was bored. Seb had endless ways to pass the hours, poker with his leaf deck, practicing bird calls, trying to teach her English. You'll have to learn if you're coming to England. English is a stupid language. Take it slow. God save the king. She parroted back, trying to imagine a life in a fog bank, eating these strange things Seb called pudding and scones, drinking tea from a teapot and not a samovar. Perhaps she could get work in an airfield. But even if she could, there would be no women like the night witches, no mechanics singing as they passed wrenches, no armorers blowing on their blued fingertips, no pilots sprinting toward their planes, straining for the honor to be first. Yelena's flying dark hair, her soft mouth. Nina rose abruptly. Forage? They always avoided busy roads and towns, waiting hidden in trees or crouched behind brush until there were solitary refugees or peasant women with baskets who could be approached. Seb had a story about how they'd fled Warsaw and were now living rough. There were all too many such stories. Every crossroads was strewn with the discarded detritus of refugees seeking safety, upended traveling cases, an empty handcart, ransacked bundles abandoned by travelers following signs to towns Nina had no desire to seek out. Few looked suspiciously at Seb and Nina when they came to barter essentials. Seb did the talking, and Nina kept her eyes open for trouble. Seb held up the day's prize, a few mealy potatoes in a sack. Tonight we feast. Better than trying to sneak past Berlin, eh? I don't know, Nina thought, trying to shake her superstition that this wrecked country was cursed. There was no rhyme or reason to be found in this bleak, wasted moonscape of a land where the passing hand of war had swept through, raked its sharp claws, and moved on. She raised her nose to the wind as they trudged back toward the camp, sniffing. Winter's coming. By November, the cold had begun to wear Sebastian down. The trees stood stark-branched. Films of ice gleamed here and there in the darkest hollows. The earth was hardening, yet winter had only started to close its jaws. This is nothing, Nina said, trying to bolster him. You should see the winds come howling across the old man. Seb was sitting huddled in every piece of clothing he had. He was thinner, his eyes shadowed. Can we light a fire? It's not even freezing. Save it for tonight when the temperature drops. He didn't complain. He never did. Nina liked that about him. But his mouth pressed into a straight line of frustration. Weren't you used to being cold in that camp? Nina said, her own frustration rising. 40 men sleeping in one hut warmed the room with their breath. It's enclosed. Seb gestured at their shelter. They'd left their old camp, looking for something more shielded for the winter. Seb had argued they should make their way into Poznania itself, the wide, forested swath that cut through the city to add a touch of the wild, calm lakes and thick woods, in the midst of civilization. Closer to the Germans, Nina argued back. Close to the city means easier foraging, he countered, and Nina reluctantly agreed, finding a good-sized rock hollow in a tumble of boulders northeast of one of the artificial lakes, sheltered among pines and protected by an overhang on 3 sides. With a fire pit dug and all their laundry-lined pilfered blankets, it was as dry and snug a shelter as they were going to find. But it didn't keep out the cold. I won't go so far as to say I miss my Kriegy bunk, Seb said, trying to joke. But at least it had a roof. Nina fought a wave of exasperation, thinking of Marina Raskova surviving 10 days in the taiga without an emergency kit. Moscow-bred Yelena shrugging off the temperatures at Engels with jokes about the frost making her eyelashes look longer. But it wasn't Sebastian Graham's fault he was too civilized to know what real cold was. He was here, he was all she had, and Nina realized, looking at his hollowed face, how fond she'd grown of him. Mariusz, she said quietly, taking his cloth-wrapped hand. It's going to get worse. There will be snow. Our teeth will feel loose because I won't find enough greens or berries. We'll spend most of our time foraging for firewood, and even then it won't keep us warm. There will be times you want to die, but you won't, because I know how to survive a winter in the wild. And we aren't in the wild, Seb. We're in a tamed wood in Poznania, civilization just a few kilometers beyond the trees. We'll survive. We just won't enjoy it. You understand me?" "Yes." He made an effort to smile. "I'm the one who persuaded you to camp through the winter rather than push west. Stiff upper lip, I promise." But from the way his smile fell away into silent brooding afterward, Nina still felt a pang of disquiet. Foraging the following afternoon along the edge of the artificial lake. A long, narrow body of water, edible reeds to be pulled, places to be marked for fishing if she could fashion hooks and lines. "What's that?" Seb pointed at an inlet a good distance down the shore. They'd never foraged this far before. "Something yellow." Nina squinted, making out a peaked roof, glass windows. A house, and not a farmer's cottage either. "Some Fritz's lakeside retreat." Anything gracious or expansious in Poznania these days was owned by a German. At least for now. There were more and more rumors, whenever Nina and Seb found refugees with whom they dared trade news, about the possibility of a German retreat toward Berlin. "A big house like that, they'll have a larder or cellar to raid." "Too risky," Nina began. "If there are too many people, we'll retreat," Seb cajoled. "Word of honor." Nina fingered the razor in her overall pocket, the revolver at her waist. No more ammunition. That had long run out. But Seb was right. They didn't have to try. Only look. Her stomach was growling as they set off along the lake's shore. Beaches scattered along the far shore. Perhaps swimmers came here in the summer. But now all was quiet, nothing but the chatter of birds overhead. Seb knew them all and imitated their calls, color flushing his cheeks. Nina was glad to see it. By the time they reached the ochre-walled house, it was late afternoon. Long, low, mellow in the sunshine. The residence overlooked a sweeping view of water and trees, a dock stretching out before it into the blue expanse of lake. Nina looked away. Even a lake so blue and placid, as unlike the wind-whipped, ice-lashed old man as possible, gave her the shivers. No one seemed to be moving around the house. The shutters were drawn, but smoke drifted from the tall chimney. Seb and Nina crept toward the rear, where the trees had been cleared and landscaped to frame the house like dark encircling arms. No livestock or chicken pens, no laundry lines. Nothing easily foraged. They exchanged wordless glances. Nina shook her head. Seb rose from his squat to follow her back into the trees, and then a woman cleared her throat behind them. How did she get so close without me hearing? The thought went through Nina like a bullet, even as she whirled around. There had been no sound on the leaf-strewn ground, yet there the woman stood, slim, dark-haired, blue-eyed, about Nina's age, warmly wrapped in a blue coat and checkered scarf, placating hands held out. She smiled, but Nina's fingers stretched for her razor. How did you get so close? She was speaking Polish in a low, pleasant voice. Seb replied warily, his own Polish stumbling. The woman frowned, switched languages. English? Nina could cobble simple, broken phrases together by now, but she was far from fluent. Seb started in surprise, switched languages too, talking too fast for Nina to follow. She kept her eyes fixed on the woman in blue, her quiet feet in their fine leather shoes, her calm eyes. She says this is Lake Rusalka, Seb broke off at last, switching back into Russian. Rusalka. The word ran over Nina's skin like a rat. She took a step back. The woman smiled, took a step back too, empty hands raised. She said something else. Seb translated, face showing a cautious hope. She asks if we're hungry. Why? Nina's every hackle was up. She wants to help." Seb's expression fought with itself, caution against hope. And hope was winning. "She says we have nothing to fear." Chapter 45. Jordan. August 1950. Boston. "Anna!" Jordan exclaimed, opening the door of the darkroom. "I thought you were going to be away another week." "I missed my girls." Annalisa gave her a hug, all neat dark perfection in her chip hat and half veil, her full black skirted coat. "Is Ruth playing over at the Duns?" "Yes." Jordan kept her eyes fixed scrupulously on her stepmother, letting out a quick cough to hide the sound of rustling from the dark room below. "How was your buying trip?" "Come upstairs. I'll fix some iced tea and tell you." Annalisa's brows lifted. "Unless I'm interrupting your work." "Not at all," Jordan said, very aware of Tony out of sight under the staircase below, buttoning up his shirt. "Give me 10 minutes." Annalisa's heels clicked off as Jordan shut and bolted the door. "Close call," she said with a laugh. "Are you decent?" "Never." Tony came out shrugging into his suspenders, grinning. "You're going up for iced tea?" "Yes, I should go be a good daughter." Tony caught Jordan around the waist as she came down the steps, and she wound her arms around his neck. "I've had weeks by myself to play after all." "I'll come over and play any time." He kissed the side of her throat, then began looking for his shoes. "Want me to come up? Be respectable with my hat in my hand?" "No." Jordan found one of his shoes under the darkroom table. They'd been in a bit of a hurry this afternoon to get to the cot she'd prudently set up with spare blankets. "Absolutely not." "Mother's like me, I promise. I know how to look like a nice, clean-cut boy from Queens. Not a shameless seducer lurking under darkroom stairs." He spoke with his usual teasing tone, but Jordan saw the wariness that sometimes came over him in a reflex. The wariness of his voice the first night here, when he told her about the girl who stopped returning his calls because she learned he was Jewish. Jordan came closer, sliding her fingers through his. "You know why I don't want to introduce you upstairs?" she asked. "Not because Anna wouldn't like you. Not because you aren't the most charming, presentable gentleman I could hope to have on my arm anywhere. Because of Ruth." "Princess Ruth loves me." "Exactly. You call her Princess Ruth and applaud wildly every time she masters a new scale, and if you come up and start being charming over iced tea to her mother, she will be thrilled by the idea that you are my young man. And I'm not doing that to Ruth again, because she also adored Garrett, and it broke her heart when I had to tell her he wasn't going to be her big brother after all. I'm not letting her think anyone else's family unless I'm sure he's sticking around a long, long time." Jordan squeezed his fingers. "That is why I'm not taking you upstairs for iced tea." That faint wariness disappeared. "I love iced tea," Tony said. "It might be worth sticking around a long, long time, if it's sufficiently good iced tea." "I thought we were just having a mad summer fling." "Modifications could be made to the original contract. A potential extension into a mad autumn fling, as per agreement by both parties." "Maybe you'll be bored with me by autumn," Jordan parried. "Not a chance, J. Bride." "Or maybe I'll be bored with you," she suggested. "I'll be in New York, meeting all kinds of fascinating men." "It so happens I have family in New York. Lots of reasons to come visit. And no one ever gets bored with me." "I don't know about sleeping with a Yankee fan past September. What happens when the Red Sox beat them in October and you're refusing to speak to me?" "I'm a very gracious winner. I'll dry your tears, and you'll have the off-season to learn the error of your ways." "Not a chance, Radamovsky." She gave him a hard, swift kiss and goodbye, let him extend one kiss into 3, 4, hard up against the nearest wall, with her hands buried in his hair, and his fingers slipping open the buttons she'd done up so hastily to answer Annalisa's knock. "No time," she murmured. But it still ended up being more like 20 minutes before she was upstairs in the kitchen, with hastily combed hair, peeking out the front window to see Tony duck out of the dark room. I wouldn't mind having you for an autumn lover as well as a summer lover, Jordan thought, watching that lean form jog up the street as behind her Annalisa poured out iced tea. This wasn't like her times with Garrett, when it had been a little awkward, if enjoyable, and there'd been the feeling of being funneled inexorably toward the altar with every kiss. This was something looser and better fitting. They weren't going steady, they weren't pinned, they weren't making it official. They were just lovers, work and play and passion and friendship blending together into something so very easy. You have stars in your eyes. Annalisa handed her a cold glass, fending off Taro, whose tail was still lashing in delight at the lady of the house's return. Who's put that glow in your cheeks? A man who makes my toes curl, Jordan thought, who makes me laugh, who even helps me work better. And maybe it will only be a summer fling, and he'll lose interest when I go away. Or maybe I'll be the one to move on, but right now... Jordan buried her smile in the iced tea. Possibly some nosy neighbor would tell Annalisa about a young man seen leaving the basement, but Jordan knew her stepmother wouldn't launch an inquisition. What did you buy at the auctions? Nothing, Annalisa said ruefully. Not a thing. Your father made it look so easy. One look at a Queen Anne highboy and he just knew if it was a reproduction or an original, or if the restoration was good work or shoddy. It was foolish to think I had picked up enough to match him. I'll just have to let that go to someone more knowledgeable. At least you had a vacation. Jordan folded her hands around her glass. And your week in Concord? Annalisa's face softened. Your father was right there with me. I could have sworn. I even had the same room we had on our honeymoon. How have you and Ruth been? Jordan filled her in, omitting for now the details of darkroom lovers and music lessons. My photo essay's almost done too. I have 14 prints. I want 15. Then you should start thinking about a place to live in New York. I did a little apartment hunting while I was there. We can't have you sleeping in some flea-riddled bedroom with a toilet down the hall. It's still a bit soon to be apartment hunting. Why? Your project is almost done. What better time to look for work? And you did say you wanted to move in the fall. You'll need a chic suit for interviews. I found the perfect butternick pattern. I was going to wait till Ruth was settled back in school. It's going to be hard for her. Nonsense. She'll still have me and her friends and her dog. She shouldn't be the one holding you back. Unless... Annalisa shot Jordan a shrewd, humorous look. You have some other reason. Jordan laughed. There is no getting anything by that sixth sense of yours, is there? She should have known Annalisa was far too sharp not to discern the real reason for flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes. He must be quite something. Annalisa drew a fingertip around her glass. But I'd hate to see you changing your plans for some young man, however special. He won't stop me leaving. However lovely things were with Tony, Jordan wasn't putting off a chance for work, real work. She wouldn't put that off for anyone, except one person. I can't leave until Ruth's used to the idea, though. I just can't. Now, I really won't allow this, Annalisa scolded. Let's set a date, Jordan. The date your new life begins. The day you go and start leading it. I don't want to let anything stand in your way. My way or your way? Jordan smiled, joking. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were trying to get rid of me. Annalisa's smile slipped for just a fraction of a second, showing a different expression. And in Jordan's lap, her camera finger twitched. Click. Well, Annalisa said quietly, I certainly didn't mean it like that. Anna, I'm sorry. Reaching out to touch her stepmother's hand. I didn't mean that the way it came out, not at all. Of course. Annalisa rose, took the glasses back to the kitchen. Would you like more iced tea? Yes. Jordan tried to smile. Maybe we should look at apartment listings together. You really didn't have to do that for me when you were in New York.
Annalisa gave her usual warm smile over one shoulder. "It was my pleasure. Especially if you really do want me out as soon as possible," the thought came. But Jordan shoved that out of her head, because Annalisa was sitting down again, looking entirely her friendly self, asking, "Your last photograph for the essay, what will it be?" Jordan wasn't sure yet. Ruth at her violin, small fingers on the strings, the fierce line between her brows as she played with exquisite care through that simple Russian lullaby. But Jordan couldn't say that to Annalisa, so she said something about going to the nearest station to snap firemen at work, and Annalisa teased that perhaps it was a handsome fireman who'd been putting the roses in her cheeks. And even as Jordan teased back, another thought couldn't help but rise through her mind, like the shadowy image of a print rising through the shimmer of developer fluid. When exactly had she started keeping so many secrets from Annalisa? She might have forgotten all about it, but 4 days later, Jordan walked into the shop to find Annalisa and Mr. Kolb shouting at each other in German. Or rather, Mr. Kolb was shouting, shambling back and forth, spitting German and brandy fumes. Completely soused, Jordan thought, recoiling from the anger on that usually affable face. Annalisa stood small and composed before him, answering in German that sliced the air. Both lapsed into silence at the sound of the bell, staring at Jordan standing there in the yellow summer dress her stepmother had whipped together in her sewing room. "Jordan," Annalisa said at last, switching back to English. "I didn't expect you." Jordan had dropped in to see Tony, but he was clearly on lunch break. She crossed to her stepmother's side, looking at Mr. Kolb. "Do we have a problem?" He didn't look at Jordan, still staring at Annalisa. "Making you good money, good work. You cannot come to work intoxicated, no matter how much good work you have done for me," Annalisa said icily. "Go home, dry out, keep calm." He said something else slushy and spiteful in German, and Annalisa cut him off with a rattling retort, eyes blazing. His mouth snapped shut. He looked at the ground. When he glanced back up, his shoulders had slumped. "Get your coat," said Annalisa. "I'll get it," Jordan said. She didn't want him lurching drunkenly through the back room, with so many fragile things waiting to be knocked over. She found Kolb's coat hanging over the back chair, wrinkling her nose at the clink of what sounded like a bottle in the pocket, and turned around to find him right behind her, swaying. She jumped. "So much money," he said. "That bitch." Jordan recoiled. "Do not speak about Mrs. McBride like—" He cut her off, spitting more insults. "Hür, Scheissekopf, Jägerin," swaying on his feet. He hardly seemed to know she was there. Annalisa's voice snapped like a whip behind them. "Herr Kolb!" He flinched, and Jordan's tongue shriveled. She didn't think she'd ever seen a man look more afraid. "I won't have you frightening my stepdaughter," Annalisa went on evenly. "Go home." Kolb snatched his coat and stumbled out. Annalisa opened the door for him, then shut it again. The shop bell rang tinnily in the sudden silence. "Fire him," Jordan said, finding her tongue again. "I can't afford to fire him." An acrid little smile. "He has made us a great deal of money, Jordan. He was quite correct about that. He's very good at his job. We can find someone else. Dad would never put up with that kind of talk. He wouldn't dare talk to your father that way. It is what it is, a woman owning a business." Annalisa shrugged. "Tomorrow he'll slink back apologizing. Drunks always do." "That doesn't excuse what he called you." "Hür." Jordan was fairly sure what that meant. Scheissekopf, Jägerin, she didn't know. Bitch, well, that certainly didn't need any translation. "Believe me, I take no pleasure in being insulted by clerks." Annalisa sighed. "For now, he's harmless." "Are you sure?" That curling smile returned. "I'm not afraid of a man like Herr Kolb." "No," Jordan thought. He's the one terrified of you. She'd seen his face, close enough to reach out and touch the beads of sweat. Annalisa picked up her gloves. Let's go home, shall we? Something was tugging at Jordan, like a pin stuck into the back of her mind. Something she couldn't quite get a grip on. Something Kolb said, something her dad had said. She barely ate any of Annalisa's excellent meatloaf that night, too perplexed by that niggle of a thought that refused to come out. You should go out, Annalisa told her. Have your young man take you somewhere. The words echoed, all in Annalisa's voice. You should go out. He'll go when we can afford it. The date your new life begins. Go and start leading it. Go. But that was ridiculous. Annalisa wasn't trying to get rid of her, for God's sake. Something else still niggled, even as Jordan looked into her stepmother's candid blue eyes. Making the excuse of film to develop, she took herself down to the dark room where she could smell the faint hint of Tony's aftershave. She wished he were here. He had a way of being able to find the question that somehow hooked the right answer from the mind's murk. Slowly, Jordan flipped through her photo essay. The airfield mechanic, the dancer. What am I looking for? The baker, the pilot. What? All the way back to the first. Dan McBride, his hands framing the card salver. Just the sliver of his eye, wise and amused. It dropped into her head with a long, protracted click, like a heavy door creaking open ever so slowly, letting in the light a ray at a time.
Anything ever strike you about Kolb, Missy?
Like what?
I don't know. He always looks furtive every time I come in to check on the restoration work. And with his English so patchy, I can't ask him anything but the simplest questions. Of course, Anna translates anything tricky.
Jordan's father, the day he'd given her the pearl earrings for her coming wedding. The wedding that never happened.
Does he bring people into the shop? Not customers, I mean, bringing people into the back.
Not that I've noticed, Jordan remembered answering. Why?
I came up here one day and Kolb had another German fellow in the back room. Kolb went off in a babble.
He has experts in sometimes. Jordan remembered saying that too. Anna gave him permission.
That's what she said.
Jordan stood there, looking at the photograph of her father. She hadn't given that conversation a second thought, the day they had it. She'd been distracted by her upcoming wedding, rushing at her like a train. Her dad hadn't sounded worried, no note of alarm in his voice. But if he was worried, would he have let you know it? The question answered itself coolly. No. He'd have told himself you shouldn't worry your head about it. And was it suspicious, really? Annalisa translating for Kolb, letting him bring in people to help in restoring badly worn books or chipped end tables. Kolb today, angry.
Making you good money, good work. So much money, that bitch.
He has made money for us, Jordan said aloud. Perfectly legally. Business had blossomed with Kolb to take over restoration work. Annalisa had been the one who suggested sponsoring him, her voice affectionate as she described his old shop in Salzburg, where he'd given her peppermints as he now gave them to Ruth. So why did he look so frightened when Annalisa told him to dry out and keep calm? He had a bad war, Annalisa would say. A bad war could make a man flinching and fearful of anyone. Perfectly plausible. Except that Jordan didn't quite believe it. Looking at the checkbook the following day steadied Jordan's nerves. She'd always kept the family accounts. She knew to the dime what was in the bank. The neatly ruled lines showed no money that shouldn't have been there. A healthy balance, certainly, showing the kind of steady increase that any prospering business could be proud of. Nothing suspicious. But somehow the spike of relief wore off, and without quite examining her own thoughts, Jordan found herself reaching for her hat and pocketbook, and taking herself to the bank where her father had done business all his life.
Jordan McBride,
the clerk exclaimed. a grandmotherly sort with ice cream puffs of hair. Jordan had carefully waited until her line was free. Far better to try this with Miss Fenton, who had watched Jordan come in with her father since she was knee-high, than one of the new clerks who got stuffy about answering a girl's questions if she didn't have her father along. Jordan spent some minutes chatting across the desk. "Is your niece really 6 already, Miss Fenton? Isn't she precious?" Then trotted out a careful story about forgetting to note a deposit in the checkbook at home. Had there been any large deposits made lately? Not in checkings or savings accounts? What a relief. "I know Dad's gone, but I just wince thinking of him looking down at me and thinking I've been careless," Jordan said ruefully. "God rest his soul, they broke the mold when they made Dan McBride." "They certainly did. My stepmother's account, does that show any new deposits? Maybe that's the one I was thinking of." Jordan held her breath, because Annalisa didn't have an account of her own. Jordan's father had given her housekeeping money whenever she liked, but the accounts had always been his alone. "That account has been cashed out, dear." "Oh," Jordan managed to say. "When?" Mrs. Fenton squinted. "About a month ago." Right before Annalisa had left for New York and Concord. "How much?" Jordan asked, holding her casual tone. It wasn't the kind of question a clerk should answer, not when her name wasn't on the account. But Mrs. Fenton never hesitated. She gave the number right away, and it was a number that made Jordan swallow. No fortune, perhaps, but a nest egg indeed. "Mrs. McBride said it was an extra insurance policy of your father's," Miss Fenton twittered, oblivious. "Such a lovely woman, your stepmother. I've always wished I knew her better." Mrs. Dunn had said the same thing once, when Jordan was dropping off Ruth to play. "I'm happy to help your stepmother. She should come to my sewing circle. All my friends would love to know her better." Annalisa had been part of this neighborhood for years, yet how many people knew her well? "I do," Jordan couldn't help thinking. The woman who'd kept agonized vigil at Dan McBride's hospital bed and had confessed her Roselka nightmare over nighttime cocoa. The woman who had put untold hours into sewing Jordan new skirts and sundresses and could laugh herself sick watching Tara run after a ball. The woman who had offered Jordan a cigarette and independence, affection, and freedom. I know her, Jordan thought helplessly. I know her and I love her. And yet, the fear on Kolb's face. This money, which perfectly well could be an additional insurance policy, except that Jordan didn't believe it. And she wasn't really surprised later, after she'd said her goodbyes to Miss Fenton and went home. Checked the house to be sure Annalisa really was out doing the shopping, and put a call through to the country inn in Concord, where her father had taken Annalisa for their honeymoon. The inn where Annalisa had stayed, in conjunction with her New York buying trip. "No Mrs. McBride has stayed here in the past month, miss." Jordan described her carefully. Dark hair, blue eyes, in her early 30s, very chic and pretty. "No one like that, miss." It took longer, digging into her father's tooled leather address book, to find telephone numbers for his colleagues in New York. Other shop owners, antiques dealers, bookbinders. Men who had come to Dan McBride's funeral, with whom he dickered and talked shop at auctions like the ones Annalisa had just attended. Except that none of his colleagues, at least the ones Jordan could get on the telephone, remembered seeing her there. "I'd have noticed her," the co-owner of Chadwick and Black said, sounding mellow from what Jordan suspected was a 2-martini lunch. "Your stepmother's quite a looker. Your father was a lucky man. God rest his soul." "God rest his soul," Jordan echoed, replacing the receiver. So Annalisa had not been in Concord or New York. "What did you do, Annalisa? Where did you go? What are you planning?" Jordan shook her head in reflexive refusal, but she couldn't help it. The resurrection of every suspicion she'd ever harbored about Annalisa from the day she'd turned around from the kitchen sink with a soapy plate in her hand, asking Jordan's father, "You hunt?" as the Leica's shutter snapped. Mysteries about names, dates, swastikas among roses. Now. Jordan could almost hear her dad chiding.
"No more of your wild stories, Missy."
But he was dead, and there was nothing wild or imaginary about the fact that Annalisa had been lying about her recent travels, that there was something fishy between her and Kolb, and that she had a great deal of unexplained cash. Swastikas. Jordan forced herself to think about them again, and all the rest. What did you do, Annalisa? Who are you, Annalisa? Who? Chapter 46. Ian. September 1950. Florida coast.
"Kolb was sent home from work drunk yesterday, according to Jordan,"
Tony said over a crackling line.
"I think he might be about to crack."
Good. Ian rested an elbow against the door of the telephone box, looking across the street where Nina was disappearing into a beachside five and dime. The sun was falling fast.
"Because our Florida lead was a 52-year-old man who might have been a camp clerk or a Nazi Party functionary, but was definitely not Lorelei Vogt."
Tony swore, but Ian was fatalistic.
"They were leads. We had to run them out."
He and Nina had bitten the bullet and taken a bus down to the tiny town outside Cocoa Beach, Florida. That was their final lead, since bus tickets proved marginally cheaper and quicker than driving the rackety Ford. But the suspicion had already been growing in Ian that with 6 addresses already scratched off the list, the last name would be no more fruitful.
"Who knows? Maybe I'll be back through here someday to help arrest that middle-aged fellow with the Berlin vowels and the nervous look who opened his door to us an hour ago,"
he said when his partner ran out of curses. A pause on the other end, and then Tony's voice, more thoughtful.
"Do you ever want to do more with the center than focus on arrests, boss?" "Like what?" "Making a repository, a museum even, or maybe that isn't the right word. I don't know, but I've got ideas." "Did Jordan McBride put them there?"
Ian asked wryly.
"She makes me think. Makes me think a lot, actually."
Tony took a breath.
"What if we brought her into the chase?"
"What?"
"We have nothing to hide. We aren't doing anything shameful. She might even be able to help. She knows Kolb and the shop after all. She might have some angle we don't know. Or maybe she'd fire you for lying to her, and there goes our access to Kolb's workplace,"
Ian pointed out. Tony's voice was taut.
"I hate lying to her. We'll talk about it."
Ian ruffled a hand through his hair.
"First item for discussion when Nina and I get back tomorrow."
This Florida town was such a hamlet, there wouldn't be another bus until the morning. Ian rang off as Nina came strolling out of the five and dime with a small package. The sun was down, night falling fast.
"I suppose we should try to find a hotel, if they even have hotels."
There wasn't much in this tiny hamlet, except sticky heat and the sound of waves.
"Why bother with hotel?"
Nina looked at the darkening sky.
"It's nice night."
For any other woman, Ian thought, that would have meant there was a lovely sunset and a full moon, a night for romance. For Nina, it meant no clouds, and only a sliver of moon. In other words, perfect weather to blow things up.
"You want to pitch out on the sandal night?"
"Would save money, and we don't sleep anyway after a hunt. Too fizzed."
"True enough."
Ian didn't know if there were 2 insomniacs alive worse than Nina and himself. On the road, economy dictated sharing a room, and Ian was surprised how much better sleeplessness was when shared. He'd wake at 1 a.m. with a parachute dream, steady his ratcheting heart by turning on the light and reading, surreptitiously, one of his wife's Georgette Heyer paperbacks balanced on Nina's bare shoulder as she slumbered. Eventually he curled up around her and dropped back to sleep, vaguely feeling her come awake an hour later and prowl out of bed to sit at the hotel window and drink in the night air. When she came back, she slid under the covers and started nipping his ear.
"I'm not sleepy, Luchik. Tire me out."
And after he'd obliged her, they both usually managed to drowse past dawn, legs entangled, Nina's arm thrown across Ian's ribs, his face buried in her hair. I'm not giving that up, Ian thought. If I can just figure out what will make you want to stay. How the hell did you woo a woman as impervious as a bullet? They ate hot dogs at a ramshackle beachside diner, and then Nina found a public washroom and disappeared with the package she'd bought from the Five and Dime. Ian waited outside, fanning himself with the straw Panama he'd picked up to replace his old fedora, crumpling and bashing it until it sat on his head at the appropriately battered angle. At last, Nina came out with her hair lying damp against her shoulders, smelling of peroxide. "Better," she said contentedly, running fingers through her newly blonde roots as they set off in the direction of the beach. "Why do you dye your hair?" Ian said curiously. "Not to be rude, I like it. But considering that your only other nod to personal adornment has been to tattoo your aviation record on the soles of your feet." Nina shrugged. Another of those arbitrary questions she refused to answer. Ian let it be, and they strolled on down the long, deserted beach, shoulders brushing. It was now full dark, just the faint glitter of stars overhead, and the gritty slide of sand beneath Ian's shoes. Nina stopped and pulled off her sandals as they came to the edge of the water. Her profile was bright against the darkness, and Ian thought of the night on the ship rail. "Nina," he asked, "those 5 years you spent in England before this, was there anyone for you? I wouldn't blame you if there were," he added, not entirely truthfully. Falling for his wife had brought out a possessive streak, he was finding, but that didn't mean he had to give in to it. It wasn't precisely a real marriage. "There were a few," Nina said matter-of-factly. "It was 5 years. You?" "A few," Ian admitted, "and no one lasting. Are any of your fellows waiting for you?" he made himself ask. If she said yes, he wouldn't say another word. "No. Peter, he goes off to fly with aerobatic team. Simone, she's married." Ian stumbled in the sand. "Simone? My boss at Manchester Airfield, he brings a French wife home from the war. But he's in town every night with his mistress now, and Simone gets lonely. Bože moj, she could tire out a tiger." "You ever need sleep?" Nina advised. "Get a Frenchwoman, 45, who wears eau de violette and hasn't had a good roll in the hay in years." Ian digested this. "Bloody hell, Nina." She chuckled. "I shock you?" "A bit, yes." It wasn't as if he was unfamiliar with the idea of females who enjoyed female company. It was a little odd, however, to realize that his wife, like her razor, cut both ways. "You're thinking now, this means I don't like you?" Nina grinned, tugging his head down for one of her voracious kisses. "I do. I have fairly compelling evidence by now that you like me, comrade." Ian returned the kiss, hand sliding through Nina's damp hair, then shrugged out of his jacket, flung it over the sand, and tossed her down on it. She wasn't wearing the willow for someone in Manchester, whether a British flyboy or a Frenchwoman who smelled of eau de violette. And that was enough to fill him with relief and hunger, setting his lips at Nina's throat and slowly kissing his way down. "Come on, comrade," he thought. "There's starlight and sand and the smell of the sea, and there's me making love to you. Be moved by the goddamned romance of it all, would you? Be moved, Nina. Give me a chance. Stay with me." He said it simply in the moments afterward, where they still lay twined up and breathing hard among the scatter of clothes, before his wife could get brisk and pull away. "I don't want to divorce you, Nina. Stay with me." She stared at him, and he could feel her pulling away without moving a muscle. "Give it a year," he said, drawing a thumb down her sharp cheekbone. "You like this work. You like the chase. You like me. Why not stay? Try it for a year, being my wife more than just in name. It wouldn't be like most marriages, children and Sunday lunches and peace. That would bore you, and it would bore me. We'd have this instead, the road and the hunt and a bed at the end of it. Give it a year. Ian put everything into the words. Give it a year, and if you want to walk away at the end, we'll divorce. But why not try? Nina sat up, linking her arms around her knees, her face like a small, obdurate shield. I don't love, she said. Is not what I do. Go soft-eyed on her and she will bolt, Ian thought. Love isn't the word, he said. I'm not sure there's a word in the world for what you are to me, Nina. Maybe comrades is the best. Comrades to a husband and wife. Why isn't that worth keeping? She shook her head sharply. Why? Ian sat up too, trying to keep the anger out of his voice. Tell me that. Tell me something. Don't just glower and prickle. Nina glowered, prickling. He stared her down through the dark. She looked away, out at the long, slow rollers of the Atlantic crashing under the night sky, and finally tugged at a strand of her damp hair. You know why I diet? She said, carving the words off like ice chunks. Yelenushka liked it. My pilot. I keep for her. Yelena Vasilovna Vetsina, senior lieutenant in the 46th. Almost 3 years with her, and I love her till I die. Ian saw the gleam of tears in his wife's eyes, even in the starlight. Not a hard heart after all, he thought with a sinking feeling. A broken one. Yelena, he said, keeping his voice steady. The Russian version of Helen, isn't it? What was she like? Dark, tall, lashes to here, and Toyamat she could fly. Nothing more beautiful in the air. What happened? Nina told him tersely. Hard to imagine his tough, swaggering Nina as a broken-hearted girl, sobbing her eyes out in a cockpit. He would have hugged her, but she would hate that. Do you know what became of her? Ian asked over the sound of the waves. Your Helen of Troy. Yes, said Nina. Ian waited. His wife stared out over the black waves. After the war, was a little time you still get letters from the motherland, before everything shuts down and the West is forbidden. It's still like floating messages in bottles, trying to find people. I don't know where to find Yanushka, but I find my old commander. Bershanskaya. Is there relief knowing she lived? The regiment, they got all the way to Berlin. A flash of fierce, momentary pride sounded in Nina's voice. Disbanded after, of course. No one wants little princesses in the air unless it's war and you really need them. Whoever decided that, Ian said, trying to lighten Nina's stony face and his own leaden heart, can fuck themselves through 7 gates whistling. Nina smiled briefly, but it faded. I can't write Bershanskaya as me, as Lieutenant N.B. Markova declared dead in Poland. I write as some cousin from Kiev, now living in England, someone imaginary. And I put in details so Bershanskaya knows it's me. I ask news of my sestry. A long breath. I get 1 letter back. The slow crash of waves, 1, 2, 3, rustle of fragrant vegetation overhead. Mangroves, maybe, Ian thought, stomach heavy as a stone. Bershanskaya lists the dead, ones who died after me. Ian didn't think that was a slip of the tongue. In a very real sense, Lieutenant N.B. Markova had died in that funeral pyre she'd made on her plane in the wet woods of Poland. My navigator, poor Galia. She makes it to the end of the war and dies in crash outside Berlin. Others too. Many bad nights at the end. Ian steeled himself. Did your Yelena? No. She lived. That startled him. The grief in Nina's voice. He was certain her lover must have died. Hero of the Soviet Union, one of 10 crews marching in Moscow Victory Parade on Air Force Day, June 45. I imagine her marching through Red Square, flowers falling on her hair. Another long, silent moment. Nina seemed to have turned to ice. Bershanskaya tells me she lives in Moscow, instructor pilot in civil aviation. She shares an apartment with navigator she had after me, Zoya. I always wonder, does she fall in love with Zoya? That buck-toothed Suka has red hair. She's a widow. She has 2 babies. Always Elena wanted babies. She falls in love with one navigator. Maybe now 2. Sigh. Or maybe she's just sharing apartment. I imagine she thinks of you, Ian said. I can't imagine anyone not thinking of you. He had not one hope in the world now that his wife would stay with him. Astounding how much that hurt. Bershanskaya writes once, Nina finished. Wishes me well, finishes don't write again. Too dangerous, I know that. And soon there are no more letters allowed west to east, so doesn't matter. Pause. I think Yelenushka's alive, teaching boys to fly, playing with Zoya's babies. Happy. Maybe it's true. I won't know. What would you do? Ian made himself ask. If you saw her coming along this beach toward you. Kiss her till she can't breathe. Ask her to stay. But she wouldn't. No? She loves the motherland, just enough more than me. Is all there is to say. Nina looked at Ian. I love her. I lose her. I don't love anyone else. It's better. For who? Ian wanted to lash back. But he stamped the anger down, and under it the pain. There was a dark-eyed Moscow Rose in a training cockpit somewhere behind the Iron Curtain, and against her he stood no chance. I wouldn't have asked if I'd known, he said at last. I'm sorry. Nina nodded acknowledgement. I'll begin divorce proceedings, Ian went on, stripping his voice to a matter-of-fact flatness. No sense waiting until this chase is over. It could drag on for months. Another nod. It's best. Ian rose, shrugging into his clothes. Nina slid into her own. They didn't say another word. Chapter 47. Jordan. September 1950. Boston. Jordan hadn't intended to go to the Scully Square apartment at all. She'd been mindlessly walking the pathways on the common all morning, forgetting her hat on a bench somewhere, gripping the Leica like a lifeline. Gripping her pocketbook, too, where she'd hidden those long-ago photographs of Annalisa in the kitchen, Annalisa's bouquet with its swastika, Annalisa with the man she said was her father. Because Jordan didn't dare leave them in the darkroom. Annalisa never came down to the darkroom, or she said she didn't. But Jordan wasn't sure of anything anymore. What did Annalisa really do all day? Jordan was appalled at the speculations that now prowled through her mind. She'd managed to avoid facing her stepmother over the supper table the last few nights, claiming work. If I'm going to New York so soon, I need to have everything ready. And Annalisa was so warmly encouraging of anything that advanced that plan. I'll make you some cocoa to take down. Jordan couldn't work after that, just stare into the mug that Annalisa always topped with a dash of cinnamon, because she knew that was how Jordan liked it, and try to make sense of it all. Look at this logically, J. Bride, she had muttered aloud to the darkroom silence. Step by step, and get it right this time. She'd already gone down the path of suspicion before, after all, and it had blown up in her face. I am not doing that again. So, An unexplained absence, not to Concord or New York, but somewhere unknown. Maybe Anna went to meet a man, Jordan thought. If she has her eye on someone new so soon after Dad, she would hide that from me. But a new suitor in her life didn't account for that strange scene with Kolb. Some kind of fraud at the shop. There were all kinds of swindles that could take place in the antiques business. Perhaps Kolb had dragged her into something unsavory. But I saw the look on his face. He's terrified of her. He wouldn't dare try to drag her into anything she didn't want. Could Annalisa be the one who had initiated some shop swindle and dragged Kolb along? What financial trouble could she have that would make her risk everything for a little extra cash? Risk the shop's reputation, risk legal charges, risk Jordan's father finding out. Dad suspected, the cold thought whispered. He told you he had his doubts about Kolb, and right afterward... But that thought stopped in its tracks, driving her out of the dark room to walk the common for the rest of the morning. Annalisa was with me when Dad left for that hunting trip, Jordan thought, aimlessly drifting toward the common bandstand. She was with me all morning as I tried on wedding dresses. That didn't silence the cold voice. What a terrible thing suspicion was, once you let it have full reign. Jordan didn't think she would ever be able to get this beast on a leash again, and she couldn't avoid Annalisa forever, ducking supper and hiding in the morning behind a newspaper. Sooner or later, Annalisa was going to realize something was wrong. And what are you going to do, J. Bride? You can't run to your father with your suspicions this time. Who are you going to tell? There's no one but you. Jordan realized she'd stopped by the pillared marble bandstand. Tony had kissed her here on their third date. She ran her hand along the marble, wishing for him viscerally. Not to kiss, not to cling to, but to listen. No one listened like him. Under all the grins and jokes, he missed nothing. Tell Tony. She felt a reflexive cringe at the thought of unpacking this unsavory family business with an outsider, even a lover she trusted. But Jordan hesitated only a moment before letting her feet take her toward his apartment. She squeezed past a pair of gangly young men sitting on the grimy stairwell, passing a bottle back and forth, edging up the last set of steps to knock on the door. No one answered. She rattled the door handle again, and it came open. Tony had said it was flimsy. She hesitated. Normally, she'd never have invited herself inside, but Tony had said Mr. Graham and his wife were out of town, and Jordan didn't like the look of those men on the stairwell, talking too loudly as they passed their bottle. She went in and shut the door behind her. Tony wouldn't mind. The room was hot, the broken table heaped with papers and tea mugs. Jordan reached for the nearest piece of paper and fanned herself with it. Come home, she thought to Tony, looking at the clock. She very badly wanted to talk to him. The piece of paper in her hand slipped between sweaty fingertips, fluttered to the floor. Jordan picked it up again. Tony's writing, bold and spiky, some kind of list. The words Chadwick and Black jumped out. She'd telephoned that number just days ago. This was a list of antiques dealers, written in Tony's hand. Puzzled, she looked at the papers piled on the table. More lists in Tony's handwriting. Maps, both American and European. Lists, all in Tony's hand, looking like they'd been hastily copied. List after list of names and businesses, many of which Jordan knew, on shop stationery. Copied out at the shop. A slip of newsprint fluttered out of the bottom layer as she sifted. And Jordan bent to pick it up. Dan McBride's obituary, circled. Jordan sat down, heart pounding, and began to sift through the layers. Scribbled notes in what looked like German and Polish. Maps jotted all over with an upright script she recognized as Ian Graham's, having seen him write pieces of music down for Ruth to listen to. A thick file labeled Die Jägerin / Lorelei Vogt. Jordan opened it. Clipped inside was a photograph of a family on church steps, the figure at one end, circled in red. Jordan looked closer. A young woman, gloved and folded hands, composed eyes over smiling lips. Jordan knew those eyes. Her ears roared, and she squeezed her eyes shut, opened them again, brought the photograph closer. Annalisa. Younger than Jordan was now, almost unrecognizable in her chubby, unformed youth. But to Jordan, who knew her so well, it was Annalisa. Jordan looked around the table with its heaped evidence of a long stakeout. "What is this?" she whispered aloud into the stale, silent air. Tony Rodomovsky turning up at the shop, inquiring about a job. Ian Graham never quite saying what he was doing in Boston, except that he had all the time in the world to teach Ruth scales. His strange Soviet wife with her unmistakable edge of danger. Annalisa's picture in a file with another woman's name. Jordan pushed the photograph aside with shaking fingers and began to read. Chapter 48. Ian. September 1950. Boston.
"You two look like death's warmed over," Tony yawned, picking Ian and Nina up at the bus station in the rattling Ford. "I'm the one running on about 3 hours of sleep, drilling coal all by myself."
"Pshol nagui," Nina growled. "I spent 2 years straight on 3 hours of sleep. You can shut up."
"You can't trump a Russian when it comes to suffering,"
Tony grumbled, peeling into the Boston traffic.
"They have always suffered more, and in minus 20-degree weather, and in a gulag to boot. You just can't win."
He looked at both his passengers, Ian staring out one window, Nina the other.
"Anything happen that I should—"
"No," Ian said around the stone in his throat, and the silence held as they trudged upstairs to the apartment. Normally Nina skipped backward up the steps just ahead of him, until he told her to get out of his bloody way. Now she took the steps 2 at a time without looking back, uncharacteristically silent.
"Better this way,"
Ian thought, already eager to sink back into the grind of cross-checking and telephoning and diner stakeouts. Better the drudgery of a stalled chase than this tangle of pain and anger with which he had no time to deal. At the top landing, Ian saw their door ajar. He reached out, twitched it open all the way, and every thought of Nina and her Moscow lover and the end of his hopes on a shadowy Florida beach disappeared. Their work table lay bare, papers and maps and pencils lying in a jumble across the floor, as though someone had swept everything off in one violent heave. A woman's dusty footprint showed clearly on the back of a map, pointing out the door. On the empty table lay a torn sheet of paper and 2 photographs. "There are more," Nina swore, and they were all rushing inside. The photograph of a young Lorelei Vogt yanked out of Ian's file with such force the corner had torn. Another photograph of a woman with a dish towel, standing beside a sink, looking back over one shoulder, eyes strangely alight. Nina's breath caught in her throat. Ian heard it. He looked at her, mouth suddenly dry.
"Is it—"
His wife stretched a fingertip toward the new photograph, eyes suddenly incandescent.
"Is her."
There was no doubt in her voice. Ian picked up the sheet of paper beside the photographs. Jordan McBride's handwriting. Ian had seen it on shop paperwork. She had scribbled 5 words in pencil, nearly engraving the letters through the paper. "Lorelei Vogt is Anna McBride." Part 3. Chapter 49. Jordan. September 1950. Boston. "Can you drive faster?" The cabbie sounded aggrieved.
"Slow traffic, miss."
Jordan's heart was racing, her feet pressing against the cab's floor as though she could bodily push the car along. But horror sat cold and heavy in her stomach like a stone ball. She'd wept in that Scully Square apartment, choked sobs tearing out of her throat as she sat surrounded by the paper trail, bloodshed, and horror of Annalisa's past. But only for a moment. There was no time to weep, no time to scream, no time to stay here and confront Tony when he returned, no time to fall on him and scream, why? Why had he been taking her to ballet studios and kissing her in the darkroom when upstairs a soft-spoken murderer sat humming at a sewing machine? Jordan had swallowed her sobs, swept the table clean with one violent motion, slapped down the photograph she hadn't dared leave in her darkroom anymore, wrote a note, and run for the stairs. The team didn't know who Annalisa was. That was plain from the file, and Jordan wasn't going to wait to tell them, as much as she wanted to. She burned to stay and demand answers, and goddammit, she was going to come back here and get them. But she had no idea when Tony and his friends would be back. And Ruth was at home right now with the murderess who had nested in their family like a poisonous spider. It didn't matter that Ruth had passed years in Annalisa's company unharmed. Jordan could not delay 1 minute before getting her sister out of the clutches of a woman who had murdered 6 children in cold blood. Her breath left her in a harsh, guttural scrape. The cabbie glanced over his shoulder, but Jordan turned her face to the window. A beautiful summer morning was passing by outside. So many people out for a stroll, couples arm in arm, girls blowing along in giggling groups, men in checkered shirts arguing about the Red Sox, none dreaming that there were monsters hiding in this American paradise they were so proud of. Jordan looked at the sunny street, but saw instead the exquisite man-made lake in western Poland, conjured up so clearly in Ian Graham's flat, factual journalist's notes. Annalisa standing beside it, not much older than Jordan was now. The huddled children. Jordan had read through the file of her stepmother's other crimes. Ian's murdered younger brother, a prisoner of war. The nameless Poles hunted for sport through the trees as a party game. But it was the children Jordan came back to. The children like Ruth. Why didn't she kill you? Jordan wondered in numb horror. She killed your mother. Why not you? The team's notes on Annalisa/Lorelei's time in Ultisay had been jotted colloquially in Tony's hand, as though he were musing aloud. Our girl was living with Frau Eichmann after the war. No money, nowhere to go, lover dead. Frau Eichmann doesn't like her, tells her to leave, autumn 45. Scared to apply for a visa in case name is flagged, terrified to be found, arrested. How does she get from Ultisay to America? I think I could tell you how, Jordan thought, remembering Annalisa's 2 very different stories about her time in Ultisay. After Thanksgiving, when she couldn't deny she hadn't given birth to Ruth, she came up with the story about finding her as an orphan abandoned beside the lake. But at first, when she was explaining Ruth's nightmares, hadn't there been a story about how a refugee woman had attacked them on the lakeshore and frightened Ruth? Had Annalisa been telling the truth, as much of it as she could? It was the cleverest way to lie, after all. She wasn't the one being attacked, Jordan thought. She was the one who did the attacking. Desperate to leave, desperate not to be caught, desperate to get away, she had met a woman by the lake. A woman named Anneliese Weber, who had papers, boat tickets, refugee status, and a little girl. The answer to every prayer. Just murder her and take it all. Ruth, with her strained, seeking eyes, her musicality, her sudden vacillation between laughter and fear, pulling toward Annalisa and then pulling away, had watched her mother murdered by the woman who then became her mother. Why did she take you? Jordan whispered aloud. It would have been easier to travel unencumbered, surely, and she had no qualms killing children before. Numbly, Jordan shook her head. The old admonishment rang in her brain of Jordan and her wild imagination. In the space of a single morning, the world had turned into a wilder and more horrible place than her imagination could ever have conjured up. Here we are, miss. Jordan shoved a handful of change at the driver and tumbled out of the cab. The car was here. Annalisa was home. Of course she was. Jordan drew in a shaky breath. Pretend nothing has happened, she thought. Make up a story. Get Ruth out of the house. Just do it. She squared her shoulders and went to face the Huntress. Don't cry, Jordan. Annalisa opened her arms, brows creasing. He's not worth it. No way to hide her reddened eyes, not from Annalisa's penetrating gaze. So Jordan hadn't even tried. The moment Annalisa came out of her sewing room with Taro wagging at her heels, Jordan released the sob hovering in her throat and exploded into tears. choking out as incoherently as possible that he's broken my heart. Your young man disappointed you? Annalise's embrace was soft and lilac-scented. Jordan managed not to shudder. I thought he wasn't anyone serious. I got a lot fonder of him than I meant to, Jordan choked, realizing she was telling the truth. Somewhere in this welter of horror and fear, there was a stab of betrayal, all for Tony. Tony in the dark room, arms about her waist, wires strong and wanting against her, as she asked if he'd tell her a secret. There's one I want to tell you and can't. Letting her think that as long as there weren't wives or children or warrants to worry about, it was all fine. As all the while he and his friends staked out her shop, her family, her life. Use that, J. Bride, Jordan told herself as she cried in her stepmother's arms. Use the tears, use the anger, use it all. She pulled back at last, wiping her eyes, tremulous smile not one bit faked. I'm sorry to cry, Anna. You're right, he isn't worth it. You'll meet someone else in New York. Some dashing young man who brings you roses. Her brows were creased with worry. You shot 6 children in cold blood, Jordan thought. Now you wring your hands over my boyfriend problems. But she pushed that away hard. I thought I'd go out for an ice cream. Take Ruth with me. I need something sweet. A bruised heart definitely calls for ice cream. Ruth just got into her bath, but I'll hurry her out. Annalisa smiled, arms still about Jordan's shoulders. And Jordan's heart cracked because that smile was so warm and soothing that she still had the urge to trust it. Like Taro, who sat shoving an adoring black nose under Annalisa's free hand, Jordan felt the same instinctive surge of comfort as her stepmother's soft, murderous fingers stroked her hair. First horror, then fear for Ruth had carried Jordan through the last hour of shocks. Now the third reaction rose, more terrible than the first 2. And it was shame, because she couldn't help the reflexive leap of affection at Annalisa's touch. She's a murderess, a Nazi murderess. But there was still the urge to lean into that calming hand, to want to doubt the truth even after seeing all the evidence. Because this was Annalisa, who had encouraged her to dream beyond Garrett Byrne and his pear-shaped diamond, who had admitted her own fears and listened to Jordan's, who adored the family dog and made the best cocoa in Boston. So much for dogs knowing good people from bad, Jordan thought. Or stepdaughters knowing a wicked stepmother in the flesh. Except some part of her had suspected right from the first. If only I'd convinced Dad. But she shoved that thought away hard, too. Oh, Anna. Jordan squeezed that soft hand. I don't know what I'd do without you. I'll miss you when I leave for New York. We'll always be here. Ruth and Taro and me. New York isn't so far away. A prison cell is a lot farther, Jordan thought. Whoever Ian and Tony and Nina really were, they were clearly looking to build some kind of case against Annalisa. And with a sudden surge of implacability, Jordan brushed aside the fact that Tony had lied to her. If he'd done it to put Annalisa in a cell, she was going to help. Ruth! Annalisa was calling up the stairs. Hurry out of the bathtub! Your sister is taking you for ice cream! I love you, Annalisa, Jordan thought, looking at that serene profile. But I'm still taking you down. Chapter 50. Ian. September 1950. Boston. Let's admit we're idiots. Tony broke the silence. She was under our noses the entire time. I saw her with my own eyes. I talked with her. She looks almost nothing like that picture we have, Ian said tersely. It was too old to be useful. Only someone who knew that face very well would... God damn it, can't you make this car go faster? Tony hit the Ford's gas pedal mashed to the floor, but the lunchtime traffic poured like slow honey. I looked at her neck the day we met. There was no scar. His hands were clenched around the wheel.
She covers it,
Nina guessed from the back seat.
His makeup, maybe? Bliet, how far is McBride house?
Not far, but who knew how long ago Jordan had left Scully Square? She went for her sister, Ian thought. That's what I would do if I learned my stepmother was a murderess.
I should have known when we spoke, Tony muttered, that she wasn't a native speaker, the rhythms. You said she had no accent, even dropped her R's like a Bostonian. Still should have brought me into check, Nina snapped. I would have known her, more than you, only seeing the old picture.
Ian cut them both off.
We all could have done better, yes, but we had no reason to think Lorelei Focht had stopped in Boston rather than passing through as all the others did. We had no reason to think Jordan's stepmother had connections to Europe, not with a name like Anna McBride, listed as born in Boston, no accent to give her away. There seemed nothing suspicious about her to investigate, and we had Kolb in front of us, looking suspicious as a rotting fish. And she kept her distance from the shop, Tony said. Jordan said her father took pride that his wife didn't have to work, and I didn't think anything of it. But she kept her distance so if anyone took a second look for shady business, what they'd see was Kolb. And we did, damn us all. Stop this. Stop it now.
Ian pushed steel through his voice, slicing through the discussion.
We finally know who she is and where she is. Let's focus on that and assign blame later. Holy hell. I hope Jordan grabbed Ruthie and got out of that house, Tony muttered. If she just waited.
Why would she? Nina said. Has no reason to trust us or know what we do.
We should have brought her in. Told her. We saw no reason to. We've never brought in outsiders before. Once and for all, stop the what-ifs and should-haves.
The last thing this team needed was to careen into recrimination. But Ian's hands were clenched so tight around his Panama that the brim had crumpled like paper, and the same tense fear was vibrating through the car between all of them, unspoken. If Jordan or her sister came to harm because of this, the team was finished. In a squeal of tires, Tony brought the car around the corner onto the street with the McBride house.
If Lorelei Focht is there, Ian said, we confront and apprehend on the spot. On whose authority? We have no warrant.
Ian thought he could bluff around that. He was damned well going to try. This wasn't how they normally handled confrontations. Usually there would be a careful plan laid and backing authorities notified. No time for that now. Ian looked at his partner and his wife, blood sparking in his veins.
Be on your guard every bloody minute. We've never confronted someone like this. Most of the men we find are no more dangerous without their Third Reich than field mice, but she is different. If she so much as lifts a finger toward herself or anyone else, stop her, by any means necessary.
Nina flicked her razor, and for once Ian was glad to see it. They were spilling out of the car before it even stopped moving in front of the brownstone, and were greeted by the sight of an open door and an empty house. Chapter 51. Jordan. September 1950. Boston. Hurry up, Ruth, Jordan prayed. Her sister was finally out of her bath, calling, "Can I get strawberry ice cream?" down the stairs as she trailed off, towel-wrapped to her room. Jordan couldn't rush her without looking suspicious, and she couldn't take another moment keeping her guard up with Annalisa. So she busied herself first unleashing up Taro. Jordan was no more leaving her dog in this house than her sister. And then muttered about getting something in the dark room.
Go tear up any pictures you took of that young man, Annalisa advised. It will make you feel better.
Once down in the dark room, Jordan sagged against the door, realizing she was sweating as though she'd run a race. Calm down, J. Bride. Stay cool, she told herself as she rummaged for a rag to pat her face. Where are you going to go? The thought hammered. Where are you going to take Ruth? Back to Tony's apartment for some answers. That was a start. She turned and nearly leaped out of her skin. Annalisa was standing at the top of the darkroom stairs, looking down with her warm smile. She'd made no sound at all. "Hannah, you startled me," Jordan smiled, heart nearly leaping out of her chest. "Is Ruth ready?"
Tying her shoes.
"I can't remember when you were last down here."
It's always seemed very much your sanctum,
Annalisa looked around at the equipment, the walls, the lights. She had her pocketbook over her arm. "I was thinking I'd come with you girls. It's been a long time since I had an ice cream cone. I thought you had to finish that skirt you were running up on the singer." Jordan kept her smile in place. "Hemming can always wait." "Are you sure? I could bring a cone back for you." Jordan cut herself off, too suspicious to keep throwing up objections. "You know what? Never mind. Anything I bring you will just melt in this sun. Come with us." She would sneak Ruth out when they got back. "I'll just get my hat." But Annalisa didn't move, just stood looking thoughtful. "You know, I went to the bank this morning. Miss Fenton said you were asking about the savings accounts." Jordan kept her tone normal, relaxed. "I know you say there's no need to worry about money, but I still do. It was a relief to hear about the extra insurance policy. Miss Fenton said you looked a bit upset." I caught a whiff of Dad's aftershave suddenly, one of the cashiers wearing the same brand. You know how it is. I left quickly before I started bawling. Well, that sounds reasonable." Annalisa looked at the railing under her hand. "Do you know any tall Englishmen, Jordan? A man asking questions?" "What? No, I told you that already." Jordan's heart started to speed. "Weeks ago." "I know." Annalisa sounded apologetic. "But there is one, isn't there? Kolb was quite firm about that. He also seems to think he's been followed, and I was inclined to blame such paranoia on his liking for the bottle, but perhaps not." "Then you turn up at the bank asking about my savings accounts, and here you are looking upset about a boyfriend. And you explain it all very nicely, Jordan, but it makes me uneasy. It really does." "Why would it?" Jordan made herself look up, give a puzzled smile. "Because when you've lived through a war," Annalisa said, "when you've been hunted, you pay attention to any little things out of the ordinary. However nicely they're explained away, they still ping." The silence fell between them as dark and heavy as lake water. Jordan stood, hands behind her gripping the edge of the work table. Annalisa stood in her crisp black dress and dark chignon and perfectly painted lips. Jordan couldn't think what to do, except to look confused and innocent. Her heart hammered. "Scheisse." Annalisa sighed. Setting her pocketbook down, she reached into it and pulled out a pistol in one firm, expert hand. And Jordan's mind went white with terror as a shot crashed out. The metal tray at Jordan's right spun off the table in a clatter, even as she flinched back with a choked scream. It took her a moment to realize she hadn't been hurt. "Let's talk honestly now," Annalisa said, matter of fact. Jordan's knees were pudding. She looked at Annalisa, at the pistol in her hand, and wanted to scream. But in this thick-walled space set below the ground, no one on the street was going to hear. She doubted anyone had heard the shot either. She opened her mouth. "Whatever you're about to say, it had better not be a lie," Annalisa said. "I don't want to shoot you, Jordan, but I will if I have to." "I believe you," Jordan said in a thin voice. "You murdered Ruth's mother in cold blood for her passport. You murdered a young English POW by a lake, and you murdered 6 Polish children after feeding them a meal. So no, I don't think you'll hesitate to kill me." She expected Annalisa to deny it, weep, protest innocence, flow gently with emotion the way she had that Thanksgiving, when she looked at the photograph of her SS lover and managed to convince Dan McBride and Jordan both that it was her father. But Annalisa merely moved down the staircase into the dark room with a sigh. "I see you've learned a few things." Jordan found herself trembling. "What are you?" She couldn't stop herself from asking the question, the great cry that had taken root in her mind since realizing the truth of it all. And even outside that primal cry was the cooler speculation. If I can distract her, maybe I can get away, or maybe someone will come. It was not much of a hope, but staring down the barrel of a pistol, a slim chance looked better than none. How could you do such things? Annalisa didn't answer. She just sighed again, a sound so mortally exhausted it seemed to have been dragged from the soles of her feet, and sat down on the edge of the rumpled darkroom cot. I'm so tired of running. Looking at Jordan, her mouth trembled. Why couldn't you leave it alone? Why couldn't... Jordan pushed away from the table, only to freeze as the pistol's barrel came up. Sit down on the floor. Sit on your hands. Just like that, the tremble was gone. Annalisa's voice was weary, but her hand was steady. Jordan sank down on the floor, tucking her hands under her, feeling the cold seep into her flesh. She expected Annalisa to rise and level the weapon, but she remained seated on the cot, seemingly too tired to move. Maybe she wouldn't run at all. Maybe she was ready to turn herself in. Jordan didn't really think so, but she tried a different tack. Whatever you do to me, don't hurt Ruth. Annalisa looked surprised. What reason would I have to do that? She's not your daughter. Do you even love her? My poor Motion. Annalisa ran a finger along the cot's blanket. I didn't mean to grow fond of her, you know. A Jewish child. I only took her with me because a mother with a beautiful little girl in her arms. Well, no one suspects a woman like that. And she was so pretty, with that blonde hair and none of the features one usually sees. The nose, the coarseness. Perhaps there wasn't much Jewish taint. I thought I could raise her free of all that. A way to make amends. Amends, Jordan said. For murdering her mother. I had no choice. You really believe that? Wonderingly. You had no choice but to kill a woman and push her into a lake after robbing her of everything she owned? No choice? You have no idea what cornered prey will do when desperate. Annalisa touched the gray pearls at her neck. I was very sorry I had to do it. She didn't suffer, at least. I wear her pearls to remember her by. For a moment, Jordan thought she was going to vomit. You weren't going to deny any of it, she managed to whisper. I don't see the point, really. You clearly know enough. Annalisa straightened. How did you find out? Who's been telling you about me? The barrel twitched on her knee. Is someone coming? Yes, a team of Nazi hunters who tracked you all the way from Austria. Jordan used the melodramatic term without hesitation, anything to make Annalisa flinch. You are never going to escape them, ever. Who are they? Do they have the police with them? Don't lie, Annalisa said as Jordan hesitated. I know you very well, Jordan. I know when you're lying. An English journalist. His partners. Jordan was disgusted by the shake in her own voice. They're coming for you. And what are they going to do? Drag me before a jury? Extradite me? Annalisa shook her head before Jordan could answer. I suppose that doesn't matter. Whatever it is, I doubt I'd find it pleasant. People are such hanging judges over some things. Things like murdering children and prisoners of war? Jordan shot back, shaking voice or not. I'm 32 years old, and my life is the sum of many moments. Why do some moments outweigh all the other, better moments? When is there enough running, enough punishment? You think you've been punished? Jordan nearly choked on a swell of incandescent fury. You stole another woman's name and life and child, then nested yourself in my family so you could live every day in complete ease and comfort, and you think you've been punished? Do you have any idea how much I've lost? Annalisa returned. A life I loved, a man I loved, contact with my mother except for the occasional cautious letter, which I don't even dare post myself. Every day I'm afraid, and every night I dream. She shivered. Strange how many nightmares I have in this house, where everything is so safe. My house on the lake in Posen, it was so isolated. No servants by the end of 44, everything falling to pieces, Manfred away for days at a time, yet I slept so soundly there. It was so beautiful. And I can never go back. Looking at Jordan. You think that isn't punishment? Not enough. So turn yourself in and fight the charges, Jordan said, switching tack. Defend yourself. Whatever else you are, I never thought you were a coward. She'd hoped that would sting, but Annalisa just gave a faint smile. Cowardice doesn't exist, you know. Nor does bravery. Only nature. If you're the hunter, you stalk, and if you're the prey, you run. And I am quite realistic enough to know that I have been the prey ever since the war ended, and the victors decided I was a monster. You are a monster, Jordan said. Because of those children? Annalisa shook her head. It was an act of mercy. They were Poles, perhaps Jews, and the directive in Posen was to eliminate the Jews first, eventually the Poles. The war was ending, and you were losing. Why carry that directive out with everything falling apart? Because the executions and shipments were still proceeding. Those children died far more kindly at my hands, fast and painless with full bellies, than they would have fared starving to death in huts or dying of thirst on packed trains. I take no pleasure in suffering. If something must die, kill it cleanly. Jordan thought she'd scream if she had to hear more of this, but she made herself continue. Keep her talking. Why kill that young prisoner of war? Sebastian Graham, Ian's younger brother, whose name she'd read in the file this morning. There are rules about prisoners. You should have returned him to his camp alive. Why kill him? Guards don't like it when prisoners escape. I likely saved him from a far more nasty death. Annalisa rose, businesslike. Don't lose her. I loved you, you know. Jordan flung it down like a challenge. I really did. And I thought you loved me. It was all lies, wasn't it? A look of surprise. Why would you think that? Ever since Dad died, you've been trying to ship me off. To college, to work, to New York, anywhere, as long as you could get me out of the door. Only because I have to keep up my guard around you all the time. I thought that would be easier if you were in another city. But it doesn't mean I'm not fond of you. The old smile, that woman-to-woman ease they'd had the last few months, relying on each other. You're clever and level-headed and gifted. You want things for yourself. You dream. I did too when I was your age. I wanted more than some Austrian advocate husband, no matter what my mother said. And you wanted more than that nice muttonhead Garrett Byrne, no matter what your father said. I encouraged you to aim higher because I wanted to see you soar. It was a pleasure to watch. I don't believe you, Anna. Jordan said it defiantly, but inside she flinched. Anna, Annalisa, Lorelei, whatever you call yourself. I hate that name. A shiver. Lorelei. Like Rusalka. Another water witch. Who really came out of the lake and gave you the Rusalka nightmare? Jordan pounced on the new angle of attack. Someone who didn't agree with your definition of mercy? I did tell you about that dream, didn't I? A blink. She was no one, really. Just a refugee woman in Posen. Did this one hurt you instead of the other way around? What does a monster fear? Is that why she makes you afraid? Why you dream of her? I don't fear her. Why would I? Annalisa's hand drifted up to her neck, unconsciously. The old scar, Jordan thought, hidden by makeup. She's probably long dead. But her face flickered, and Jordan knew it was fear. I can read you too, you know. Why had Annalisa told her the Rusalka nightmare in the first place? Because it was midnight and she was frightened, and I was there. Because sometimes even monsters need to talk. Jordan made her voice soft as she gathered her feet beneath her. Anna, won't you let me... The pistol rose again. Sit back down. Jordan sat. I'm aware you're trying to stall me, Annalisa said. I confess it's tempting to sit here and wait until your friends arrive. I really am very tired of running. But that would be giving up, and it was my last promise to Manfred that I not give up. He died in a hail of bullets in Altusay rather than let himself be taken. The least I can do is run. She looked at Jordan, very direct. Don't look for me. You won't find me, not this time. And what harm can I do? I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want to live quietly. You don't want to hurt anyone, but you will if you think you're threatened. Dad suspected something at the shop, didn't he? He saw traces of your little scheme with Kolb. He just thought it was a swindle, not anything to do with war criminals, but he died before he found out more. How did that happen, Anna? Jordan's eyes bored into her stepmother. Did you murder my father? That was the other suspicion that had been growing like a monstrous flower in the back of her mind. Even in her frantic drive to get Ruth, some part of Jordan had been reflecting quietly that while Anna McBride knew nothing about firearms, a woman nicknamed the Huntress surely would have known what kind of ammunition would make a 12-gauge shotgun with soft steel Damascus barrels explode. Could have driven out to the lake cabin, slipped a handful of deadly rounds in among the innocent, then taken her stepdaughter shopping for a wedding dress when her husband next went on a turkey hunt. Did you kill him? Jordan asked, voice breaking. Did you? Anna's face never moved, not so much as a flicker. Oh, Dad. Jordan's mind in its iced-over horror stuttered. Dad. I was very fond of him, you know, Annalisa said at last. If you hadn't pushed things, he never really trusted me after that first Thanksgiving, not deep down. I'd catch him looking at me in bed when he thought I was asleep. I suppose that's why he found it easy to be suspicious of Kolb, start asking questions. Annalisa shook her head. I still wonder how you did it, putting it all together, just 17. Well, I did say you were clever, didn't I? I never dared keep anything in the house after that, for fear you'd sniff it out. Don't you dare tell me Dad's death was my fault, Jordan grated. I won't tell you anything. Go live your life. Leave me to live mine. I just want to disappear with Ruth. Terror swamped Jordan again in a wave. You are not taking Ruth. Of course I am. She's my responsibility, also my surety, Jordan. Because if I ever feel I'm being tracked again, I will shoot her, and then I will shoot myself. Annalisa's gaze was candid, earnest. Jordan sat pinned by it, dry-mouthed. Please, she began, but Annalisa overrode her. I won't run a third time. I can't bear it. I'll take the easier way, and I'll take Ruth with me. One doesn't leave a child alone. That would be a great cruelty. So don't try to find me again, you and your friends. It will be much better for Ruth if you don't. Annalisa mounted the stairs, pistol glinting at her side. At the top of the staircase, she looked over her shoulder. I'll miss you, you know. Very much. I really wish you had left well enough alone. The door clanged shut, the outside bolt screeched as it was turned, and footsteps retreated outside as Jordan flew up the stairs, flung herself against the locked door. and began to scream. Chapter 52. Ian. September 1950. Boston. She took nothing. Jordan was pawing through her stepmother's closet, a floral, feminine bedroom, all alpine landscapes and arrangements of dried flowers. Too late, Ian kept thinking. We are too late. The only thing gone is Dad's car. Her traveling case is still here, her clothes and underthings, even her checkbook and driver's license. Because she's leaving it all behind, Ian thought. Lorelei Focht had shed Anna McBride and walked out to some new identity with nothing more than the clothes on her back. Rage swept him in a cold wave. We did not come this far to start all over again at zero. She took nothing, Jordan repeated. She looked white and wrecked, her rosy, all-American prettiness drowned by shock. Ian had never been so relieved in his life as when they'd wrenched back the bolt of the darkroom door and she stumbled out, the face tear-stained above an old red-checked shirt, blonde hair wild, hands shaking but alive. Ian's relief was nothing to Tony's, whose olive-skinned face had turned gray as the door came open. Jordan had pushed straight past him, running inside, calling her sister's name, and that was when they realized Lorelei Focht had taken something after all. Ruth. Suka, Nina murmured. She flipped her razor open and closed, yearning visibly for a throat to cut. Taro trailed after her, whining nervously. Ian managed not to pace, but he'd already left white fingernail crescents in his own palms. There has to be something to tell us where she's gone. Something. Jordan was raking through her stepmother's handkerchiefs now, eyes flashing up to pin Ian and Tony with a stony gaze. If you people had just told me, I wanted to. Tony was searching the drawer beside hers. He reached out and touched her shoulder. I've been wanting to bring you in, but we didn't know if your father might have been involved, and... She jerked away. Dad would never... Her voice choked. Why did Anna even start these under-the-counter deals with Kolb, helping war criminals? If it hadn't been for that, nothing would have come to light for you to trace all the way to Boston. Why did she risk it? Perhaps they were friends of hers, Tony suggested. She wanted to bring her mother over, too. She could have brought them legally, sponsored them as refugees. No one would have blinked at that. Money, Ian said tersely, starting to pace despite himself. She wanted money of her own in case she ever needed to run again. And now she has it, he thought in another surge of ice-cold fury. Enough money to run a good long way. No, you are not escaping us. You are not taking another innocent child, not this time. I don't want you thinking my father was stupid for falling for her. The words burst out of Jordan, even as she moved to search under her stepmother's bed. She was so eager to lose her accent and join his church and be a proper American housewife, so proud to learn Boston slang, change her name from Annalisa to Anna when she got her citizenship. She fooled everyone. Not you. Tony rummaged among the linens. 17 years old and you sniffed her from day one, which is more than the three of us professionals managed to do. You're a goddamn genius, J. Bride. My father still died. I didn't make him realize... Don't. Ian took her by the shoulders as she straightened from looking under the bed, nailing his eyes to hers. Down that road lies madness, believe me. Put the blame where it belongs. On her. Where did you go? Where? She cried for him in the hospital. She was so devastated. I wonder what she would have done if he'd recovered from his injuries. She had a plan for that, Nina stated without a shred of doubt in her voice. Nothing was missing from Ruth's room either. Jordan rubbed helpless, empty hands up and down her old blue jeans. She didn't pack Ruth so much as a spare pair of shoes, which means she has a bolt hole somewhere. Tony was prowling the length of the cozy little bedroom. She'll have stashed clothes, money from her closed-out savings account, new identification, courtesy of Kolb. Yes. Jordan scrubbed a hand down the side of her face. In the darkroom, she said she didn't dare keep anything in the house after I searched her room years ago. So where would you keep a bolt hole? Ian asked. The four of them looked at one another. She went somewhere for a month. When she told me she was in Concord and New York, Jordan said at last. She must have been setting something up, making preparations to run, just in case she needed to. Must be somewhere close, Nina said. Somewhere she could go. No one would ask questions. We have to catch her there, or she's gone, Jordan finished. She and Ruth, off who knows where. She might not even stay in this country. Jordan's face collapsed. Tony pulled her into his arms. Nina and Ian just looked at each other, helpless and furious. Ruth, Ian kept thinking. Poor little pilgrim stumbling through the alien corn, lost forever unless... A bolt hole would need to be somewhere close, but removed. Ian drummed his fingers on Ruth's bedpost. A place to hide, change her appearance. A place no one could see her coming or going, or have any reason to question her being there. Do you know of any... Maybe our hunting cabin on Selkie Lake? It's more than 3 hours outside Boston, very remote. No swimming beaches or promenades. Just a big pond in the middle of the woods, really. We stopped going after Dad died. Left it locked up. There's a big, stiff old key. Jordan flashed downstairs to her father's study, the others jostling behind, and began yanking desk drawers open. A cabin on a lake, framed by woods. Ian wondered if it might have reminded Lorelei Vogt of her precious house on Lake Rosalka, where Seb had died. Jordan rummaged every gaping drawer, looking up at last with cheeks blazing scarlet. The key's gone. She went to the cabin. Lips trembling. But she won't stay long. She'd know I'd remember it. And she's at least an hour and a half ahead. We will never catch up. Ian heard his whole team think it. Tony fumbled for the Ford's keys. We'll try. We'll fail. We need to move faster. Ian knew how to make that happen, though everything in him turned to ice at the thought. I'll tell you on the way, but first, Jordan, tell us about this Rosalka dream your stepmother has. Every detail. They headed for the door, Jordan recounting a surprisingly specific description of the lake-born nightmare from which de Jägerin apparently suffered. So the Huntress doesn't sleep well, Ian thought, in a surge of vicious satisfaction. I'm glad. As Jordan finished, Ian looked at his wife as they came down the front steps outside. Lorelei Vogt is afraid of Rosalka. Quietly. That's you, isn't it? A tiny nod as Nina went to the car, head down. Tony and Jordan exchanged glances. We can use that, Ian went on, if we know exactly what it is she's afraid of. Nina reached for the door handle, her every invisible bristle showing to Ian's eyes. But he wasn't backing off this time. Spill, Nina. He dropped a hand over hers on the door handle before she could open it. I know you don't want to say what happened on that lake, but we're out of time. Tell us. Chapter 53. Nina. November 1944. Lake Rosalka. The soup was thick with potatoes and cream. The woman in the blue coat had brought 2 steaming bowls out behind the ochre-walled house. Once, Nina flatly refused the invitation to come into the kitchen. Sebastian took the bowl with barely contained eagerness, but Nina stood, arms folded. Don't be rude, Seb whispered in Russian, his mouth thick with soup. Nina's mouth watered, but she still didn't reach for the bowl. She has a pleasure house on the lake and real cream for her stew. Looking at the slight, blue-eyed woman. That means she's a friend to the Germans. I told you, she's a widow. Her husband was German and died before the war began, so the Posen administration leaves her alone. Seb and the woman had had a lengthy conversation in English, which the woman apparently spoke. She studied English in university. She's never had Reich sympathies. So she says. The woman looked so soft, her smile so warm. As if reading Nina's suspicion, she bent her head and sipped from the remaining soup bowl. She swallowed, holding it out again indulgently as if to say, see, no poison. Nina glowered but took the bowl. The first spoonful nearly exploded her mouth with flavor, heat curling through her belly. She couldn't help bolting down the rest. The woman smiled, said something to Seb. There was another eager exchange. "What?" Nina asked, swallowing the last drop from the bowl. "Thank her for the meal and let's be on our way." "She's offering to let us stay the night." Seb's face glowed. "She says we can sleep in the kitchen. It's warm. She'll make up beds." Nina seized Seb's arm, dragged him a pace or two back away from the woman. "No." "Why not? Sleep under a roof for a change, under clean blankets. Seb, no woman living alone would bring people who look like us into her house," gesturing at their filthy clothes. "Which means either she isn't alone, or that she'll telephone the Fritzes and turn us in as soon as... Is it impossible to believe someone might take pity on us? Might offer help just to be kind? Yes, that is impossible to believe, and we don't need her help. You don't trust anyone, that's your bloody problem." Seb's thin face flushed at the hunger-sharpened cheekbones. "And we do need help. We're hungry most of the time, running our bowels out, eating nothing but game and roots. Why can't we accept help when it's offered? Because if she's friendly, all we get is a night sleeping warm. But if she's not, we get picked up by Germans. Maybe more than one night. Maybe she'd agreed to hide us for a while." Stubbornness was falling over Seb's face in a wave. He wanted to believe so badly, wanted to trust. "Not everyone in this war is only out for themselves. Try having a little faith in human nature for once." "No," Nina said again. He tried a different tack. "What could she do? One woman against two of us." Nina stared. "You know me, and you ask what one woman can do. That's different." "Because I'm a savage," she thought. Because to an honorable young man like Sebastian Graham, well-educated and well-meaning, and knowing nothing at all about the female sex, a small woman with smooth hair and buffed nails simply did not register as dangerous. Nina glanced over his shoulder at the woman in blue. She watched with a slight smile, content to let them hiss back and forth. "I'm going back to our camp," Nina told Seb. "I'm not taking the chance." He folded his arms. "I am." Nina stood back a step, surprised at the stab of hurt. "I fed you, hunted for you, stayed with you, and now this?" He flushed again. "Nina, I'll meet you tomorrow at our campsite," cutting him off. "If you don't come, I'll know you're on your way back to captivity in cuffs. Or I'm helping the good Frau about the garden in exchange for being allowed to hide in her cellar," he said quietly. "There are good people in the world, Nina. I trusted you, didn't I? When the only thing I knew was that you'd be shot if you went back to your regiment, I still trusted you." Nina held up her razor. "I only trust this." "Strange how much you remind me of my brother," Seb said. "Cool as ice and about as trusting. Smart man. Not a happy one. Happy doesn't matter. I'll settle for alive." Nina hesitated. "Come with me, Seb." But he wouldn't. And Nina took off into the trees, too angry to look back and see him disappear into the ochre-yellow house. Half a kilometer's furious hike down the shore, and Nina's steps slowed. Dusk was coming now, the dark of a new moon falling. Good flying weather, Nina thought. Good hunting weather. She stopped altogether, scuffing her worn boots through the dead leaves. Something was off. Something was wrong. She had no idea what. "Yes, you do. That woman could be telephoning the Krauts now, telling them she has an escaped prisoner of war in her kitchen. No. Something even more wrong than that. She could have turned him in without inviting him inside. Why did she do that?" Nina looked up at the sky. Blue dusk, blue eyes. That woman's eyes, No fear at all when she looked at the pair of ragged refugees turning up on her doorstep. Nina's matted hair, Seb's dark stubble, their dirty nails. Anyone would have been wary, yet there had been no fear in her calm bearing. Anyone completely unafraid when standing outnumbered among filthy strangers in a war zone was either idiotic, saintly, or dangerous. The woman hadn't looked like an idiot. That left saintly or dangerous. Nina knew which Seb would have picked. I know what I'd pick too. It was dark when she reached the house again. Light showed in a few of the unshuttered windows, throwing warm squares into the woods behind. Nina squatted in the shadow of a slender pine, watching. She'd half expected to see cars pulled up, German sentries posted to stand guard as the English prisoner was recaptured. But all was quiet. It did not mean there wasn't a trap laid inside. Perhaps Seb had already been recaptured. The blue-eyed woman could have told the authorities that there was a woman at large as well. Nina watched another hour, listening to the sound of lake water lapping on the shore before the house, open razor in hand with its leather loop about her wrist. Seb, where are you? Probably curled under a quilt before a banked fire, not giving Nina a thought. She still didn't move. No moonlight, faint starlight silvering the lake. Good hunting weather. The thought kept echoing, good hunting weather. The door opened, wavering lights spilling across the darkness like wine, two figures silhouetted as they came into the night. Nina blinked, her night sight ruined, but she could recognize Seb's amble, his hair flopping on his forehead. The woman beside him moved lightly, hands in the pockets of her coat. She brought something out, and Nina rose fast from her crouch. But then there was the tiny scrape of a match, Seb leaning in gentlemanlike to cup the flame, and the spark of a cigarette flared. The woman offered one to him, voices murmuring as they strolled toward the lake. Nina watched, still uneasy. Boards creaked as the pair stepped up onto the long dock that stretched out over the deeper water. Nina didn't trust anything that let you walk on a lake, whether pine boards or 2 solid meters of ice. But Seb strode along without hesitation, his belly full, a good night's sleep ahead, a civilized post-dinner cigarette in hand, admiring starlight on calm water beside a woman who had been kind to him, rather than hectoring him about keeping his boots dry and asking if he'd ever be able to tell which way was north. Walk out there, Nina told herself, looking at the pair standing on the end of the dock. Join them. Maybe the woman really was just kind. Nina came out of the pine shadow, moved to the dock, but she couldn't take the first step out over the water. She hesitated, flinching and cursing herself for flinching when the world was full of so many other things more terrifying. And at the end of the dock, as Seb tipped his head back to look at the night sky, Nina saw the woman flick her cigarette into the lake, reach into her coat pocket, and pull out something that glinted metallic in the starlight. Nina launched herself onto the dock as the woman's arm straightened at an angle. Too late. The shot cracked flatly across the water. Sebastian fell. Inside her skull, Nina screamed. On snow or bare ground, she would have been as silent as a U-2 gliding out of the sky. She'd have cut the blue-eyed woman's throat ear to ear before she realized there was anyone behind her at all. But the dock creaked under Nina's sprinting feet, and the woman was turning before the smoke from her shot cleared. Nina's night-trained eyes saw her in the faint starlight, as though she stood under a noon sun, remote, calm, pitiless, gaze flaring only a little in the surprise of Nina's reappearance. The arm came up again, straight and unhesitating, the pistol's eye looking into Nina's. Another crack. At the same time, Nina jinked left, as if she'd been side-slipping out of ground fire, and brought the razor around in a whipping slash. The woman twisted back, the keen edge slashing the side of her neck to the nape, rather than opening her windpipe. And Nina did scream then, seeing those pitiless blue eyes fly open in shock. The woman clapped a hand to her neck, blood spilling dark between her fingers. But the pistol was coming up again, and Nina's sprint had carried her past Seb's body and out of slashing reach. At this distance, the bitch couldn't miss, and Nina couldn't duck. And the decision made itself in an icy drench of terror. Nina kept running, 2 more sprinting steps, and as the third shot tore into the night, she flung herself into the embrace of the lake. The cold stabbed her through with 1,000 tiny silver knives. The iron tang of lake water invaded her eyes, her ears, her nose. Panic clawed Nina almost blind, the sensation of water moving through her hair. She had not sunk herself under the surface of even a bathtub since the day she'd turned 16, lying half-drowned on the frozen surface of the old man as her father slurred, "You're a Rosalka. The lake won't hurt you." Nina opened her mouth to scream. She couldn't help it, and the lake shoved its way down her throat like a claw of ice. "Panic and you drown, Rosalka bitch," her father snarled, and somehow she got her limbs under control even as her mind melted with terror. She could swim. There wasn't a child who grew up on the old man who couldn't. And she pushed herself forward, wriggling like a lake seal. Up to the surface, lungs bursting, air searing fire-hot as she gulped it in. The terrifying sound of another shot. Nina dove onto the surface again, not sure if she'd been hit or not. The fear held her in such an electric grip there was no room for fresh pain to report. Bullet grazed or not, there was a stark choice in the middle of this thicket of horror. Struggle out the deeper lake, out of range, until the water numbed her limbs and she sank into exhaustion and cold, which would not take long. Or thrash here in utter panic, like a U-2 pinioned in the white glare of a searchlight, and be shot at every time she surfaced. Or Nina jackknifed underwater, flipping before she could change her mind, and kicking blindly back in the direction of the dock. Lungs almost exploding again, she slipped between the pilings, kicking up off the soft mud, surfacing in a silent, sucking gasp for air. The dock was built low to the water. There wasn't even 10 centimeters clearance between the surface of the lake and the underside of the boards above. Nina clung to the piling, a splinter piercing her hand like a needle, head tilted back to keep her mouth above the water. Her limbs were already numbing. The pine boards creaked overhead, and there was the sound of metal clicking on metal. "She's standing right above me," Nina thought, "and she's reloading." If she fired straight down between her feet into the dock, the bullet would take Nina through the eye. Terror shattered her like new ice. "Let go," the lake whispered. "Sink into the blue. Let the Rosalka have you." Disjointed images fluttered like bad film. Elena's laughing face. Little Galia muttering in a terrified monotone, "We're not going to drown." Her father, baring his yellowing teeth. Comrade Stalin, his mustache and his heavy feral scent. Nina tread water to keep her face above the rigid surface, listening to the blue-eyed Huntress shift her feet just centimeters above as the lake continued to croon. "Let go, Ninochka." She kept moving her legs, but she couldn't feel them. "Let go. Let the Rosalka have you. She's the first night witch, the one who comes from the lake with ice-cold arms and a kiss that kills." "No," Nina thought. "I am the Rosalka, born from a lake to find home in the sky. Come back to the lake. Then die here in your lake. Easier here than up above at her hands." "No," Nina thought again. "I may fear water, but to fight a Nazi in the dark of the moon holds no terror for me." She had no idea how long she hung there in the dark prism of Lake Rosalka, face tilted above the water, fingers fighting for a grip on the slimy pilings, numbed feet spasming to keep her afloat, as the blue-eyed Huntress above kept watch. Only minutes, surely. It felt like hours. Over the lapping of the water, Nina heard the woman call out in German. Even Nina understood the 3 simple, desperate words. "Where are you?" Nina clamped her chattering teeth. The woman's shoes shuffled. Her breath came unevenly. Nina heard a hiss of pain. I cut her. The red line opening across the nape of the neck, a kiss from the razor. The Huntress would be bleeding, free hand clamped to her neck. Please be dead, the woman above muttered, as if in prayer, her voice thick with fear. Please be dead. Rusalka cannot die, Nina thought, cold making the thought stutter. And you've been kissed by Rusalka, which means you're mine forever, you blue-eyed bitch. A long, ragged breath from the woman overhead, another hiss of pain, and then footsteps retreated unsteadily down the dock toward the shore. The Huntress must be dizzy from blood loss, Nina thought. She would have to go inside, bandage herself. Nina did not move, remained floating under the dock. The woman above her was cool-headed, even if she was bleeding and afraid. She might retreat and wait in the shore's shadows, watching to see what came from the lake. It was what Nina would have done. She hung there in the dark, in the lake, barely breathing. Move now, her father said at last, or you will freeze and drown. She might still be there, Nina thought, waiting. Move now. Nina had almost no strength to haul herself from the lake onto the dock. She lay limp, trying to flex her fingers and toes, almost too stiff to move. She could have lain there forever, but she forced herself to her knees to look around. No waiting female form, no blue eyes watching. The ochre-walled house had gone dark. It would not stay dark. The Huntress surely had friends. They would come to aid her. Move. But Nina couldn't. Sebastian Graham's body lay dark and silent on the dock, still warm. She knew it was hopeless, but she still crawled, shivering to his side. The shot had taken him at point-blank range in the back of the head. He didn't have much face left. That handsome, chivalrous boy with his long lashes and high forehead now turned to red ruin. Poor Malish, Nina whispered through her frozen lips. I should have gone in with you. I let you go, and I lost you. Guilt raked her soul, scarlet-clawed, but she couldn't put her head back and howl under the stars the way she wanted to. She couldn't sink down on his dead chest and weep. She couldn't even bury him. Time was slipping past. Who knew how long it would take the murderess to tend her bleeding neck and summon help? And though Nina thought she must have been in the water less than 10 minutes, possibly not even 5, she was soaked to the skin on the black autumn night, and her limbs felt like they were made of ice. To her astonishment, she still had her razor swinging by its loop around her wrist. She kept that in her boots and trousers, but wrestled Seb's limp arms out of his jacket and his other layers, tossing her overalls into the lake and fumbling into Seb's blood-spattered but dry clothes. She flinched to leave him half naked under the stars, but without dry layers she would die. She made herself take his prisoner's tags, the ring on his hand. His older brother would want them. Cool as ice, Seb had said of him, and about as trusting. I'll tell him you died a hero, Nina told the boy who had been her friend for a few short, desperate months. I'll tell him you saved my life, that you fought a Nazi murderess and made her bleed. She'd make him more than what he was, a warm-hearted boy who died because he trusted that people were good. No, she thought. He died because he had the bad luck to meet you, Nina Markova. Because you fail every team you ever join, and then you lose them. You lost your regiment of 200 sestri, and then you find Seb, and even though your team is now only one, you lose him too. Weeping, Nina kissed Seb's bloodied hair and lurched down the dock without looking back. She glanced once at the yellow house, feeling the primal desire to creep inside, track down that blue-eyed German bitch with her slashed neck, and finish what she'd started. But it would take everything she had just to get back to her campsite alive. I am the Rusalka of the world's deepest lake, at the world's farthest end, she told herself, staggering delirious and bloodlight under the new moon. I am a night witch of the 46th Taman Guards Night Bomber Aviation Regiment. I do not fear Germans, or the night, or any lake in the world. She did not think she would ever be afraid of drowning again. She was afraid of something else now, instead. She almost drowned in her own lungs by the end of winter, when the pneumonia settled in and shook her in bone-rattling spasms. But Nina Markova survived, coughing and emaciated, filthy and ravenous, until the Germans pulled away from Poznanie in January of the new year, until she could emerge blinking and staggering from her forest into the sterile white arms of the Polish Red Cross, pushing through the liberated camps and stalags. There were months of thermometers and medicines, months being moved from one hospital berth to another, tossing and turning as she dreamed of a blue-eyed Huntress, until she knew that face better than her own. Nina was thinking of that face as she sat upright in the latest hospital cot, deliriously tracing a star on the sole of one foot with a red navigation pencil, and vowing to do it over in tattoo ink, when a whip-lean Englishman with desperate eyes came running at her with a torrent of questions, and she'd been able to recite the first line of the story, the myth. Not, your brother is dead because I failed him, but, your brother died a hero. Chapter 54. Ian. September 1950. Boston. Nina avoided Ian's eyes. The woman who had stared down Comrade Stalin, Ian thought, now staring at her own interlocked hands to avoid his eyes. The Ford had wound its way out of Boston and was speeding northeast. I lie to you, Nina said, ignoring Jordan and Tony in the front seat, speaking only to Ian, her Russian accent thickening. Is my fault Seb dies? Ian didn't answer. Jordan and Tony exchanged glances, and said nothing either. I should have stayed with him. The Jägerin, she wouldn't catch me off guard. Or I should be faster, join him on the dock. I hesitate too long. Is done. Nina sighed, and Ian heard the layers of guilt and pain in that sigh, the long nights she'd thought about this in the years after the war. You did your best, he managed to say. Not enough. Seb should have lived. Nina looked at him then, unblinking. Is what you're thinking. Part of Ian did think that. The unthinking rage of a brother too swamped by loss to be fair. You knew how trusting he was, and you left him to be slaughtered. Then the rage of a betrayed lover. I slept beside you. I trusted you. I told you about the parachute, and you keep this from me. I fail him, she said again more softly. Is what I do. When I have a team, I fail my regiment. I lose them. I fail Seb. I lose him. Is why I don't have a team anymore. I shouldn't have come, joined you. Looking from Tony to Ian. But I want to find the Huntress. Since I have to stumble away from her by the lake, I want to find her again. It makes me selfish, so I join you. I shouldn't have. That's your one fear now, Ian thought. Not lakes, not drowning. To fail another sestra, another teammate, another comrade. He drew a deep breath, shoved the shock and the anger away, reached out with one hand and hooked his trigger finger through Nina's, looking into his wife's blue eyes that held such desperate sorrow behind their opaque shield. You didn't fail him, Nina. And you aren't going to fail us now. Believe that. This team will not save Ruth without you. This team cannot catch the Jägerin without you. If your one fear is losing another team, her one fear is you, and we're going to use that. Nina's eyes flared.
We need to get there first, and we're at least an hour and a half behind, Tony said grimly behind the wheel. Ian released Nina's finger with a fierce squeeze. We're going to catch up. The Ford stopped in a spray of gravel. Ian had never seen it before, but Tony had described it, the tiny, ramshackle airfield where Nina had gone joyriding. Ian looked at a blue and cream biplane droning overhead, preparing to land, and felt a wave of pure terror. He shoved it down. Jordan, can you persuade your former fiancée to do us a very large favor? Garrett Byrne looked at them, dumbfounded. You want to borrow a plane? Olive, Nina said. I like Olive. Ruth is in danger, Garrett, Jordan said. It's for Ruth. If she's in danger, contact the police and... Brilliant idea, Gary, Tony snapped. Telephone the police and report that a child is with her mother. That'll send them running, all right. Superb. Well, I can't let an unlicensed pilot waltz off with one of my aircraft. Tony, get his other arm. Ian came around the desk to take Garrett Byrne by the elbow. We're locking him in the closet. So much for the line we won't cross, Ian thought. He wasn't just stepping over that line, he was vaulting across it, perfectly willing on Ruth's behalf to bolt Garrett Byrne in with the cleaning supplies. Garrett seemed to realize it. Jesus! He yanked out of Ian's grip. Jordan, is this true? You were right all along? Your stepmother is... Jordan nodded, white-faced. Jesus. He gulped it this time, looking at Nina. She gazed back, eyes slitted. Mrs. Graham, you'd better bring Olive back without a scratch, or... But Jordan was already flinging her arms around him in a violent thank you. Nina was calling for maps, and Garrett pulled free and went jogging off to have the Travel Air 4000 fueled. Tony looked at Ian. Is this really going to work? Riding to the rescue in a biplane? This is something out of a serial where damsels get tied to railway tracks. It will work, Ian said with all the conviction he could muster. Only way to beat a car to the cabin, Nina said calmly, pawing through the maps. Her doubt and guilt had gone, Ian saw in relief. She had a mission to fly, and the navigator in her had snapped to the fore. All business. If I can land... Jordan, you say there is flat spot nearby, no trees. Show me. Soon they were all jogging for the runway, Olive standing proud in her blue and cream paint. Nina tugged flight goggles on. She could have been a ludicrous sight, goggles and boots and a filing summer dress, but she was all cool, hard competence. Plane can take 4, 2 each cockpit. That's not safe, Garrett began. Nina ignored him. It's crowded, but possible. She looked over her shoulder at Ian. Jordan and Tony in front. You fly with me. Ian had been afraid she would say something like that. It would be far safer to fly with Tony, while Jordan and I follow in the car. I fly 4 out of Timan once when you 2 behind me is chased down and the engine hold. Galia and I have to ferry the pilot and navigator. Was like flying a break, but she stays up. Mostly. Tony was already settling into the passenger cockpit up front, Jordan scrambling after him. Nina crooked a finger at Ian, who fought a gripping wave of the deepest panic he'd ever felt in his life. Nina felt the same panic when she threw herself into Lake Roselka, he thought. She could have let it take over, let herself sink, and then there would have been no one to bear witness to Seb's murder. Ian fought his stuttering heart down out of his throat and stepped up onto the wing. Don't fail me, comrade, he said through gritted teeth, and dropped into the cockpit. When Olive's wheels lifted from the ground and Ian saw the first terrifying glimpse of the earth falling away below, he wanted to shut his eyes and bury his face in his wife's hair. It was all scent and touch and noise up here in the tiny world of wind and metal, fabric and sky. It ravaged his ears. The cockpit was so tiny it felt like being jammed inside a cartridge. Ian folded into the seat and Nina folded into him, her back against his chest, his arms welded around her waist, every limb in contact, every twitch of muscle shared. We aren't nailed together this close when we're making love, Ian thought. He had no idea how Nina was managing the controls, wedged up against them as she was, but she did it with complete confidence. Ian kept his eyes on her instead of the terrifying sky, his wife's hands moving over those strange dials and levers like a pianist, and felt a flash of terrified pride in her skill. She shouted something he couldn't hear. How long the flight lasted, Ian had no idea. To him, it lasted forever. Then forever took on a new meaning as the engine died. She's doing it on purpose. She knows what she's doing. Bringing them down towards Selkie Lake without the engine, so that there would be no warning mechanical thrum to give their presence away. But all his instinct knew was that the engine was dead, and they were dropping from the sky like a stone, and suddenly the world was full of terrible silence. Against the rush of the wind, Ian heard Jordan's gasp, Tony's curse, and Nina laughing. I married a bloody madwoman, Ian thought. As if she could hear him, Nina reached up behind her own head and touched his cheek. This time he heard her when she said, We won't crash. Bloody hell we won't, Ian muttered into her hair. Nina stretched out her arms to the wind, back arching against him as if she could add her wings to the planes. And Ian snatched her hands back inside. Olive was still dropping. Hands on the controls, goddammit! She laughed again. Below, the pines were rushing upward, and the silver flash of what must be Selkie Lake. Nina took the stick, and for a moment his wife's body twinned against his. Ian felt what she felt. There is nowhere she leaves off and the plane begins, he thought. Woman and machine, masters of the air. And one terrified man clinging to their tail feathers. Is there, Nina was saying, calm as water. The treeless stretch is long enough. Ian felt her hands moving, but he didn't look down to see the drop, just buried himself in the engine grease and north wind scent of her hair as the biplane continued to fall out of the sky. He'd flung himself and the team into the void, and he'd trust his wife to bring them all down. Don't fail me, comrade. One final, sickening lurch, and wheels bounced on ground. Every tooth in Ian's head rattled. Bloody hell, we're alive! He repeated it like an incantation, then a different incantation. Let die Jägerin be here. Chapter 55. Jordan. September 1950. Selkie Lake. Nina saw the cabin first, its modest, slanted roof showing between tree trunks, and at a gesture from her, they all went silent. Jordan felt her own heart thumping as they crept closer, careful of the dried leaves underfoot. The silver expanse of lake opening wide between the trees, the short ribbon of the boat dock stretching out. And sitting at its end, Ruth. Relief washed violently over Jordan at the sight of that small figure. Ruth's feet swung over the water, and her blonde head was bowed as she looked down into her lap. Hang on, Cricket, I'm coming for you. At Jordan's shoulder, Tony pointed. The sturdy old Ford belonging to Jordan's father was parked beside the cabin, trunk standing open. Even as they watched, the cabin door opened, and Annalisa came out with a pair of traveling cases. A very different-looking Annalisa, Jordan saw. Much less the Vogue fashion plate in an old coat and trousers, instead of skirts frothing with crinoline. Hair now bleached a tired-out blonde, lying damp on her shoulders. Jordan realized the rest of the team had gone utterly still at the sight of her. Tony's gaze unblinking, even as his fingers flexed. Ian turned to stone, if stone could emanate waves of ferocity. Nina flowing into some strange relaxation, lips curving like a moon. 3 profiles overlapping one another, devouring their first real sight of the woman they had been hunting. Ruth! They heard Annalisa call, closing the Ford's trunk on the cases and tossing the keys into the front seat. We're leaving! So close, Jordan thought. Even flying, they had barely got here in time. By car, they would never have made it. A few fast-murmured plans flew, the first part of which was get Ruth. Until Ruth was removed, they could do nothing, or Annalisa might kill her. Nina slanted off toward the east, away from the cabin and the dock. Tony peeled left toward the cabin's far side, where Jordan had told him about the back window. Ian and Jordan continued on straight, stopping well inside the tree line, where Ian cupped his hands around his mouth and gave a whistle. The haunting four-note opening of the simple Siberian lullaby he had learned from Nina and taught Ruth to play on her violin. Annalisa, slamming the car door, didn't hear. At the end of the dock, Ruth looked up. Ian whistled the opening bar again, low and calling. Jordan bit her lip, watching Ruth's eyes hunting for the music. Annalisa paused, clearly puzzled, but she didn't play the violin. She didn't know the ancient cradle song Ruth played so beautifully. Annalisa stepped onto the dock, her back to the cabin as she walked out over the lake. "Ruth, into the car, stop sulking." At the end of the dock, Ruth stood up. Jordan thought she could see the stubborn set of that fragile jaw all the way from here. Annalisa held out a hand, but Ruth brushed straight past her, breaking into a run. "That's it, Cricket," Jordan wanted to cheer as Ian whistled one more time and her sister pelted off the dock. At that moment, Tony broke out of the cabin at a flat sprint, door banging open, something long in one hand. He scooped up Ruth like a football, tossing her over one shoulder and running for the car. Annalisa scrabbled in her coat pocket, but her pistol snagged for a split second, and Tony was moving too fast. He yanked the car door and dove inside, pulling Ruth with him out of sight. Jordan could hear him urging Ruth down flat on the floor of the car, even as he slapped a long, glinting shape down across the open driver's side window. Dan McBride's spare shotgun, taken from the cabin and now leveled at Annalisa. Jordan quivered inside like a plucked violin string, seeing Ruth disappear inside the car. Tony had sworn that if all went wrong, he would drive away with Ruth, that he would make her safe first. The most precious pawn was off the board. Now, staring across the chessboard, they faced only the queen. Annalisa had frozen midway down the dock, pistol finally in hand, caught between lunging toward shore and firing from where she stood. Her back was to the trees as she stared at the car, and Jordan stepped out of cover onto the shore. Ian strode arrow straight at her side. "Stay back," he said very low-voiced. "This time she may shoot you." "I know how to throw her off guard," Jordan murmured back, feeling the Leica about her neck on its strap. She'd snatched it on pure instinct when they left the house. Perhaps the same instinct that made Ian stretch for his typewriter, Nina for a plane, Tony for his own nimble tongue. When preparing to level with an enemy, you readied your best weapon. Annalisa doesn't really want to kill me, and after years of hiding, she's scared of the camera. I can use both against her. If I don't, she'll shoot you. You're the stranger. She'll aim right for your head. Ian's stride didn't slow, sun glinting off his hair as he aimed for the dock. Jordan didn't stop either. From inside the car, Tony was shouting at Annalisa in German and English, telling her to remain still or he'd shoot, keeping her gaze aimed at him. Jordan could see him from the corner of her eye. She didn't turn to look directly, neither did Ian. The world had narrowed to the two of them and Annalisa. It has to be us, Jordan thought. The ones who have already gone against her and lost something. Me, my father, Ian, his brother. Us. The ones who refused to lose Ruth, too. Annalisa saw them as they stepped onto the dock, stiffening in a freeze of pure shock. She seemed to turn very slowly, or maybe it just seemed slow to Jordan through the Leica's lens, as she lifted the camera, the flying strands of her hair, the blue of her eyes as they rounded, the knuckles whitening around her pistol. Watching it, something in Jordan telescoped, compressed, divided. There was the side of her that flinched in fear, the human side. And there was the lens that narrowed with perfect focus, the ruthless eye that put a lid on the chaos of emotions and simply watched Annalisa scrabble like a cowering animal chased out from under a bush. The cold inner lens that wanted nothing but to record what happened here and show it to the world. "Smile for the camera, Lorelei."
It was Jordan who smiled as she took the picture. Then the shot rang out. Chapter 56. Nina. September 1950. Selkie Lake. Nina crouched on the shore of Selkie Lake, not 800 meters down from the cabin, yanking off her boots. She watched Tony snatch the child, saw Jordan and Ian come from the trees, saw the slim figure of the woman now frozen on the dock. There you are, Nina thought, yanking her summer dress over her head. The blue-eyed Huntress with her Walther PPK and her scar. Half a decade and half a globe had to be traveled, but the hunt went on. Only now, who was the Huntress and who was the prey? Ian was advancing down the dock now, implacable as granite, the American girl at his side just as steady. Tony worked the bolt action on the shotgun, the threat of it echoing across the lake, telling Lorelei Vogt not to run. Your days of running are done. Nina straightened, naked except for her slip, the waters of Selkie Lake lapping at her toes, and unfolded her razor. Reaching carefully inside her mouth, she nicked the inside of her cheek, spat blood. Voices from the dock, more camera flashes. The Huntress, half frozen, half poised to pounce. Don't kill anyone yet, Nina thought to her enemy and her team both. Wait for me. She waded into the water, warmer by far than Lake Rusalka or the old man. The Huntress's scar was calling her, the Rusalka's kiss. You're still mine. A shot echoed into the perfect summer sky, and Nina was pierced by a bolt of pure, clawing, protective rage. Oh, you blue-eyed bitch, if you killed my husband. And she dived into the arms of the lake. Chapter 57. Ian. September 1950. Selkie Lake. The shot came from Tony. At the corner of Ian's eye, he saw his partner had aimed into the sky, a flat report making the blue-eyed woman flinch and whirl, even as she was still flinching from the flash of Jordan's camera. Smile, Anna, Jordan called out again. Click, click, click. She'd said there was nothing her stepmother disliked more than having her picture taken, and she was right. Ian could see the woman flinch with every flash. He took a deep breath, speaking up in his deepest, crispest tones of authority. Lorelei Vogt, stay where you are. She straightened at the sound of her name. He hoped she would lunge forward in a panic, let him get within arm's length and wrench the pistol away. But she stepped back instead, to the very end of the dock, face emptying of shock with frightening speed. Ian had never seen anyone knocked so off balance recover their poise so fast. The pistol hung loose at her side, but he and Jordan still froze halfway down the dock before she could raise it. There was an odd moment of stillness where the sound of the shot faded, and they regarded each other. Ian met the eyes of his brother's murderess for the first time, and every sound in the world, Ruth's muffled sobbing from the car, Tony's voice soothing her, the monotonous slap of the lake against the pilings, faded to nothing. Here you are, Ian thought, staring into those blue eyes in wonder. Here you are. For more than half a decade he'd thought of her every day, and here she was. Ian drank her in. He found her lovely. He found her obscene. He found her. Here you are, he said aloud and smiled. Who are you? She asked, sounding genuinely puzzled, and it made Ian smile again. This woman had loomed over his life like a boulder, blotting out the sun. Yet, of course, she had no idea who he was. Ian didn't answer. Instead, he spoke words he'd dreamed of speaking for years. Lorelei Vogt, you are charged with war crimes. He expected excuses, the defensive shuffle, the whine that always seemed to begin, "It was so long ago," or "I was just following orders." Lorelei Vogt did none of those things. She merely shifted her gaze to Jordan at his side, steadily gazing through her camera lens. How did you get here? Genuinely curious. Even if you got out of the darkroom at once, you couldn't...
Magic,
Ian said. That was as good an explanation for Nina as any.
Nina, where are you?
Ian took a step closer, Jordan at his side. D. Yeagerden's pistol came up.
No closer!
Jordan clicked off another shot. Ian saw the target wince.
You really don't like having your picture taken, do you? He observed.
I wouldn't like looking at myself either, if I'd done what you've done. Click. Another flinch. Jordan, stop. No. Jordan adjusted something on her Leica. You and I have said everything that we needed to say to each other, Anna. I'm just doing my job now, recording the moment. Click. The moment a murderess realizes she's going to pay for what she's done. The woman's voice was calm.
You cannot arrest me. Yes, we can, Ian said. For murdering Daniel McBride. You admitted as much to Jordan in the darkroom a few hours ago. We can perform a citizen's arrest and bring you to the authorities. Murder is punishable by the electric chair in Massachusetts.
Ian waited for the flicker of her eyes.
There's another option, of course.
Murder me here. Sink me in the lake. The pistol lifted again.
Don't tar me with your brush, you Nazi bitch. I have no intention of harming you.
Ian felt no fear at all, only a humming tension running through him like wire. Was this how Nina felt on her bombing runs when she cut the engine? He was gliding down now, falling very fast but very sure toward his target.
Put that pistol down, Lorelei Vogt. I know you can shoot either me or your stepdaughter between the eyes at this range, but be aware of this. The moment you do, my partner in the car back there will shoot you. And even if you get the drop on him...
Ian could see her eyes measuring it.
Your time running is done. My article exposing you runs in the Boston Globe tomorrow, page 1 above the fold, with photographs.
Ian hadn't written a word in years, but he flung the lie at her with complete assurance.
There won't be a reader on the East Coast who doesn't know your face by the end of the week, and after that the Nationals will pick it up. There's nowhere you will be able to hide, not one corner of this huge country that will not know your face and recoil. That is a promise.
Click. Jordan snapped the shot right as the look of horror rolled across her stepmother's face. The pistol jerked in answer, not at Ian this time, but at her.
Stop!
Jordan took a step forward, blonde hair blowing. No. Click. The shot deafened, echoing across the water. Ian lunged in front of Jordan, heart hammering, but the shot went wide into the water. A warning. Jordan never flinched, merely reached into her pocket and began calmly loading a new roll of film. Ian had seen photographers moving under shellfire on D-Day in the same intense haze, the world narrowed to a lens that felt like a shield before them.
You have Ruth. Lorelei Vogt's voice rose. You have everything. Take it all and let me go. No, that is not a choice in front of you.
Ian's voice rose to a whiplash cut.
The choice in front of you is to be charged in Massachusetts for murdering Jordan's father, or be charged in Austria for war crimes. That is your choice, Lorelei Vogt. That is the only choice you have left in this life.
Click, click, click. There was a moment he thought she was going to crack, a quiver across that smooth face, the even smoother gaze. Then resolve seemed to sheath her in ice, chin lifting, pistol rising toward her own head, and Ian saw she was going to escape. She would escape justice and courtrooms and the world's hatred with a bullet. And he shouted without words because her death wasn't enough. It would never be enough. But even though he was running to close the distance between them, the barrel was already reaching the underside of her chin. Then a rising shriek ripped the air, and they all saw what had just crawled out of the lake onto the end of the dock. She crouched there for a moment like some giant spider, lake water sluicing off her skin. Ian knew perfectly well who she was, Nina Markova, his lover, his comrade in arms, his wife of 5 years. But as she uncoiled, she made even Ian's heart clutch in fear. She stood relaxed and reptilian, streaked with blood from the corners of her mouth, down the sides of her throat, red lines curling down her soaked slip, down her arms, off the edge of the unfolded razor in her hand. She smiled, eyes glinting like winter ice, and her teeth were scarlet as though she'd been tearing at human flesh. She rises out of the lake, streaked with blood, and drifts across the surface of the water toward me. Jordan had described her stepmother's nightmare in the Huntress's own words. And that's when I wake up, before the night witch cuts my throat. There was no dream to wake from now, as Nina stalked down the dock. The Jägerin did not move. She stood wax-white, quivering, a rabbit paralyzed by a snake's gaze, a Soviet biplane pinned to the sky by a German searchlight. Nina came remorselessly forward, razor outstretched. "Mine," she was crooning. "Mine." And the woman who had murdered Ian's brother, and who knew how many others, backed up before her, twisting away in frantic horror. Ian saw none of her ferocious control this time, as she brought the pistol back to her own head. Just fear. But he was still too far away to stop her from taking the bullet's escape. Nina wasn't. She flashed down on the Huntress like a falling star, the razor coming around in a whistling arc. Lorelei Vogt screamed, staggering back with blood spilling from her arm this time, rather than her neck. Red drops pattered on the dock, and Nina reached out contemptuously and pushed her down, crouching, slow and unhurried over the cringing woman, leaning so close they could have kissed. Nina plucked the Walter PPK from the nerveless fingers. "You don't get to die," she whispered to the woman who had shot at her across a lake half a world away, and dropped the pistol into the water. Die Jägerin's face shattered. She crawled away, clutching her bleeding arm, scrabbling past Ian to Jordan. And she just stopped, huddled against her stepdaughter, cringing from Nina, keening. Slowly, Jordan bent down to embrace her. Silence fell again over the frozen tableau. Nina came to Ian's side, never shifting her eyes from Die Jägerin. Tony came out of the car on shore, shotgun cradled in one elbow, the other arm around Ruth, who clung white-faced to his side. The only noise was the muffled sounds coming from the woman in Jordan's arms. Ian wondered if the children she shot had whimpered that way, as if snapped in half by terror. His heart resounded in his chest. Nina had told him once on the Prater Ferris wheel in Vienna that one could kill a fear. She'd thrown herself into a lake today to become a Huntress's nightmare and protect her team. Ian had thrown himself into a plane. Lorelei Vogt, it seemed, could not kill her one fear when it crawled from her nightmares to look her in the eye. Not yet, anyway, Ian thought. So hit her hard before she recovers herself. Jordan said it before he could. "Anna," she said, her voice gentle, even though her face hadn't lost that distant look, the one that told Ian the world was still coming to her through a lens. Her hand rubbed her stepmother, shaking back in a soothing circle, even as her body remained stiff with revulsion. "You are going to make a choice now." Chapter 58. Jordan. September 1950. Selkie Lake. "She'll go." "She'll go." Jordan sat down next to Tony on the dock steps, where he sat with his sleeves pushed up and the shotgun still propped beside him. Annalisa was sitting just inside the cabin door, some distance away, her arm bandaged, hands and ankles bound together, unmoving. Jordan looked away from her. "Where's Ruth?" "In shock. I put her in the back seat of the car, covered her with blankets, let her cry herself to sleep." She's going to have questions, Jordan thought. What am I going to tell her? Maybe for now I'm here and I'm never leaving was enough. Where are Ian and Nina?
Walking down the shore where Nina left her clothes, our little Soviet popsy did a fine impersonation of a nightmare.
Tony looked at Annalise's huddled shape in the cabin doorway. Her shoulders were shaking.
Does she really fear Nina that much?
Nina is the one who got away. It haunted her. Jordan was maybe the only one who realized how much it haunted her. She hadn't hesitated to use it, telling her stepmother quietly that she could go to Austria and face trial for war crimes, or stay here and face trial for murdering her husband. But if she refused to go willingly down either path, Jordan would let Nina do the asking. She chose Austria.
Why?
Because I said Nina would never stay in Europe, that she hates it. Annalisa chose whatever continent would put an ocean between her and Nina. That was how terrified the Huntress was of the Rusalka.
Tony blew out a breath. By letting her choose that, you know you're giving up the chance of justice for your father. Unless there's another messy extradition fight over her after her trial in Austria.
If she was tried here for his murder, for which we have much less proof, only my word that she didn't deny it when I accused her, she might never face justice for Ian's brother and the Polish children. That isn't right either. Jordan still felt like she was floating somewhere very quiet. So we do what we have to. They sat in silence for a while, Jordan as hollow inside as a glass.
We'll take her to Austria by boat.
Tony rubbed his jaw.
Much harder to escape from the middle of the Atlantic, if she has thoughts of getting away. I'll see what's leaving Boston Harbor tomorrow or the next day. I don't care if it's a luxury liner or a raft with a paddle.
I'll cover the tickets, Jordan says. Whatever it costs to make it happen fast. I have Dad's insurance. If we can't use it for this,
it'll help.
You'll have to watch her every minute, Jordan warned. We have her tied now because she consented to it if it meant Nina would keep her distance. But she can't walk onto that ship tied up. Not when legally you don't have a warrant until you get to Austria. You'll have to be vigilant every second until she's under arrest. If an arrest order could be procured. But Jordan refused to go down that rabbit hole. It was out of her hands. All she could do was trust Ian and his colleagues overseas. I don't think Anna will try to run, not with Nina watching, but still. Jordan thought of the woman on the dock with the pistol in her hand, a cornered animal ready to lash out at anyone, and shivered. But then there was the woman who had encouraged Jordan to want the world, who had comforted her when she cried for her father, who had murdered her father. And none of those images seemed to have anything to do with the woman huddled in the cabin doorway now, clutching a towel to her bandaged arm and shivering. I pity her, Jordan said. I hate that. I hate her, yet I still care for her. Why can't I turn it off, what I felt for her? Tony reached out, tugging Jordan against his shoulder.
I don't know.
Don't tell Ian that For him, it's so simple. Something had unwound in the tall Englishman the moment Annalisa had surrendered. Do you want to go in with me? Jordan had asked after leading the tide and shaking Annalisa to the cabin. Ask her why she did it.
I know why she did it, he'd answered. She did it because she wanted to, because she could, no matter what her other justification might be, and I don't care to hear those.
I care, Jordan thought, staring at the cabin. She wished she didn't, but she did. Tony's hand rubbed the back of her neck under her hair, as if he were trying to massage the pain away. She brushed at her eyes. Thank you, Tony.
You don't need to thank me. I owe you.
For what? Jordan gave a half-smile. Using my weeping fit after Dad's funeral to infiltrate the shop? Or sleeping with me? Tony was silent. You were tracking down a murderer. The anger she'd felt toward him initially had sunk and died under the tidal wave of today's shocks. It seemed like pretty small change now, his initial deception. Getting the job out of me when we first met, that was a manipulation for the sake of your chase. But I have eyes, Tony.
You weren't squiring me around ballet classes and airfields afterward just to get information out of me. You weren't getting anything out of me for the chase by then. As for what else you were getting, well, if all you wanted was an easy girl, I'm fairly certain you could have found one who didn't put you to work as a photographer's assistant first. I started tagging after you because I wanted to. No other reason. His black eyes were steady. I'm still sorry for the lies. More sorry than I can say. And I still want to hit you. A little bit, Jordan tried to joke. But I'll get over it. Hit me if you want, J. Bride. Tony lifted her hand, kissed the pad of her index finger that pressed the like his button. You were magnificent on that dock. Like you'd been striding through war zones with a Leica all your life. The eye took over. What a strange feeling it had been. Not the right feeling, maybe. Surely it couldn't be right, for the eye with its obsession to capture the perfect shot, to take charge of that moment on the dock and overshadow the more natural things, the more important things. Fear, love, worry for Ruth. Maybe it wasn't right, but Jordan had still felt it. And I want to feel it again. Ian and Nina were striding back along the lakeshore, the Russian woman fully dressed and shaking out her wet hair, Ian strolling at her side, hands in pockets. They'll be gone tomorrow or the next day, Jordan thought with a sudden wrench in her stomach. How much a part of her life they had all become, not just in banding together against Annalisa, but before. Tea, jokes, reminiscences, the tender thread of Ruth's music. A brief, perfect friendship. And now, of course, they would be moving on. Another hunt, another chase. Looking at Tony, his black eyes fixed on Annalisa again. Another girl. And I'll be here, Jordan thought. And the thoughts that had been submerged under the struggle of what to do about Annalisa broke free. No New York, no apartment, no interviews to see if she could sell her Boston at work. At least not yet. Ruth would need her. The scandal was going to break. Everyone was going to know what her mother had been. Everything would fall on Jordan now. The neighbors, the bills, the shop, the house. Ruth. At least when Dad died, I had Annalisa, Jordan found herself thinking. And that thought was so macabre, so terrible, so true. How long was it going to be before she stopped instinctively reaching for the quiet bulwark that had been Annalisa, always taking care of her in the background? Now it's just you. 22 years old, with a business and a house and an 8-year-old child. Looking down at the Leica, Jordan wondered how much time she'd have for it in the immediate future. Next question, Nina said, coming up to the dock, and paused to spit blood into the lake. Tvoya mat, one little nick in the cheek, it won't stop. Apparently I missed a vampire, Ian observed, looking at his wife's scarlet mouth. What's your question, comrade? I fly Olive home. Now we have 2 more people, so too many. Nodding at the car. Who drives? Who flies? Drive, said Ian and Tony in unison. With Annalisa, Tony added. I'll take the shotgun and keep it on her the entire way. Fly, said Jordan. Ruth can squeeze in with me. She'd be afraid, but better that than subject Ruth to ride in the same back seat as Annalisa. Good. Nina showed her teeth, still faintly red, and a grin. It's a long time since I fly with a sister. For Nina it was simple too, Jordan thought. She'd caught the woman who tried to kill her. Now was the time to rejoice. Just don't turn Olive off midair this time, Jordan added. If you don't mind. No fun, Nina grumbled, and Jordan found herself smiling. A weak smile, but a smile. She didn't think the days ahead would bring too many of those. Before Annalisa departed the next day for the passenger liner that would take her back to Europe, she spoke only once. She said nothing to Nina, sitting ceaseless and wakeful outside her locked door. She said nothing to Tony when he brought her meals on a tray. She did not even see Ian. who had taken over the typewriter in a fever of inspiration and begun hammering out the first article he'd written in years. But when Jordan came into the bedroom with an armload of Annalise's clothes for the voyage, watched from the doorway by Nina, Annalisa looked up from where she'd been sitting on the edge of the bed. Jordan stopped, clutching the pile of underclothes and dresses, pulse thumping. "May I say goodbye to Ruth?" Annalisa asked. "No," said Jordan. Annalisa nodded. She stood, graceful again, hands clasped composedly before her, though she'd never look as composed as she used to, not when the first motion of her eyes was always a quick, darting glance to find Nina. She flinched away from the gleam of Nina's teeth, looked back to Jordan. "When I am put on trial—" She stopped, the chords of her throat showing, and a trace of her old German accent crept back in. "When I am put on trial, will you be there?" "Yes," Jordan heard herself say. "Why?" But, "Yes," she repeated. "Thank you." Annalisa reached out as if to touch Jordan's hand. Jordan stepped back. Annalisa gave a small sigh, took the armload of clothes, dressed herself in Jordan's and Nina's view to be sure she did not try to hide anything among the layers, was escorted downstairs and out of the house, unbound yet enclosed by the triple gauntlet of Tony, Ian, and Nina. People were watching across the street, whispering. What on earth could be happening at the McBride house? Keep an eye on the front page and wait, Jordan thought, glad she had kept Ruth upstairs. The taxi was waiting. Ian opened the door for Annalisa, like a courteous escort. Annalisa straightened her hat with an automatic gesture, looked at Jordan. Her lips parted. "Say it," Jordan thought. "Tell me you're sorry. Tell me why you did it. Tell me something." Annalisa's soft lips closed. She sank into the cab, her gloved hand pulled the door behind her. And they were all gone. Jordan didn't make the mistake her great-aunt did so long ago when her mother lay dying, saying, "Your mother has gone away," in an effort to spare the truth. "Years ago, your mother did some bad things," Jordan told Ruth simply. "She's going back to Austria to answer questions about them." "When will she come back?" Ruth whispered. "She won't be coming back, Ruth." Jordan braced herself, but Ruth didn't seem to want more information. "Do we have to go back to the lake?" She wanted to know, fingers twined through Taro's collar. "Never," said Jordan. "We're going to sell that cabin. Sell it or burn it like Nina had done with her U2 in the forest. Make a pyre of it for all the terrible things that had happened there." Ruth said no more. Her small face shuddered. Jordan didn't press her, only sent her to bed with a mug of cocoa and sat stroking the blonde hair until Ruth sank into sleep. "You'll sleep, but you'll also dream," Jordan thought, looking at her sister. Poor Ruth, confused all her life by nightmare fragments of memory, sometimes pulling away from Annalisa, sometimes toward her. I hope she never remembers what she saw. I very much hope that. But if she did, Jordan would tell her what happened. She'd tell Ruth everything she needed to know, as kindly and honestly as she could. "Good night, Cricket," Jordan whispered at last, tiptoeing out. It was the first time she'd been down to the darkroom since Annalisa had locked her in. She stopped at the top of the stairs for a moment, smelling her stepmother's faint lilac scent, then flicked the light and came down the steps, only to be seized around the waist by a man's arms and to hear a familiar voice in her ear. "Come here, J. Bride." Jordan shrieked, whirled, and smacked him all in the same moment. "Tony Rodomovsky, I'm going to kill you!" raining more smacks down on him where he stood at the foot of the stairs. "I apologize." He offered himself up for the smacks, no resistance. "Es tut mir leid, je suis désolé, schön alum," Mi parerà, przepraszam.
Shut up. Another smack. You couldn't knock on the front door instead of—
I only just got back, seeing the ship off, then settling things in Scully Square, and I knew you'd be putting Ruth to bed, so I waited here.
Jordan stood back, palms stinging. You're not on the boat, she managed to say, rather unsteadily.
Brilliant deduction, Holmes. Why did you think I'd be on the boat?
You didn't say— Jordan floundered. It's done here. You're done. New chase, new hunt. He raised his eyebrows.
New girl?
She kept her tone matter-of-fact. We both said it was a summer fling.
I thought we discussed modifications to the contract, a potential 3-month extension into an autumn fling, as per agreement by both parties.
Don't tease, Jordan begged. I watched my stepmother walk away in handcuffs, more or less. Soon it's going to be all over the front page.
Which is one reason I'm staying, at least for a while. Nina and Ian can handle the Austrian authorities without me. But there are going to be questions to answer here, especially when Ian's done with the story and it breaks.
Tony's eyes were steady.
I said I'd stay to handle them.
That made Jordan weak with relief. She tried not to show it, but he reached out to push her hair back, smiling under the harsh light with an extra quirk of tenderness, and tugged her close for a slow, warm kiss, then another. Jordan felt her bones loosen in relief. Oh, God, Tony, I'm so glad you came back. She wished she hadn't said it. He was supposed to be a friend, a lover, not a rock to cling to. They'd only known each other for a summer, but his arms felt wonderfully rock-like and reassuring, and just for a moment she let herself cling.
Are you cuddling?
He pulled back, felt her forehead with an anxious hand as if checking for a fever.
You never cuddle. Your idea of afterglow is developing 6 rolls of film.
Her laugh was watery, but it was a laugh.
Now that really is better.
He pulled back, kissed the tip of her nose, and said with deliberate lightness,
Go swish Prince around in trays. I'll cheer from the sidelines.
They were both silent in the red light as Jordan processed the most recent roll, comforted slowly by the familiar motions. One by one she hung the prints, gave them a chance to drip as she cleaned up. She came back to the line, bracing herself, and Tony moved to stand at her elbow. Silently they looked from print to print.
They're good,
he said quietly. Not all of them. Some were blurred, focused on people moving too fast. But that one, and that one— Yes, Jordan said. They're the best I've ever done. She took down a shot of Annalisa leveling the pistol straight at the camera lens, eyes like lake ice from Nina's frozen, unknowable home. Jordan knew where it belonged. Going to the folder with her photo essay prints, she laid them all out in a line, starting with her father, ending with Annalisa and her cornered, merciless gaze. I couldn't find the right image to finish it, Jordan said. A killer at work. Tony looked from print to print.
You'll sell it, he said. You do know that?
Maybe. And she could even see this shot as the start of a new essay entirely focused on Annalisa, the progression of a demure bride to an ice-eyed murderess to a prisoner on trial. Shades of a murderess, portraits of a huntress. Something like that might help Ruth understand the many faces of the woman who had stolen her and raised her and cared for her. But Jordan turned away from the work table, rubbing her temples. Ruth has to come first now. I don't know how much time I'll have for this. I can't work the way I was planning to.
Why not?
Because I'm all Ruth has. Once again, Jordan felt the panic of that, the fear of failing her sister. I'll have to do it all now.
As long as I'm in Boston, I'll help. Not because of you and me, but because the team owes you, Jordan. This hunt blew your world to bits.
That wasn't your fault, Jordan stated. Dad was already gone before you even came here, and once you began tracking Anna, there were going to be other consequences no matter how she ended up caught. I'll gladly take them if it means she's out of Ruth's life.
That doesn't mean it sits right with me to swan off and leave you picking up the pieces. It won't sit right with Ian or Nina either.
You'd help us? The fierce common bond between them all had been Annalisa. What was left when that was gone? Could it be Ruth? Tony wrapped his arms around her waist.
Count on it, J. Bride.
They stood for a long time, silent under the red light. Jordan's thoughts were a jumble, exhaustion and relief and cautious hope. The thought of going on entirely alone, carrying Ruth into the coming storm of the breaking scandal, had felt like that hair-raising moment when Nina cut the engine and the plane began to drop. Now it felt like Tony and his partners had reached around, flicked the switch, turned the engine back on. The plane had leveled. Jordan twisted her head, kissed Tony lightly. Come upstairs and stay the night.
You sure? Nosy neighbors take note when gentlemen callers leave in the morning.
My family is about to become notorious all through Boston. Jordan slung the Leica strap over one shoulder and tugged him up the darkroom steps, switching on the overhead light. I don't really care if the neighbors think I'm a hussy.
Jordan.
Chap turned. Click. Standing 2 steps below, Tony lowered the little Kodak he'd taken out of his pocket, smiling.
I want a picture of my girl.
Sometimes you got great pictures with skill, Jordan later thought, and sometimes great pictures just happened. That cheap Kodak snap was the best picture of Jordan McBride ever taken, in its subject's opinion. Blue jeans and a ponytail, caught in motion halfway up the staircase, slinging the Leica casually over one shoulder as she looked back at the camera. A woman on the move, with a gleam in her eye like a lens. It was the photo most used by J. Bride in her byline. Chapter 59. Ian. October 1950. Vienna. The story was a razor in print form. Ian had thought he'd never write again, that war had used up all his words. Now, sitting in a deck chair outside the locked third-class cabin where Lorelei Vogt would wait out the Atlantic crossing, he wrote the story of the capture, the story begun in Boston on Jordan's typewriter. Finishing it in longhand on a notepad, he hammered it into shape, the article he was determined would make Die Jägerin famous. Lake Rozelka, a lake in Poland named for a creature of the night, and during the darkest years of the war, a woman lived on her shores far more fearful than any witch who crawled from a lake's depths. That was his lead. And in the paragraphs that followed, Ian vivisected the woman born as Lorelei Vogt, reborn in murder as Annalisa Weber, rechristened in deception as Anna McBride, and identified by nature, primitive, primal nature, red in tooth and claw, as a huntress. He knew every pulse point to push in those paragraphs, every emotional trigger to pull. Women would cry at this article, men would shake their heads, newspaper editors would see banknotes. Ian looked down at his final copy and thought, dynamite in ink. It felt good, not to be done with words after all. The ship stopped in New York before starting across the Atlantic. Ian took the chance to wire the story to Tony, told him to pitch it to every major newspaper in Boston, and promptly wrote a follow-up memorializing his brother and the Polish children and poor Daniel McBride. Ian barely slept, and neither did Nina, one or the other of them on continuous watch outside Lorelei Vogt's door. Not until the very end, after they'd left the ship behind in Cannes and boarded a series of trains that would take them to Vienna, did the Huntress speak to him. Ian had been too tense for conversation or scribbling once they left the security of the ship, far too aware that Lorelei Vogt could make a panicked run the moment his attention lapsed. But she passed through the train travel passive and silent as a wax doll. On the final train to Vienna, hearing the wheels slow beneath them, she looked at Ian suddenly, as if realizing this limbo time of traveling was coming to an end. I still don't know who you are, Mr. Graham. Ian raised an eyebrow. I don't know you, so why did you come looking for me? She sounded so puzzled.
You crossed half a world to catch me. What did I do to you? How many times had he envisioned sitting down with this woman and telling her in biting words what she'd taken from him, telling her about a little brother who dreamed of flight and did not know what distrust was. How he'd yearned to do that. Yearned for something else, too, for any memories she might have of Seb. The way he looked bolting his stew when she took him inside her ochre-walled house, the things they had talked about in her warm kitchen, the last look on his face before she shot him. But Nina had recounted with quiet poignancy what the last look on Seb's face had been, had sketched him in the end, as he stood in the moonlight, warm and well-fed, looking at the sky and never dreaming he was about to die. I won't replace that memory with whatever poisoned image you might have, Ian thought, looking at the Jägeren's puzzled blue eyes. I want to remember my brother through Nina's eyes, not yours. The eyes of a woman who saw a friend, not a murderer who saw a prey. So Ian just gave a smile like his wife's razor. You'll find out at the trial, he said, if I am called to testify. You should have let me die, the Huntress answered, low-voiced. You should have let me shoot myself. You don't get to die, Ian said. I'm not that merciful. Lorelei Vogt bowed her head. It stayed bowed through the commotion and paperwork that greeted their arrival in Austria. Fritz Bauer came from Braunschweig in a whirl of suits and uniforms to witness the arrest. Bauer's greeting had been a fierce smile around his ever-present cigarette. But Ian hadn't been surprised to see the blend of curiosity and resentment their colleagues aimed at them. Sour faces, Nina commented, puzzled. No one wants to arrest Nazis anymore, Bauer said, not caring a jot for the glares. Sweep it all under the rug. Live and let live. Your girl may not get more than a few years in prison, he warned Ian. Maybe even the case thrown out. Judges don't like locking up pretty young widows. I'll make her so famous they won't have a choice. Tony had said on Ian's last telephone call that the first story had exploded in Boston like a V-2 rocket. Ian already had the stories to follow it up, paced to land like a sequence of punches in a boxing ring. Once the Nationals picked up the story, even the hidebound Austrians, with their distaste for scandal, wouldn't be able to slide away from their duty. Ian watched die Jägerin walk away, disappearing into a cloud of Homburgs and Polizei caps, as she was finally taken off his hands. He supposed the next time he saw her it would be her trial. Jordan McBride, he guessed, would be at his side, the lens of her eye poised behind the lens of her camera. She needs answers more than I. Or if she didn't, Ruth would someday, when she was old enough to ask the difficult questions about the woman who had raised her. I have a question for you, comrade. Ian looked down at Nina, strolling along at his side. They were staying at a hotel on the Graben, but he wasn't eager to return yet. They hadn't really talked, he and his wife, since the night on the beach in Florida. After that, the chase had swamped them, and the tense need to watch their prey. You could have killed Lorelei Vogt out there on Selkie Lake. She had a pistol. She was moving to use it. You disarmed her rather than cutting her down. Why? Nina's restraint had surprised him. Since when had she ever been restrained in the matter of capture over vengeance? Dying. That is easier for her. She wants it because justice is harder. So I don't cut her down. It is difficult, Nina conceded, a glint of fury in her blue eyes. I think for a moment, when I dive into the lake and the shot goes off, that she's killed you. Ian stopped. And you wanted to cut her to ribbons to avenge me? From Nina, that was practically a valentine. But I don't, Nina said, virtuous. I just disarm her. I think maybe you are right, Luchik. Justice over vengeance. Bloody hell, woman, have I actually made a dent in you? She jabbed him in the ribs. I make a few in you, too. Yes, you have, Ian thought. And not just the fact that I am now addicted to your paperback Regency tosh. He tugged her arm through his, and Nina let him.
The beginning of autumn nipped the air, and a few chestnut sellers were out, but the city looked tired and gray. Ian missed the hum and energy from Boston, the brashness, even the accents. "You go back to Boston soon?" Nina asked, as if reading his mind. "Yes." Not forever, perhaps, but there was no doubt his reception in Vienna was going to be cool for some time. He'd burned every favor ever stored up, ensuring Lorelei Vogt's arrest. It would be no bad thing to absent himself and pursue war criminals in America for a few years. Jordan had said on his last telephone call that he could have the workroom over the antique shop rent-free if he would just go on giving Ruth the occasional lesson. With a thrum of quiet delight, Ian envisioned it. A bright space with a window over Newbury Street, the smells of beeswax and silver polish drifting from the workshop where Mr. Kolb no longer worked. Taking half an hour every day to stretch his back and teach Ruth a new tune when she was let out of school. Drinking tea afterward with Tony and Jordan as they talked above the sound of scales. Then back to work. Building a case, maybe, against Vernon Wagner of Woonsocket, Rhode Island, who looked like he might have buried a few corpses in shallow graves back in his day. "Yes, I'm going back." Ian looked at Nina. "Are you?" "Is nice place, the decadent West." Nina sounded noncommittal. "I like decadent." "Come back, Nina. Stay with the team." Ian held up a hand before she could bristle. "I'm not asking you to stay married to me. I'm asking you to stay with the center. You belong with this team. You know you do." "You want me?" She looked suddenly vulnerable. Nina, who normally faced the world behind shields of serenity or prickliness, with the occasional switch to barbarism. "I think how I left Seb behind. Think maybe you wouldn't want me to stay. Once Huntress is caught." That memory hurt. Ian couldn't deny it. But casting all the blame on Nina would be unjust. "My brother was a grown man. He made a decision, and you couldn't dissuade him from it. There it is." She nodded. There was guilt there, and probably always would be, but overlaid by that Russian fatalism of hers. Battered souls like ours, Ian thought, tramping out of the wreckage of wars, always have guilt. Ghosts, lakes, and parachutes. They could both bear that weight going on. "I want you on this team, Nina, on the hunt, wherever it leads. With me or not, but always on the hunt." She considered that. "Then I come back to Boston." Ian couldn't hide the grin that broke over his face. Nina almost grinned back, but scowled instead. "We still divorce," she warned. "All right. Because after Yelena, I don't—" "Who asked you to love me?" Ian said lightly. "That's not what I'm saying at all, you red menace. What do you say?" He had searched for what to tell her on the beach in Florida and got it wrong. But something tense and jealous had unspooled in him since De Jageren's capture, and there had been many hours to reflect on the Atlantic crossing, staring at the waves. "I'm only saying that I will find you mad wolves to hunt," Ian told his wife. "And that I will never break your heart." If part of that heart was always out of reach, that seemed entirely fair to Ian. You did not get a whole heart when you pinned yours to a splendid, battered, high-flying hawk like a night witch. Nina's soul would always, in some deep place, yearn to be soaring under a bomber's moon with her dark-eyed Moscow rose. And that was fine. Ian thought there was a chance, despite her prickles, that a bit of that remaining heart might thaw enough for him. "Or maybe I'm wrong," he thought. Maybe they'd divorce after all. But he would still have a night witch on his team, and there wouldn't be a war criminal in the world out of their reach. He was happy to wait as Nina decided what she wanted. His wife was peering upward, smiling. He followed her gaze and saw she was looking at the silhouette of the great Prater wheel above the amusement park. "You want to go?" she challenged. 65 meters up. Ian had nearly come to pieces the last time he rode it. But he'd gone flying since then with a hero of the Soviet Union, far higher than 65 meters, with the bloody engine turned off. Smiling, he shook his head. "Why not?" Nina asked. "Kill the fear, Luchik." He slipped his trigger finger through hers and tugged her back in the direction of their hotel. "Already done, comrade." Epilogue. Nina. April 1951. Fenway Park, Boston. Nina didn't understand baseball. "Why are they arguing?" "The batter doesn't like the umpire's call," Jordan explained, ponytail swinging. "It's been a very generous strike zone." "Strike zone? He hits him now?" This was a boring game, Nina had decided. Hitting people would liven it up. No, he's just arguing to make a point." "Should hit him with the bat," Nina grumbled. "Why have a bat if you don't hit people?" "I'll hit Kinder with a bat if he doesn't stop coming inside on the fastball. He nearly winged Rizzuto." On Jordan's other side, Tony glared down at the Red Sox pitcher. In between putting in hours for Ian and filling in behind the shop counter when Jordan needed it, Tony was signed up for classes at Boston University. "The center has always needed a legal expert, and I just happen to have the GI Bill on my side," he'd said last Christmas with a gleam in his eye. "We can't keep burning up the telephone lines to Bauer for advice by the time it comes time to try our first extradition case." "You a lawyer?" Nina had snorted. "I can sell ice to Alaskans and charm birds out of trees. It's either be a lawyer or a shoe salesman." "Keep whining," Jordan laughed now, as Tony continued to grumble about the strike zone. "Your precious Yankees are down 5 runs. "Not for long, J. Bride." "This game is stupid," Nina told her husband. "Agreed." Ian was stretched out long-limbed and relaxed in his seat, hat cocked back, collar unbuttoned. The smell of mown grass and chalk rose from the field, and the crowd hummed with cheers and groans, cracking peanut shells and scratching pencils on scorecards. It was a rare day off for all of them. The team was preparing a file on one Vernon Wagoner of Woonsocket, Rhode Island, cross-checking his identity against that of a clerk who had worked at Belson. And Jordan, when she wasn't handling the team's photography, had been taking pictures for a tourism bureau. "Easy work, decent money," she said, snapping classic horizon shots all around Boston. "Brochure shots will buy the Sunday roasts until I sell Boston at work." There was interest. Her photographs accompanying Ian's articles on the capture of Lorelei Vogt / Anna McBride had received a certain degree of attention. The ball went flying, which to Nina's eye made all the men in uniform run around in inexplicable ways and made Ruth bounce up and down in excitement. Nina squinted at the field. "You understand this, Malishka?" Ruth had been chattering to Tony in mixed English and Yiddish, which he'd begun informally teaching her this winter. "Her real mother was Jewish. Ruth will never know her, but she can know something about her mother's people." Ruth lapsed entirely back to English, telling Nina, "This is the infield fly rule," and going into far more detail than Nina wanted. Children could be very boring, Nina thought, even if you liked them. Ruth looked rosy in the sunshine, much less like the kind of scrawny chick a housewife couldn't even bother to put in a pot. She'd had bad nightmares in the fall, something about a woman hiding in her closet at night to steal her away, and Jordan had fussed very unnecessarily. Nina had taken her razor, gone into the closet and banged around, uttering some Baba Yaga screeches, nicked the pad of her finger so there would be blood on the razor, then walked out holding it up for Ruth's inspection, announcing, "He's dead now." Nightmares had been better ever since. "Bloody hell, Nina, you ate all my peanuts." Ian rattled the empty bag. "What's mine is yours. What's yours is mine." "We're divorcing," he said, "so that's not true." "I get more." She climbed out of her seat, up the park steps toward where the vendors hawked snacks, still marveling at the abundance of all the food on display. "Succumbing to capitalist greed," her father sneered. But Nina ignored him. She could buy a second bag of peanuts if she wanted them. She had sandals that weren't made out of birch bark or cheap factory-glued leather. She had a dress that had never been worn by someone else first, polished cotton as scarlet as the star on the Roselka. The dress Ian had bought for her in Filene's last year, a dress that would have made Yelena's eyes dance with wicked intentions. If this was capitalist greed, Nina would take it. "Western whore," Papa grumbled, but his voice came more faintly now than it used to. Perhaps because she couldn't imagine him here in his wolfskins, eating peanuts and enjoying a lovely April day. Nina looked at the grassy outfield lapping up to the tall green wall in left field, and imagined April and the old man. The lake would still be frozen, the Roselka sleeping green-haired and still below the ice, but the air would be freshening, looking ahead toward June, when the ice would break into rainbow needles, turquoise blocks, shards sharp enough to cut a throat. Nina remembered standing on that frozen shore in seal-fur boots, hating it, asking furious questions of the world that had seemed so cold and closed in. What is the opposite of a lake? What is the opposite of drowning? What lies all the way west? Among Yelena and the night witches, she'd found the first two answers. But the third had tormented Nina in the bad years between Seb's death and Tony's call to hunt the Huntress. Scrabbling to make a living in ruined, exhausted England, missing Yelena, telling herself never to get too close to anyone again. Thinking, as she trudged through rainy days on the ramshackle airfield, that this was all she deserved for failing her first regiment, and then Seb. It was better to be alone. It didn't matter if all the way west she had yearned for turned out to be a world not as cold, but just as closed in as the one she'd fled. No, Nina thought now, looking at the park, at the green grass and the men running in pointless squares. This is all the way west. She looked down the rows of seats and found Tony saying something to Ruth, Ruth listening as she unwrapped a piece of gum, Jordan snapping a picture of the field, and Ian lazily fanning himself with his battered Panama. "This is our year," the vendor who sold Nina her peanuts predicted. "We go all the way this year, I can feel it. This is our team." "Yes," Nina agreed, smiling at the two blonde heads below, the black head and the dark with its salting of gray. Maybe they weren't night witches, they weren't a regiment, but is our team. She tore into the peanuts, wandering back down. Men on the field were running around again. People were on their feet shouting, who knew why. "Hit him with the bat!" Nina shouted, just to join in. Slid into her seat beside Ian, who had dropped his hat and pulled a paper bag out from Nina's bag. The Grand Sophie, by Georgette Hare. "You stole my book again, Vanya," Nina complained. "Sophie Stanton-Lacey is being vexed by the spiteful Miss Raxton, but I am confident she will prevail." Ian removed a bookmark. "And since when am I Vanya? We've moved on from Little Ray of Sunshine." "Ian. In Russian would be Ivan. Proper nickname for Ivan is Vanya." "Nicknames are to shorten. You don't shorten a 3-letter name to a 4-letter name to a 5-letter name." "You do in Russian," she said serenely. He raised an eyebrow, studying her. "What are you thinking, comrade?" "I think maybe we put off divorce for a year." She'd been turning those words over for a while, not sure about them. She followed them up with a glare. "Only a year. Then maybe—" "Then maybe," he agreed, nonchalant. Englishmen. They couldn't do nonchalant. Or maybe just her Englishman. He was fighting the grin that tugged at his lips, the grin she'd liked from the start, even when she couldn't understand a thing he was saying. It wasn't much like the grin that had scrunched Yelena's nose so sweetly, but there must have been something about it that was the same, because it had a similar effect on Nina's stomach. "A year," he said again, as if he liked the sound of it. Nina liked it too. Not too confining, a year. It didn't make her want to bristle and retreat. It wouldn't stop her looking at a waning quarter moon and wanting Yelena back, missing her more than life. Nina didn't think that would ever leave her. But she could bear it. Nina took Ian's Panama and clapped it over her own head, tilting her face up to the sun, warmed through. "Tvoja mat," she said, blinking at the blue sky above. "Good flying weather." Nazi Murderess Sentenced by Ian Graham. October 9th, 1959. The trial of Nazi war criminal Lorelei Vogt has played to its last act, as the woman known as Die Jägerin stood yesterday in an Austrian courtroom to receive her sentence. Although she was first arrested in 1950, her trial would not commence until 1953, and proceeded to drag out for a further 6 years. Crowds gathered outside the courthouse to see the arrival of the defendant, made notorious by the award-winning photographic essay Portraits in Evil, J. Bride, run in the October issue of Life magazine in 1956. Lorelei Vogt showed no emotion as her sentence was read. Life imprisonment. So the wheel of justice turns. Those hoping to read answers in her face were surely disappointed. The face of evil remains unknowable, and the questions remain. Who is she? What is she? How could she? Her victims are memorialized at the Rodomovsky Documentation Center in Boston, Massachusetts. Director Anton Rodomovsky, human rights attorney, where the words over the center's doors read, "The living forget, the dead remember." The dead lie beyond any struggle, so we living must struggle for them. We must remember, because there are other wheels that turn besides the wheel of justice. Time is a wheel, vast and indifferent, and when time rolls on and men forget, we face the risk of circling back. We slouch, yawning to a new horizon, and find ourselves gazing at old hatreds seeded and watered by forgetfulness and flowering into new wars, new massacres, new monsters like Die Jägerin. Let this wheel stop. Let us not forget this time. Let us remember. This is Saskia Marleveld. We hope you've enjoyed this unabridged production of The Huntress, a novel, by Kate Quinn. Presented by William Morrow and Harper Audio. This program was produced by John Marshall Media. Executive producer, Suzanne Franco Mitchell. Text copyright 2019 by Kate Quinn. Production copyright 2019 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.
And now, enjoy listening to the Book Club Girl podcast, featuring a conversation with the author about this book. Welcome to the Book Club Girl podcast, where we chat about great books with awesome authors, and you, our listeners, get to ask the questions. I'm Tavia Kowalchuk, a serious book lover and an adamant red wine imbiber.
And I'm Eliza Rosenberry. I also love books and wine, and I confess the Boston Red Sox. Are you going to heckle me about the Red Sox?
You know what, Eliza? I could heckle you about the Red Sox, but I will let the opportunity pass.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
On today's show, the hunter becomes the hunted, a Nazi on the run, and the English journalist and Russian bomber pilot who joined forces to track her down. We'll be talking about the novel The Huntress, and later in the show, we'll be joined by its author, Kate Quinn, who also wrote the bestseller, The Alice Network.
But first, we present to you The Huntress Abridged.
The Huntress is about a Nazi murderess known as the Huntress, who disappears after World War II to escape punishment, and a trio of Nazi hunters, Jordan, an aspiring photographer, Ian, a former war correspondent, and Nina, a Russian bomber pilot, author Kate Quinn seamlessly weaves together 3 different timelines and perspectives in this gripping novel that takes readers on an adventure from Siberia to Salzburg to Boston. So, Eliza, what did you think of this book?
I loved this book. It was so much fun to read. I loved the history and the research that went into it. For me, it was the sense of place that really came through in the book from, like you said, Siberia to Salzburg, and particularly Boston, which happens to be my hometown. And I was thinking about this earlier. So much of Boston's history is connected to the Revolutionary War and the Boston Tea Party and all of that. And so for me, it was super fun to see a different historical era, the sort of post-World War II moment reflected back to me in the city streets. That was very fun to read. What did you think of the book, Tavia?
So I agree with everything you say. Being from Boston, I didn't have that strong connection, but what really grabbed me about this book was the strong female characters. I love finding a kind of class anywhere, really, in real life, in fiction, in movies. Nina, the bomber pilot, reminded me of Sarah Connors. She was just so badass, and she had this sort of dark side to her that really drove her heroism and her passion to, fight the bad guys. And I found that so captivating. And then Jordan reminded me of Georgia O'Keeffe in the way that Georgia O'Keeffe was this sort of vanguard female artist who really self-branded. And Jordan, when we're sort of in her thoughts, she imagines herself as J. Bride. She has, her name that she wants to use on all of her photographs. And I just think that both of these women, Nina and Jordan, they so appeal to me because of their non-traditional preferences. They preferred college over marriage, war photography over housekeeping, being a bomber pilot over staying in Siberia and, taking care of her father. And I kept reading for these women.
I completely agree. I loved these characters. Kate Quinn did an amazing job with them. Quick reminder, we love hearing from you. Join our Facebook group, the Book Club Girls, where you can talk with other book lovers and pose your own questions to the authors who will appear on this show. You can find us at facebook.com/groups/thebookclubgirls.
Stick around after the episode to hear a sneak peek from the audiobook for The Huntress. Today, we're joined by Kate Quinn, whose new book, The Huntress, is out now.
Welcome, Kate, to the Book Club Girl podcast.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I'm really delighted to be here.
We're so glad to have you here. So for our first question, besides the Huntress herself, the book follows Nina, one of the night witches. These very real Russian fighter pilots were an all-female regiment during World War II. Speaking of Nina, Candy wrote in with a question. The scene where Nina realizes she wants to become a pilot is so memorable and reminded me of discovering my own passions. It also sort of mirrors Jordan's love for photography. Did you have a similar moment of discovering your passion for writing?
Yes, absolutely I did. I remember I had a Kings and Queens of England paper dolls book when I was only about 6 or 7 years old. And, I grew up in a family with a librarian mother and who loved history. So I was, watching BBC and I, Claudius at a very young age instead of the Disney Channel. And I'm already infatuated with these historical figures. I'm reading about them. I'm looking at pictures of them. And I remember finally looking at one little bio of, I think it was Edward II, in his fabulous jeweled robes. And I'm thinking, that's a really interesting story. I could write that story. And that was the very first short story that I ever wrote. It was a front and back 2-page story in pencil on unlined paper, all about the assassination of Edward II and by his queen and her lover. And really, it's pretty dramatic considering I was 7 when I wrote it and I didn't even know what a lover was. But honestly, I think it came out pretty well.
Oh my gosh. So I just have to say, to me, the most impressive part about that whole story was the paper was unlined.
And it was in pencil, and it was very bad block printing, the kind they teach 7-year-olds. So,
yes.
Yeah, it's still in a file somewhere in my mom's house. I have to dig it up at some point.
So, I want to talk about the characters in The Huntress. They are so complex, and Kate, you build them through small details. You allow the reader to make up their own mind about the motives for their actions. I think it's no wonder that so many of our fans had questions about how you created the characters. Jennifer asks, who inspired you to create the character Nina? Do you know someone who hangs their sink-washed clothes on a line in the bathroom like Nina did?
I do not know anyone like Nina. I wish I did. I think she'd be great fun at a party, although I think she'd drink all your vodka and your house would be a wreck by the time she left. But she was a real composite of a number of different women who were real night witches in the regiment. And most of the experiences she has are actual experiences that real women had. You know, there was one night witch pilot who became inspired to become a pilot when she saw a mail plane land off course at her tiny Siberian village, the very first time she'd ever seen an aircraft, and knew that was what she wanted to do. You know, there was another woman who recalls, you know, completely calmly, like this is just another day at the office, that sometimes if a bomb got stuck on the bomb rack when you were flying a night run, your navigator would just have to go climbing out on the wing at 1,000 meters and lie down flat and push it off the bomb rack, you know, so you could get that off the wing before you return to base. You know, no big deal, right? And these were events that were real, that really happened. And so when I was taking these events and making them be Nina's experiences, slowly the kind of character that she wanted to be came into play. And really, I don't think I had very much to do with her character, because really she sort of barnstormed into my head from the reading that I was doing and announced that she was going to go have adventures, and if I wanted to keep up, I'd better write faster. And as far as hanging the laundry in the room, I think anybody who's ever had to travel and had to do some traveling overseas and, you know, has been living out of a suitcase knows what it's like to wash your stuff out in a sink and hang it over the rod. So I was just imagining, though, what impression that would give to a very straight-laced Englishman who suddenly has a Siberian anarchist walk into his very orderly office and his very orderly life and start throwing things around.
Kate, I want to ask you about another one of your characters. You live in Southern California, but you attended Boston University, and one of the book's leads, Jordan McBride, grows up in post-World War II Boston. Rachel wants to know, what parts of the book were inspired by your life in Boston?
Oh, all of it. I have to say, all the Boston stuff was almost always drawn from life. These are streets that I have walked. These are neighborhoods that I have gone through and shopped in. There were, of course, things that were not extant at the time that are extant now, and vice versa. You're not going to find Priscilla of Boston's there anymore on just off of Newbury Street, the wedding dress shop where Jordan and her stepmother shop for bridal clothes, because it's no longer around. However, you will find today Mike's Pastry in the North End, where Jordan is suggested she go get some cake if she need, or some pie if she really needs some. And I recommend Mike's Pastry very highly, because that is the best pastry you will ever eat in your entire life. It was there in 1947 since 1947, and it's here today. But I really enjoyed living in Boston. It's a city I love. I lived there for 2 degrees and did some work afterward. And as soon as I knew I had a thread of this story that would take place in America, I knew the city had to be Boston. Partially that's practical. It means less research for me, because I don't need to look up whether one turns right or left when you're coming out of the Fenway area onto Commonwealth Avenue. I know you're turning right because I've done it. On the other hand, though, it's a very colorful setting. And it offered a lot of opportunity for, a rich environment. And plus, given that I am an enormous baseball fan, this gave me the opportunity to plunk my team of Nazi hunters and Russian pilots, etc., down at a Red Sox-Yankees game where they could actually watch the Red Sox beat the Yankees. I was determined that scene was going to get in there, and it does. And it was a real game that happened in 1951, and the Red Sox did beat the Yankees senseless, I'm happy to say.
I love that scene. The idea of a Brit trying to figure out the rules of American baseball was very entertaining. I really like that scene a lot.
Yeah, I had fun with that. I thought, for one thing, a Brit who is more used to cricket or rugby trying to figure out baseball is funny enough. But then you throw in a little Russian bomber pilot who's can't figure out why people aren't beating each other with the bats, which is more the kind of sport that she's used to. I figured you really had comedy in a bottle right there, and I couldn't let that scene go.
Switching gears a little bit, an aspect of the book that I really appreciated and enjoyed is all the references to lakes and the mythical creatures that haunt them. Near Boston, you include Selkie Lake. In Siberia, there's Lake Baikal, which is inhabited by the Rusalka. And then there's Lake Rusalka itself in Poland. Not only that, it seems that the Huntress herself is named Lorelei. One of the members of our Facebook group, Dobner, wants to know, did you visit any of the lakes you listed in the book?
I wish I had. It would have been great to do so, but I couldn't get to all the traveling locations that I would have liked to in this book, partly budget and partly time constraints. But one thing that I struggled with, and this is where the lakes really helped me out, the lake theme and then the lake spirit theme, was that in the beginning of this book, I had 3 very different people who were all standing on practically different continents. And I needed some common thread to draw them together thematically before they actually become drawn together physically by the plot. So I ended up with the idea of a lake doing that when I happened to stumble across the very real man-made Lake Rusalka in Poland. It was made by the Nazis, I believe, in around 1942, using prisoner labor. It's a beautiful lake with a very ugly history. A number of atrocities happened there and some murders under the Third Reich. And as soon as I saw that, I realized not only would that provide a location for a certain very critical meetup to happen in Nazi-occupied territory in Poland, but the name itself, Lake Rusalka, gave me a theme because a Rusalka is the Russian and Eastern European water nymph. And almost every culture has a water nymph, and she's sometimes malevolent and she's sometimes benevolent. It really depends on how scary the fairy tale gets. So the Russians have Lake Rusalka, and so then immediately I knew Nina would have to grow up on the shore of a lake, and Lake Baikal was just the perfect answer. It's the deepest, biggest lake in the world, I believe, because of how deep it is. And it has flora and fauna there you will not find anywhere else in the world. If there's anywhere that a Rusalka actually lives, it would be Lake Baikal. So that's where Nina begins. And a Rusalka is the legend she grows up with. In Germany, for example, Ian starts his part of the book running along a lake in Germany, and the German water spirit is a Lorelei. So that seemed an appropriate name to give my villainess, who is the spirit they're hunting in some ways. And then I brought things around full circle to America, where I did admittedly make up Selkie Lake. There is no Selkie Lake in Massachusetts, but I really wanted to bring that full circle because the Scottish myth for a water fairy is the Selkie. So I brought things around there, and that gave me a way that I could give all of the characters something in common, even if just a thematic thread before they finally meet.
I just loved it. I thought it was brilliantly done, and I enjoyed it so much as a reader.
Oh, thank you.
Jennifer wrote to us on our Book Club Girls Facebook group. She said, Kate, how did you get to be so completely awesome?
Okay, I do not know how to answer that even in the slightest. Especially considering that I do not live a glamorous life at all. There is none of this thing about, how a writer's life is glamorous. I see Vogue articles sometimes about, this is what, the writer at home. And there's always these, dry clean only silk blouses that make me laugh hysterically because I live my life in yoga pants that are covered in dog hair. And the only thing about me that is noteworthy probably is the fact of just how much black coffee I can actually consume in one sitting.
Very impressive. How much black coffee is that?
You really don't want to know, and neither does my doctor.
We have a question from Marissa who wants to know, how do you research the various characters' passions from aviation to photography for the book?
I'm not a photographer myself, and I'm certainly not a flyer. In fact, I'm the kind of person who white knuckles in a 747. So most of Nina's exploits in the air really would make me quite terrified. However, I do as much research as I can if possible, as many first-hand accounts from people who can describe not just what they do, how to develop a picture, how to turn on a World War II era biplane, but also how does it feel? How does it feel to fly? How does it feel to take a picture that you know is good? And that's really the thing when it comes down to getting in deep to how this goes and how to portray it. I did, for the sake of this book, not only do some flying in a flight simulator where I managed to download Nina's actual Polikarpov U-2, or the PO-2 as it's called now, and I did some simulated flying on it so I could kind of see what it would feel like to guide the stick and guide the plane around. And I also did a ride in a World War II era biplane at the local airfield with a company called Fun Flights. It was fantastic. My charming British pilot took me up in a World War II era Travel Air 4000 named Olive, and anybody who's read the book will know that a plane, Travel Air 4000 named Olive, does in fact appear at the end of the book at a crucial moment. And he allowed me to put his plane in the book. He was quite pleased by that. And he flew raids, practice bombing raids all over the hills of San Diego in this very helpful fashion. So that was some of the research I did for the flying. For photography, that was a little harder, but I read a lot of photography biographies and autobiographies. I happen to have my brother-in-law is an extremely talented photographer in Houston, and it was something I wanted to get into to see how would someone who is used to looking at the world with a camera view the world and everything in it. And that really was what it comes down to, is that in the end, I don't like book characters where, especially the female characters, are nothing but their love lives. I want my fictional women to have hobbies and to have passions and to have, professions if possible, whatever it needs to make them really as fully rounded as they can be. And so it's not only about assigning a character, a hobby or a job that she loves. It's about how does that job change her worldview? How does it make her look at things differently? How would a photographer, as opposed to a flyer, as opposed to a ballet dancer or an engineer, look at the world around them? Because that really is what shapes that's how passions shape the way characters look at things. And when you're looking through their eyes, that is the thing you really need to know.
Absolutely. And in Jordan's case, how she looks at the world really becomes central to the plot. It really moves the plot along in her narrative. So I love how you wove that into the way the plot unfolded as well.
Oh, thank you for that. Mm-hmm.
You're listening to the Book Club Girl podcast, where our guest this week is Kate Quinn, whose book The Huntress is out now. You can read more about Kate's book at bookclubgirl.com.
Coming up on the Book Club Girl podcast, we ask Kate Quinn about her upcoming projects and her literary white whale. This episode of the Book Club Girl podcast is brought to you by The Song of the Jade Lily by Kirsty Manning. It's a historical novel that tells the story of Jewish refugees who leave Vienna and flee to Shanghai in the late 1930s after the Nazi occupation. The Song of the Jade Lily weaves together the past and the present in a gripping novel. It's available now wherever books are sold. Welcome back to the show. Each week, we bring you a new fascinating conversation with an author who's written a book we think is a great choice for book clubs to read together. Today, Kate Quinn, whose new book, The Huntress, follows a trio of Nazi hunters in their pursuit of truth and justice, is here with us now, answering questions from fans. Melanie from our Facebook group wants to know, are there any plans for a sequel to The Huntress? And what other writing projects are you working on?
I don't have any plans for a sequel to The Huntress at this point. I do think that character-wise, the arcs have been nicely closed. But, never say never. I wouldn't entirely rule out maybe the possibility of returning to see what Ruth is up to as she grows up, possibly, the little girl in The Huntress, or seeing maybe what kind of hunts the team does in future. I mean, these are possibilities that could get interesting somewhere down the road. Who knows? I never rule anything out. But right now, what I'm working on is a book titled The Rose Code. And that is a book about the female code breakers of Bletchley Park, who were immured up in Buckinghamshire for the duration of World War II, and whose efforts in breaking the supposedly unbreakable German military codes reportedly shortened the war by about 2 years. And that is a story I am so fascinated by, I am so excited by, and I am this close to actually getting my rough draft finished.
Well, we can't wait to read it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's terrible right now. It's absolutely abysmal. That's the way all my rough drafts look to start. So no, you don't want to read it. You really don't. In fact, I don't want anybody to read it either. But that's also how I always feel about rough drafts at this stage. So basically, I just need my husband to restrain me from throwing it on the fire and then remind me that I can edit it into something that's readable. And then, sooner or later, I will get it to the point where I no longer hate it. And then you're welcome to read it then.
I look forward to that moment.
Yeah, me too. The hatred stage is a little rough.
Kate, a little bird told me that you have a collaborative novel coming out.
I do, and I'm really excited about it. It's really my next full novel, and it is a novel of the women of the French Revolution, which has been a passion of mine since high school. It's titled Ribbons of Scarlet, a novel of the French Revolution's women, and it's A to Z view of the French Revolution itself, told through the eyes of 7 different women who were on the ground, real historical figures who spanned everything from princesses to peasants, from radicals to moderates, from politicians to innocents, and who all had a role to play. And I worked on this with 5 other authors of historical fiction, all women, all wonderful friends of mine, and we are so excited for this novel.
That book sounds so exciting. I remember when I was in high school, my social studies teacher, when he taught the French Revolution, he got so excited about the revolution. He jumped on his desk and he started shouting, "Revolution!"
I had a similar thing. I became fascinated with the French Revolution because I had a wonderful high school teacher, history teacher, when I was only about 16, sophomore year. And she loved the revolution. She taught it so well. She had us reenact the National Assembly, where I got to be the spokesperson for the Third Estate and have my speech completely dismissed by the king. And I was so furious, I was ready to grab a pike on the spot. I tell you, I really worked on that speech. And she had us march down to the tennis courts at the school to recite the tennis court oath together. And I will never forget those classes, or how the love for history that it gave me, because I've never forgotten it. And, really without that first spark, I'm not sure I would have, been so enthusiastic to write this wonderful book.
Each episode, we ask an author, what is your literary white whale? It's a book they've either always meant to read or when they started reading and never finished. Let's hear what Kate has to say.
Oh, that's a really good question. I think mine would have to be, I have still not read Wolf Hall. For all that it's, I have had everybody rave about it, and for all that I love the Tudors, and for all that it's been on my TBR for so long, I've still not read Wolf Hall. And, really this needs to be the year that I remedy that.
Kate, I think that you would love it. Wolf Hall is one of my all-time favorite books, and Cromwell has become such a larger-than-life figure for me. After having read the books, I think that you will really enjoy it.
Oh, I have no doubt that I will. It's just a matter of seeing if I can carve out the time and really dive deep, because I know that's a book that really is going to take a deep dive to appreciate well.
Kate, let's make a pact. It's been on my shelf for years as well. This will be the year that we both read Wolf Hall.
Yes, this is the year of Wolf Hall. That is absolutely happening.
All right. It's a deal. Kate, thank you so much for joining us on the podcast today. It's been really a delight having you.
Well, it's been delightful to be here, and I wish you guys all the best.
That was Kate Quinn, whose book, The Huntress, is out now. To find out more about Kate's book and how to buy it, head to bookclubgirl.com, where you can also find links to everything else that we mentioned in this episode.
Like what you heard? Subscribe on iTunes, Stitcher, or wherever you get your podcasts. And while you're there, please give us a rating and leave a review.
And another way to help spread the word about the Book Club Girl podcast is to tell a friend, which really helps other people to find us. Or you can call us at 212-207-7336 and leave us a message. You can also send us an email, thegirls@bookclubgirl.com. We love to hear from you.
Before we go, a big thank you to Jordan Goss-Perret, who produced today's episode, to Jennifer Hart, the original Book Club Girl, and to Amelia Wood, the heart and soul behind the Book Club Girl Facebook group. Until next time, I'm Tavia.
And I'm Eliza.
Happy reading.